Just got to figure out which side you're on there, Uplink. Hey, Uplink.
Hi.
Look at this. It's another Calrissian Cup event, and R1 and Uplink bringing it back to you again. Uplink, how are you doing today?
I'm doing fantastic. How
Ooh,
are you
boy,
doing?
I am ready to go for some Squadrons today. It should be a great event. This is, of course, our Calrissian Cup Spring Major. Bigger prize pool, bigger, well, the stakes are bigger everywhere. I had a really big group phase yesterday, and now we're into the single elimination top 12 for today's bracket. Lots of folks on this bracket to kind of look at and shake things up a little bit. Blink, I don't know. You've taken a look at things a little bit with me this morning. What are you seeing? How do you feel about this this setup going into here? This major event.
I'm looking forward to it. I think we've got some great teams. Obviously, we're seeing the mainstays come back and rock and rolling already.
Yeah.
So I'm really hoping we see some of the smaller teams, the ones we haven't seen a whole lot of, just take the reins and just go all the way. That's what I'd like to see.
Cinderella story.
Exactly. I'd like to see the small David go up against these Goliaths here and take the victory. So I'm looking forward to it, hoping that everything goes well.
It sounds good. No, I think you're absolutely right. We've got a slightly different setup for this Cal Cup. This Spring Major event. Our top 4 teams coming into today's single elimination received a first round bye. It gives us, how can I say, a little bit more of a chance to view some of the, I don't want to say lesser known squadrons, but for some of the squadrons that we haven't been able to put on display here. And I think we've got a few good ones already lined up for today. But you could see we've got, for example, Spicy Squadron is back again.
Yes.
We'll see them in this bracket here this afternoon. Let's see, who else we got here? I'm trying to see the top of it. Oh yes, we've got Hut Cartel. They've been a standby for many of the Cal Cup events so far. This is their first trip into the single elimination, so good to see them here. Ranker Squadron and some new guys, Fracture. We saw them on the casual stream yesterday, along with Baywatch. They've got some pretty good graphics going on over there. I don't know what their deal is, but hey, bringing the noise there on the graphics. But Baywatch versus yet another iteration of Gray Squadron Porgs today, or Hell Porgs, excuse me. There's a difference.
Yeah, got to get that right. It's 50 Shades of Gray over here sometimes.
And then Spicy Squadron and Great Tempest Squadron rounded out the bottom of our sort of intro bracket. There's got to be a better way to say that. But either way,
starting off roster.
Yeah, our initial games here coming out today. So a lot of exciting games that we are going to be bringing to you today. Can't wait. I believe our first game up today is going to be, in fact, that Baywatch versus Hell Porgs. I'll be honest, these are both, I think we've seen players from both of these teams on in a few different areas and a few different events so far. This is the first time we've had them on camera here for the Calrissian Cup. So I'm excited. I'm excited to see what flavors they're bringing to the scene today.
Definitely. I'm really looking forward to it today. We've got a lot of great teams ready to rock and roll. We've got some great competition, and we saw a little bit in our casual thing, like you said earlier. We saw a little bit of the Fracture Squadron there, and looking to see some of these teams step up. We were talking about it. I don't know if it was on stream yesterday, before the stream yesterday, or after the stream. Sometime we talked about how the levels of the top players there haven't been any drastic improvements. They've found their niche. They're really top level, but the level of the I don't want to say lesser squadrons, but one of the less frequently in the top squadrons, I'll say, their skill level has gotten a lot better as these tournaments have gone on.
No, I think that's a great point, and in some ways, it's learning to see what has worked, what's allowed those top teams to succeed, and then also figuring out, okay, well, what are ways that we can chip away at that meta they've built, that skill set they've put together. What are some different angles we can use to approach, well, the solution of killing a cap ship? I mean, that's at the end of the day, that's all you got to do. Hey, it's easy. It's Squadrons, whatever, right? Uh, but no, right? Like figuring out different ways, and it's interesting because you'll usually see contenders like that, right? In any sport, right? Especially, well, now, especially in a new sport like Squadrons Esports, where you've got maybe an early meta that's established, and then a lot of folks sort of coming in at the side trying to figure out, okay, well, what's a new way to do this? It always makes for some exciting back and forth.
Definitely.
In I don't know, in all the different competitors and also all the different sort of things they're going to bring to the scene here. So yeah, I'm excited. I don't know if I'm going to see X-Wings today. I don't know if I'm going to see B-Wings today. I know I'll see Y-Wings.
I hope we see some B-Wings.
Oh, I hope we see some B-Wings too. It should be good. But we know that, with the latest patch, Y-Wings got a nice little boost there. It's been really good. So we're going to see if, well, maybe I can fix some mic problems over here. I don't know exactly what's going on, but we're going to see what we've got coming on today here.
Definitely. Let's talk a little bit about the cup ranking points today. We've got Randalorians with 620 points, Gas with 610 points, Gray Cheese with 435, and the Imperial Guard with 365. So Gas and Randalorians neck and neck here as we see them try to get those points racked up for the finals.
Right. So, of course, the winners of the 4 major events, they, of course, have a secured spot in the Calrissian Cup finals in October? I think it's October.
Yes.
Maybe August. But either way, later in the year. And then you've got all of the different points that teams have earned throughout the season, now looking to jockey for those last remaining spots in that finals event. It could be anybody's game. Right, this is just our second major event. Splinter Squadron, of course, taking our first winter major event, securing their spot and things. Now it's all down to, okay, what are these last 3 spots, and what are those point totals going to be?
Definitely. So, like you said, there's 2 ways to get into the finals. We've got the main way, which is winning one of the major tournaments, but also placing in either the minors or the majors will earn you points, and those will get you up to the top spots. So, really looking forward to it. It's going to be huge to see these teams rocking and rolling with each other.
Right. Yeah, and of course, the major events all here have a I don't want to say you know what? It's a nice prize pool. We've got a very
pretty nice.
It's pretty nice. I'll be completely honest. Right, coming from the miniature gaming world, right? Usually I'm throwing money at like a $100 gift card or something like that, right? for coffee in the morning. Here we're actually giving away cool hard cash, $2,000 prize pool for today. It is a lot of folks competing for that money, and for, hey, listen, the honor, privilege, being a Calrissian Cup champion.
Mm-hmm. So back in the day, I was still a big fan of Super Smash Bros. And we'd go to the local tournaments here, and the most expensive prize we ever got was a $25 gift card to Hastings. And Hastings is no longer a thing, if that it gives you any semblance of the time frame.
Yeah, usually it was. I'm trying to think. I would end up competing for like essentially just a gift card to, well, buy more legion, buy more little tiny soldiers that I can put it on the table here. I'm trying to figure out. Boy, looks like my mic is the crunchiest of all things this morning, rather than that smooth jazz you guys are used to here. But yeah, we're.
I like someone Someone described in the chat, you sound like an AM
Well,
radio
I mean,
station.
or an IG droid. I do appreciate that. That's good. I mean, hey, I am the battle droid R1H4 here.
Exactly. You're living up to your name.
That's right. That's right. Let me see if I can get things corrected as we head into our first match here.
So, chat, who are you expecting to win today? Let's get some of your expectations on who we're going to be seeing win the whole thing of this match. Let's see here. Oh, we've got some nice jazz playing. We use the Earth term for jazz for these guys.
For these guys.
So,
but yeah, no, we've got. It looks like I'm just trying to find out here. Oh yes, so here we go. We've got the Porks here. Mega. I had to look up their roster indeed, just to see who is up here. Megamort, team captain here. Wolfo Fax, Velian. Let me see if I can find the rest of them here. Polka. And rounding out the Hellporgs here. And
oh, there we go. Dancing, coordinated. We'll see. We'll see. This is looking good. I like their enthusiasm.
Everybody getting hyped, ready to go for their first round of Squadrons for the day. Oh, man. All right, we are, of course, playing on Fostar Haven. It's a bit of a, whatever you want to call it, it's a bit of an aside. There's a slightly different approach to Fostar Haven than there is in for a lot of our other matches so far here. So we don't know exactly who picked what these days. It's, that faction imbalance was always a thing we saw in the past couple events. Imperial sort of being the faction pick. Then whoever's on the Republic side of things picking our map for the match. You don't know these days. The New Republic, especially with a little bit of that Y-Wing juice and a little less of the TIE Defender juice, we might see a few more of those New Republic picks.
Yeah, I definitely expect to see some more, hopefully we see some more balance towards the New Republic here. Mm-hmm. Again, right off the bat, we see those Y-Wings coming in.
All right, very standard setup here. 2 Y-Wings, 2 X-Wings, and a support for the Hellporgs. And
crispy and just beautiful cinematic shots there.
Now we've got some, our backup play, right? Our cinematic shots for this match here. There we go. All right, we've got 2 defenders, 2 bombers, and a support in for Baywatch. Also very standard, I guess you could say, layout here. Daddy Zilla coming in for a good chase, getting that U-wing chased out of the middle there. Both teams, despite an early lead from Baywatch, still neck and neck in this opening face-off here. And looks like the Hellporgs, with a kill on Daddy Zilla and Bathwater Pizza. Boy, howdy. Baywatch bringing the noise with the names here today. And they are going to get the first defense out of this round. Hellporgs taking the first offense.
Looking good. Star Wars Squadrons Esports here. I'm really liking, we've got 2 pretty standard team layouts here. And we've been talking about it. We talked about it last tournament. Talked a little bit about it yesterday, but we have the change to how teams are set up to be more, we're going to stick with this as long as possible and try not to switch out and lose the time that it takes to get back to the ship to switch.
Mm-hmm. That multi-role setup over a very specified setup. We can see Wolfo Fax here in a very, I guess you could say, traditional Y-Wing setup, rotary cannon, Goliath, multi-missile, some advanced power management there, switching around between all the different weapon systems, building that. Wow, some excellent power management here, in fact, almost from Wolfo Fax here, able to use that newfound power, if you want to call it that, from the drift mechanics. But gets taken out during that assault on those cruisers there. That will flip it back towards the Imperials on offense. Ooh, are they going to be able to save that last frigate? It looks like they are just barely able to hang on to it. Yes, and flip it back to attacking of offense on the New Republic side of things.
Very nice.
Yeah, nobody changing out here. Shub and 6 heading in for an attack here on those Nebula B frigates. 6 here we can see dancing around in that TIE Defender. Haven't, of course, seen a little bit of nerfs, but still very effective in its role, sort of as a multi-role fighter bomber here, coming in under the shields of that Nebula B, trying to bring those shields down. But the Rebel side here, Hellporgs are still finding some very, very good AI here. Oh, and do get a kill on Shub early on, bringing that morale bar down to about half. Oh, and a little bit of clunking around there for Yalia in that TIE bomber, but that's okay. Some chicken nuggets, some repair droids getting thrown out from Bathwater Pizza there, keeping Yalia in the fight. You see him swing around and make another attack run on that Nebulon B. Both frigates down, just a hair, still shields up on C. Oh, and Yalia gets taken down there on that attack run. So that will flip everything back to the Hellporgs here. Hellporgs having a great defense there, forcing it back on, forcing the Baywatch Imperial Squadron back onto defense. I don't think they got a single Nebulon B, but that Nebulon B is pretty low. I think yes, there we go. We snagged it right at the beginning of that round there, giving them a nice boost on morale coming into that defensive phase. All right, we can see Daddy Zilla coming on in the on that CR-90, trying to take it out, getting that morale boost there, try to reduce some of the damage coming in on that last remaining frigate. Shields are down on A. Almost down altogether. See, their morale bar is still holding pretty steady here. There goes that CR-90, so a lot of the effort there from Baywatch putting down that cruiser. Now morale just down to about half. Hellporgs are looking to try to take this frigate out and make the push onto the ISD. Holding morale pretty steady there. Ooh, on kill on Goat will push that morale bar just a little bit further back. You know, it's interesting. I'm not seeing a ton. You know, Fostar is still a little bit rough. Oh, there's an AI pack. But it's offset by the destruction of that Architect's cruiser. They are now onto the ISD. Not a lot of morale left here. Just about maybe 20 points left of that morale bar. Let's see if Hellporgs can get any bits out of that ISD before the phase is flipped.
We've got a lot of back and forth here with these teams. We're seeing a lot more like casual type of standard Squadrons plays here, as we see these teams start really cementing where they want to go.
Yeah, it's very interesting. We can see, I guess maybe casual is the wrong word, but you know, as we're seeing, you know, maybe it's even just the impact of the Y-wing these days, right? It's a little bit of a chunky boy. She's slow and steady, but she gets things done. It's just sort of a smoother ride, if you will, right, than we'll see sometimes in a TIE Defender. And so even from that cockpit view, there might be explosions going around all over the place. But from the inside of that Y-wing, hey, it's a comfy ride. You know, maybe they got the heated
nice
seats.
Classical music playing on in the cockpit. Outside's heavy metal music, but you can't hear any of it.
We do see it flip back, so a little bit of damage coming in on that ISD. One of those shield generators getting taken out, but still a decent defense there from Baywatch. Now back onto offense. Yeah, no kidding. Shub now looking to pick up, knock out some of those chicken nugget repair droids there, and finish off this Nebulon B to make the final assault on the MC-75. Let's see. Yeah, it looks like that repair droid must be stuck in the girders or something around Fostar Haven here. Shub has tried a couple of times to come back on it. You can even see a little bit of that camera pan, that head pan there, trying to get the best view you can from inside that TIE Defender cockpit. Excuse me, that TIE Bomber cockpit. And they do manage to take down that frigate, and now they are on to the MC-75. They got a good half a morale bar left in here, even a kill on Goat to kind of extend things just a little bit. Right shield generator does go down. Are they going to see a left shield generator as well? How much damage can they put into this MC-75 before they flip it back towards the Hellporks here? This is going to be critical for Baywatch. And here we see 6 flipping under those shields. Ooh, a little bit more. Shield disabled. Great shot from the Ion as well on that run. Ooh, and Hellporks are finding that AI, reducing that time in phase as much as they can. Oh, and a kill on Bathwater Pizza that's really going to cut things short. They are just a hair away. It looks like they will take that shield generator down right at the last minute. Excellent defense from Hellporks there. Now it is all or nothing for the Hellporks. Both shield generators down on the MC-75. It's not going to be something they get out of phase, but it is something that usually will take a single round of attack to take down. They've got a full, or they've got half a shield gen, 1 shield gen left on the ISD, and a full health bar. Let's see if these guys can do it and take down this ISD and take round 1 versus Baywatch. Baywatch got their work cut out for him. Goat coming in. No, gets disabled on the way in.
Yep, there he goes.
That's Ion missiles. Oh, and another
Here's
Ion
another one.
Oh
my
man.
goodness, seeing a really good use case of those Ion missiles here.
Right, fantastic defense coming out from Baywatch here. They do manage to take down the ISD's other shield generator. It's now flipping around to the power supply. Can they get that taken out as well? You can see some damage coming in there now. It's an oops all X-Wings here. Really going without the new Y-Wing here, trying to get some of that speed, right? So that is still one of those things. We can see a couple of blisters getting popped on that ISD. It is going down quick, but is it going down quick enough? Oh boy, it's certainly out of phaseable now, down to about 30% health. Oh, can they do it? Okay, so they flipped the phase, but it's down to 7% health. I have to imagine the Hellporks here are going to stay in phase, stay on the attack, just scraping the heck out of that ISD's hull. And
Baywatch trying to get that defense as much as they can
trying to get these out of there. Focus still in phase here. Oh, but the ISD lives. I can't believe it. It was just a hair left on this ISD's health. Any one of these X-Wings
the
can come
Porgs
in.
were wanting to do that. They're so angry that they weren't able to pull that off with how close that was.
Right, I'm sure, yeah, we could see some of these Porks now coming in on an out-of-phase attack run, just trying to strafe. There it is. There's that last bit of health on the ISD. They managed to take it out. And, a little bit of a nail-biter here for round 1. Hellporks barely scraping that out. Maybe not barely scraping that out, but getting the out of phase on that ISD with another attack run in, managing to pull it off with the synchronized R2 droids in the splash screen at the end here. Megamorph bringing it home with that cap shift damage. Good kills all around. You know, it's interesting. Even here, we're seeing a lot of the kills still on the Imperial side of things. Not a ton from the New Republic, but enough. Significantly more deaths. But, you know, sometimes it's just the way, though, the phases flip and how you can control those things that really means it in the end.
All about that timing. It's all about the timing. You may lose a player, but if you lose it strategically, you will be able to continue. And like we saw with the New Republic there, they took the victory. And they just barely take the victory. They did a really good job at really nailing on when they took it.
That's right. That's right. All right, so in between rounds here, we're going to take a quick break, maybe even get my my mic fixed here, and we'll be back with round 2 of Hellporgs versus Baywatch. I knew it. It was right at the tip of my tongue after that.
Yo! How's it going?
You're not R1.
I know, right? A little different. But yeah, R1's having some mic issues, so we're going to work on that. But for the meantime, I hope you guys can tolerate me. I'm going to come in and do some casting with the great Uplink.
Thank you.
Yeah, excited.
Just Squadrons, man.
I know, Squadrons Esports.
How are you doing today?
Pretty good. Cannot complain in the slightest. It's a great, beautiful Sunday. Not too warm, not too cold.
That's what we're here for.
Just getting
It's a
in my
beautiful day.
observers here real quick so we can get some info on these games. Also got to make sure to mute my following of the stream so I don't hear myself in double.
Really delayed. What's happening?
I know, right? Oh, man. But, yeah. I guess, how are you feeling, man?
I'm feeling good. We've got some great teams. I really enjoyed that last match. I think we had a good back and forth there. I'm looking forward to seeing what the teams are going to be doing this round and how the switch up's going to affect each other. We're seeing a lot of those changes that were in the most recent patch taking effect, and seeing how the teams are switching these things up. For those unaware, I would imagine a lot of the audience is aware, but for those unaware, the TIE Defender got some changes, as well as the B-Wing and the Y-Wing. The Y-Wing had an increased boost generation of 30% and a decreased boost consumption by 43%. So we've got a pretty big change to the Y-Wing and its usability in the game.
Oh, yeah. It can survive now, right? You're not getting stuck out in midfield with no boost left. You can actually maneuver and survive. And I mean, we're seeing it. We saw it yesterday on the group stage. And, you know, people are playing Y-Wing. Of course, they were playing Y-Wing before on offense anyway because the meta shift of not switching. But they're playing it strongly on offense, right?
Exactly. I was also noticing that last match we saw a lot of the TIE bombers be a lot more agile. So it was very interesting to me. Seeing a lot more of the drifting. So
yeah. So R1. So not R1. Uplink.
Hi.
So can you give me a quick recap of the last game, because I was setting up some stuff. I want to know what happened. What's the quick little 10-second as we're going into game number 2?
So we saw Hellsporgs take off the victory, and they got the ISD out of phase. They got it down to 7%, and then they got taken out, went all the way back, and then finished it off. So we saw Baywatch take that loss out of phase, but Baywatch wasn't slacking. They did a really good job, and they tried the best that they could with that defense. But with how low the ISD was, they weren't able to take it back. And
so close.
Even as strong as the defense as they couldn't stop Hellsporgs there.
Well, that's the danger of the out of phase. It's a race against time, right? You get it down to that 2015, and all of a sudden you've got to do or die and commit.
Exactly. Perfect. We've got R1 back. Thank you so much, Hammer. It's good seeing you.
Yeah, I'll see you.
And I look forward to your casting later today. R1.
Hey,
hello there.
Well, I'm back.
You're
Look
back.
at that. I can't believe it. Good gravy. Sometimes Both and Spies just get into your, I don't know, everything. And
Exactly.
they're just gonna mess
They
things up.
tried to take you
They
down,
tried.
but they didn't realize
couldn't
how
quite do it.
strong you were.
They didn't quite realize how strong I was. Man, I don't know how strong I was with the Force. That sounds so weird to say out loud, but also, hey, I'll roll with it. I'll roll with it. But yes, we're back. Hey, glad to be back. Glad to get some of those technical details worked out there. Hey,
We're back, and we're going to Gallatin.
Woo! Oh man, I'm excited. I get a little tingly. It's there. Good times. All right, no, Gallatin is one of my favorite maps, if only because it's there's so much cover you can give yourself. There's so many tactical decisions you can make when flying around, making things happen. Sort of at an individual pilot level, it's always a fun time. Also, just accidentally slamming into an asteroid just because it's Gallatin. That's the way it goes. So we've got a very standard setup here again. 2 Y-Wings, 2 X-Wings, and a support coming out for the New Republic. And also, oh, you know what, interesting, here we go. Despite the change in sides, we've got teams, it looks like, sticking with the faction picks that they had from the previous round.
Interesting.
I mean, maybe I'm just making that up, but I'm almost positive. Yeah, no, this is it. This is it. So we're going to see if the New Republic as a faction pick can really hold it out here. Now I have to check with the brackets who had the opening pick for this here real quick. It may have very well been the Porgs that did have the opening. No, it was Baywatch with the opening pick, so they were the higher seed, I do believe, coming into this, and then now sticking with the New Republic on their faction pick. Well, you know what? If it's not wrong, if it's not broken, don't fix it. And here we go. We can see Hellporgs coming in from the New Republic side of things, already winning that initial flip and bringing it in on these Argentins cruisers. We will see a kill coming in on that focus support, as they have, Baywatch has been picking on poor folk in that U-Wing quite a bit over the past couple games, seeing them as their easier target rather than trying to take out these newfangled Y-Wings, and boy, they are sticking it to them here. Megamorph, the top cap ship damage dealer out of the previous round, now also still just staying in phase, launching those multi-missiles, hammering that Architects. It is almost down, just 1-2. There it goes for a excellent sort of lead into the next phase here.
Oh, wow.
Oh, and is he going to get a pick on bathwater pizza? Boy, I have to wonder, was that just a random sort of name or password generator? Hey, like, what are 3 words?
Well,
random words.
You ever been taking a bath and you're eating your pizza and then all of a sudden it falls into the water in the bath? I would assume that's where it's from. You just chilling in the bathtub with your pizza.
And sometimes it drops in, and then you got to make the decision: do I continue to eat this pizza or not? But also, it's pizza. I mean,
exactly.
I don't know. It's a 50-50.
Pizza's pizza.
Pizza's pizza. You know
pizza
what?
Time.
I as a man that grew up in Chicago, I do have some very strong opinions on pizza. Maybe we can talk about that another time. But
deep dish or regular crust?
Oh, see, for me, it's that thin, crispy crust you cut into squares. Deep dish is always more of a...
I mean, it's more of like a bread with pizza sauce on top.
Right, exactly. It's I'm gonna sit down and I'm gonna knife and fork this thing.
And then plan not to go anywhere for several hours.
Right, both before and after, like while it's cooking and then after you're done eating it. But while it's always that crispy, you gotta cut it into squares, because there's always a difference between those edge pieces and those middle sections where you don't have any real crust. It's just nothing but cheese that melts over the edges there. Anyway. Back on the Squadrons here, we can see Baywatch managing to take down. Oh, I take that back. I mean, I was too busy talking. I was too excited to talk about pizza. It looks like Baywatch getting held at no cruisers there before the flip back to Gray Hellporgs, now taking it back. Only 1 cruiser left to go before bringing it down on the ISD, and we can see Cora here trying to chase down that TIE Defender with those ion primaries, and just a ton of explosions now going around on that Architects. This is what I guess you say. This is also one of those things, right, where they've got these giant asteroids to try to chase people around, and it can lead to some very unique and interesting dogfights.
Oh, definitely. I love
Jackson
this map for the dogfights.
Oh yeah, right. Like I mean, right, just being able to pull around, and then not pull up in time. Foca landed straight into that asteroid. Or pilot error, taking his bounty for the day.
The number one player in Squadrons.
The number one player in Squadrons, that's right. As the Porks now move on to assault the ISD. Only about 40% left in that bar. Let's see what they can do with what they've got left. It is going to be back to an Oops All X-Wings, trying to use the speed, perhaps, of those thrust engine X-Wings to get it. Oh, and there's an ion on that X-Wing, and it goes down. Valiant down. Megamorph also down on the way in. They will get nothing on that ISD before getting it flipped back. For an offense for Baywatch here. So they've got a lot of work to do. They did manage to take down both shields from those assault frigates, but only chipped away a little bit, down to about maybe 60% on C's assault frigate health. Oh boy, let's see what they can do. They'll need to get both of these frigates this phase and bring it into at least some sort of cap ship damage.
They have a lot of work ahead of them. In order to stand a
chance. Yeah, they do have a lot of work ahead of them, but here 6 is coming in on that Net B, trying to get that work done. Oh, and some AI being found. Oh, quite a few packs of AI being found there, which can be tough on a Gallatin. They're instead bringing it home. We could see both Megamort and Jackson flip back into Y-Wings after that assault. 6 now taking quite a bit of ion damage. He's going to have to get out of there, but they do manage to get one as those assault frigates down. Will they get the second one? Oh, 6! 6! Get out of there, buddy! What are you doing?
Come on.
TIE Defender is going to defend. They does manage to skate out of there in time as Hellporks continue to find that AI farm, really reducing the time in phase here, but 6 getting out, able to save that morale. Super important as they try to get this last frigate down and head into the MC-75.
So, question for you: we have these teams. Last tournament, we had the Empire totally dominating. Win. And this time, we're seeing New Republic win after New Republic win. But question for you is the Baywatch team. They got to pick both times the faction. Do you see that as something as just a mainstay? Like, oh, we'll try it out because Empire is the historically more powerful team, or is it just like maybe we're going to try to make this work?
Honestly, I think I think you could end up running into 2 different spots there, and I think we even talked about it a little bit in the intro, right? Where you've got some teams that are going to be trying to stick with what they know and refine and hone those skills, especially for a tournament, you know, as big as a Cal Cup Major, right? And then you've got other teams that are going to say, well, you know what, it might be new, but we think it might be a little bit better. Let's run with this and try to learn or train ourselves up, if you will, in time for the big event. So switching tactics around, it can always be a dangerous thing, especially when you've got to coordinate across 5 different folks. I think we're seeing here, maybe even just some players that were pre-positioned, if you will, that maybe were just simply better TIE Defender pilots beforehand, or better Y-Wing pilots beforehand, now being able to take advantage of this new sort of meta that we're in. So it's always a tough choice, right? Whether to stick with what you know because you're good with it, or to make that transition to something new, even though you might not be as good with it, even if it's a better strategy, a better option for the team. So, no, I think we're seeing. Wow, we're seeing now we've got Assault X-Wings coming in again from the Hellporks, trying to get it done, trying to bring down these ISD shield generators. There goes one. Can they get the other? Yes, they do. Both the shields are disabled. Yes, they will get there. It is. There it is. So now it's just a choice of, okay, well, there goes the CR-90. So they're not going to be able to, it doesn't look like they're going to be able to finish this ISD this time around, especially with Foka going down for like the 7th time in this match. Good gravy. They are really hammering that support, but in turn, they're failing to, right, they're not hitting the folks that are actually doing damage to this ISD. So it looks like all of the, oh man, this could be rough. Only 2 pilots remain on the field for the Hellporks, and Baywatch is now coming straight in on that MC-75. They could be in some trouble here. The MC-75 has already seen some damage. Baywatch might be able to squeak this one out. The ISD is not out of phaseable. It just has too much health left in it. They
finish them off this round. I say that as a victory. So Baywatch really needs to take it all the way to finish them off, because if they give Hellporgs another round, they are going to lose.
And it looks like Baywatch is sticking it to him heavy here. We've got, wow, just, I mean, they were at like 80% of that morale bar, and then mid-sentence, now they're down to about 30%. Bathwater and Shoe both going down.
But my goodness, look at that damage.
Damage coming in on that MC-75. It looks like Baywatch will take it in this best of 3. There it is.
There we go.
Baywatch now even in the odds against the Hellporgs. Whew! Coming in with a 2nd round victory. We are now tied up for this first match in our top 12 event here. I don't know. It's still giving me a little bit of those shakes and shivers. Glad to see this back and forth, this competitiveness between these two teams in this opening round here. Shub coming in with the top cap ship damage there. Plenty of AI as well. Not as many kills coming in from the Imperial side this time around. Choosing looks like to focus more on that cap ship damage and perhaps it paying off. So maybe even just a little bit of that. If you want to say it, that locker room chat, that halftime quick discussion amongst the team to figure out where they needed to refine things. And they're able to get it done in round 2.
Definitely. Foca over there with the 5 deaths.
Oh, man. Foca, poor guy. Or gal, I don't know. Foca, my heart goes out to you, my friend.
You did a great job with making everyone else go for you and not focus on all the people doing the damage.
That's right. The support is always one of the toughest jobs to play in Squadrons. You've got to not only be able to be close enough to support your team, but also to be able to get in and out of trouble as quickly as possible there. And sometimes you're just not able to do it. Sometimes those TIE defenders are just going to be all up on you, and there's not much you can do about it to get away.
Exactly. That was a good match. I love it when we have a team that goes back and forth. It's just more fun to watch. It's more fun than a team that just completely demolishes the other one. I like a good one-on-one and then a final match to see who wins versus the just 2 in a row.
Well, I mean, and I'm not gonna lie, and then I get to hang out with my buddy Uplink for another round.
Exactly. That's what I'm talking about.
It's a win-win-win all the way around. It's great stuff. But yeah,
I get to see more Squadrons. I get to hang out more with you.
Hey, you can't beat it. It does look like I am currently coming across as a little hammer. It's okay. I know who I am. Hopefully you guys do too. But you know that when sometimes you got to make a line change in the middle of a match, sometimes it happens. That's
exactly.
I'll take the blame on that. It's my bad. So we've got quite a bit going on here. Uplink, what is up next on the agenda here? I know we've got round 3 coming up here, but we've got a fair number of I guess you could say of sponsors for the event here.
We do. First off, we'd like to thank today's this event is in partnership with the Gaming Stadium. The stadium has one purpose in mind: provide the best place to play and watch your favorite esports. All events are currently being hosted online and are open to all North American residents, so there's no better time to put your skills to the test. Visit the website at tgs.gg to see what's coming up.
Right, and of course, the Calrissian Cup is partnered with the Sick Kids Foundation. You can hit !Sick Kids in the chat there. We fly for them, and our goal is to raise. I don't know. We've beaten this goal so many times so far. I think we're now saying, okay, well, let's see if we can raise that goal to $4,000 this year, and you can give what you can at fundraise.sickkidsfoundation.com/Calrissian Cup. You can also get that link by hitting !Sick Kids in the chat. They are a fantastic foundation. Super cool to be working with them throughout this event. It's I mean, heck, I've shaved now my mustache twice. I can't even grow it back in time between the events. But hey, you know what? It's all for a good cause. There it is.
Exactly. Great cause. Also, I want to just highlight how good of an ad they have when we go to break. Oh my gosh, I enjoy watching that every time. As a filmmaker myself, I love seeing stuff like that. Yeah,
no kidding, right? Whenever we do have those breaks, Sick Kids really does bring the noise with that. Good times there. So, we had really exciting now game 1 and game 2 here. I mean, do you think we're going to see a faction switch for game 3? Do you think we're going to...
That's a good question. That is a very good question. I don't know. At this point, they've completely blown any expectations that I had, that usually we see one team go one way and then the other team go the other way, and then the next round they switch. But maybe they're just going to stick with what they've got.
It is a great question. and I have to wonder if there's even some, trying to psych out your opponent type of thing, right? What are the head games each team is trying to play
Hmm.
here in some of these map picks or faction picks? Are they going to stick with what they know? Are they going to say, well, you know what, we can actually play the New Republic just as well. Hey, now you guys try to play the Imperial side of things, or maybe not. I don't know. I guess we'll find out in a little bit as our players get their lobby set up and going into game 3 here. I don't know. I think we did see very much the same sort of strategies applied in the previous game.
Yep.
We talked about it. If it's not broke, don't fix it. But clearly a different result. We even saw, I guess you could say, this a very similar back and forth. In fact, I would even
Definitely.
say Baywatch was even on a little bit of a back foot, especially after that initial assault. They
Yeah,
didn't get any
I thought
cruisers
Hellsports
down.
had it for quite some time.
Right,
And then
right.
they switched back and they're like, "Oh, wow, they actually did some work while we weren't looking somehow."
I know, right. There was that one phase where they were able to take both cruisers down. They had them, and we've seen Splinter do similar things, right? Where one one team will often focus down one frigate at a time, get the morale, stay in phase, and use that to sort of jump to the next cruiser, and then the next and then to the capital ship from there.
Yep.
We'll see. Splinter, on the other hand, usually likes to try to get both of them down, take them all at once, and then move on, right? And if they don't
Hmm.
get them in that same phase, they'll back off and say, you know what, we'll save that morale for next time.
Yep.
And they're able to manage that a little bit better. Maybe it was accidental. Maybe it was intentional. Either way, it worked for Baywatch in that game.
Definitely. It's looking. We're seeing each time. This is something I love to see with these matches. Is we see the teams look at each other. They start fighting, and then we see a switch up. Whether that's switching sides, whether that's switching maps, whether that's switching the layout of the teams. You see a switch out. You see the switch up of the strategy here. We almost saw a complete mirror image from the first game. So first game we had the Hellsporgs, where they pretty much dominated them, but second match it was a domination on the Baywatch side, but we saw that maybe get a little too confident with their abilities, and we saw Baywatch, even on the back foot, like you said, they were able to do the damage and do the work that they needed to do to take out that victory.
So there looks like our folks are they're still trying to get some things going here in the meantime. Ooh, hang on. I've got somebody talking in my ear. I think we might even have replays.
Oh, replays.
I'm excited because we've never had an opportunity to really do this here.
Oh,
man.
yes.
Oh, look at this. So we could see some excellent replay shots here from Shub. And here, nice Vandersloop coming in on that ISD as well. So some replays from match number 1, taking out that, and maybe we'll just look at some explosions there. I like that. I'm good for that noise. We could see, some excellent job here. Excellent work from the Megamore, and right, the newfound flavor that we've got in these Y-Wings. And even here, right, you can still see the squadron masks going out. It's been an interesting transition to see how folks have used some of or have changed up the way they use some of the auxiliaries on the support side of things, right? So there was if you want to call it a nerf, a few patches back now, where they changed or increased the delay on both the squadron mask and the targeting beacons, right, for the supports. We're seeing a lot less targeting beacons out there. Still masks, because that could still be life or death, or a great lead in onto a capital ship run, a frigate run, etc. But now we're seeing it switch out with those supports, those heals mid-fight to try to keep people alive, rather than the targeting beacons to focus things down. But I don't know. It's interesting. You know what? I wonder. I don't know. We mentioned it a little bit, where it felt maybe a little bit slower pace, maybe a little more casual.
Yeah.
Targeting beacons pull out of there. It does reduce the amount of damage that we're going to see being done, and especially if we're going to switch it out with something that's going to give players more longevity in field, we're going to see less kills. We're going to see a little bit slower matches.
With like, there was a time that we saw the last few tournaments that we had, we saw the speed at which a regular round was super short. Super short. Like we had a game not too long ago where it was like 3 minutes and it was done pretty much.
Right. We'd blink or breathe or whatever. All right. Well, we talk about bathwater pizza for a moment, and then the match would be over, and then we didn't know what was going on.
Wait, what just happened?
What just happened? Right. I think you're absolutely right. We were able to see maybe, and who knows? Maybe it's just, you know, who knows? Maybe we'll see that alacrity, that speed come back with some of the higher, if you want to say it, the top seeded teams in the event.
Mm-hmm.
But I have a strong feeling, like, I mean, this is the first time we've had them, you know, on camera, if you will, Hell, Porgs, and Baywatch here. But these guys are these teams are no slouches. They know. I mean, they'll certainly beat the pants off me any day. They know what they're doing. The real question is whether this is more of a trend, and I don't know. It might be kind of nice to not have things be done in 3 minutes.
Definitely.
All right, so you know what? Whether it's head games or not, we can see a faction switch here. So I'm excited again.
Yes, I'm excited to see what they do with each different side, what their strategies are going to be, what ships they choose, and how they address this faction change. Because we saw them stay with their factions for 2 games now, and now they're going to be switching it up. So we'll see.
Right. So we've definitely got a Baywatch on the New Republic side of things. We've
got chat. Came to see some esports, got tricked into watching Baywatch. What?
Now, right? We just need some more Star Wars themed Baywatch. What would that be?
Star Wars.
I mean, other Baywars. Other than the planet that got partially blown up, we don't really have a lot of beaches in Star Wars left. Like we had one.
We have a lot of sand, though.
We do have a lot of sand. Right. Oh man. Okay, but we're getting in here now. I was trying to see what's going on. Oh man. I do wonder if we'll still see that same setup or whether we'll see. Man, I don't know. We were tuning into some games yesterday where we even saw an Oops All Y-Wings setup where it was just all Y-Wings all day.
Super pumped about.
Right? Give me more of those.
Oops all the things.
Oops all the things, right? It's when you have too much of a good thing. I don't know. All right. Well, we can see Bathwater Pizza here coming in on the support side of things as they are wont to do. Yeah.
Two bombers, 3 bombers.
3 bombers. So a little bit of a change up. So this could be a 3 Goliath shot here, right? So on Yavin, there's the AI squadrons are super easy to see as they come in. We'll see if they can land those dumbfire Goliaths. Oh, and we can see, in fact, actually Baywatch coming out really strong in this opening phase here, nailing those opening AI shots, but now the Porks taking it back just a little bit. Ooh,
Yavin, my love, close. My angle, the best map in the game, obviously.
It is going to come down. Oh, man, it is razor thin. The Porgs on the Imperial side of things are struggling to keep this going. They are coming in on that excellent mask there just in time, keeping Melian off of their tail. And with the downing of that cruiser, it will go to Baywatch as the opening flip here. Man, I guess you could say the triple bomber layout did not land in the Porg's favor in that opening flip. Let's see if they're able to do anything on defense here.
Very fascinating strategies here. Really enjoying the switch ups.
And you never can tell, right, whether it's an issue sometimes in execution or whether or not, even on that opening flip, you can kind of see it coming, if you will. you don't know when you're in hangar, but when the teams are deployed on the field, you can then definitely see, okay, this is maybe their strategy. We're going to go harass the bombers as quickly as possible, maybe to try to see if they can disable that opening Goliath strategy. But it's always interesting to me because we can't quite tell exactly what happened there. We've only got some limited data points, but boy howdy, we are seeing I would say a great defense from the Hellporks here, and really almost shutting down Baywatch. They're going to get half of a cruiser, but not much more. Not even shields on the other side.
Super strong defense. Wow.
Six spending a little bit more time in field than maybe he wanted to, but it looks like he's going to get out of there. And no, turning back around towards that light cruiser, staying in the danger zone, and trying to take out as much as he can. Okay, flipping back around on that Raider. You know what? It's super close, but I don't know if they really want to stay on that frigate. I want to say they're going to try to save it for the beginning of next round. But there it is. Now we're back to the Hellporks on offense, trying to buzz down these Nebulon Bs as fast as they possibly can. Sticking with the 3-bomber wide setup here.
Interesting. That's the rotary cannon, isn't it?
Oh yeah, that's absolutely that hot rotary cannon there.
Not very well used a lot of the time, I see, because I mean we got the original nerf not too long ago, like towards the beginning.
Right. And a little
really
bit
cut
of
it
back off on there. Yeah, it certainly cut it off from my perspective. But a lot of teams have sort of rolled back over to the rotary cannon, especially on the TIE Defender, or excuse me, the TIE Bomber there. Still able to shunt a lot of power into that rotary cannon to keep it going. And there goes that first Neb B. Ooh, some excellent cinematics there. Love it. Just watching from the back of the Raider as it just splits in half. Now on to the second frigate with about half of a morale bar left. They will get a pick on Cora here, shortening that bar. A few more picks on AI. This Nebulon B down to about half health. Another AI pack. Are they going to get it?
This is fun to watch.
Oh, Jackson is in that Imperial Red. Are they going to be able to stay in phase? No, they need to fall back. It is time to get out. But Jackson says, no, I'm staying in. I'm going to see if I can get this thing down. No, and he goes
with
down.
my dying breath.
So that looks like it will save that last Nebulon B.
They got a super close.
They will hang on. No kidding, right? So an easy sort of jump from that Nebulon B into assaulting the MC-75 next phase. Let's see what Baywatch can do here. They've got one cruiser that's just about toast and another that, hey, they finally knocked down the shields are. Still full bar of morale there. No AI or any player kills coming in from the Hellport side of things. But now we're seeing those ion missiles come out. Ooh, and some targeting beacons still on defense from the Hellport. So still, you know what? Maybe not surprised, but maybe even sort of maybe a defensive setup here. Hey, we don't need the masks as much, but instead we're going to flip out to the defensive targeting beacons and supply crates. But Foka, my good pilot friend, goes down yet again to these Baywatch guys that just keep hammering folks down. And there we see one cruiser finally going down, about half health left on that bar. Oh, and Valiant and the TIE Defender.
Can they get it before the morale runs out, though?
Oh, that is an excellent question. I think
going
they
down pretty quick.
Might. Oh, the real question here is, will they want to save it? Daddy Zilla taking a lot of heat there while he's still... Oh, and he finally goes down as well. So whether they wanted to or not, it looks like that... Is that
trying to take it out?
Down to 3, down to 2. No, and there it is. The frigate does go down at the end of that phase, taking that morale into their defensive phase on that last Nebulon B, trying to get it. I don't know if that was a great
I don't think
move.
It was a good strategy. I think they should have waited.
Right, because here we can see this now Nebulon B is going to go down immediately, and that bar is completely reset. So any advantage they had from killing that Raider at the end of that last phase, completely negated. So they've got a full morale bar, a full bar of health on this MC75. Can they do it in one? What are we going to see from Hellporks here? Velian coming in, trying to disable that shield generator, getting a bit of damage in on it. Shield generator down to 14, making one final run. There it goes, left shield down on the MC75. Trying to make the flip around to the other side. With expert precision, the Hellporks have now disabled or destroyed both. And there goes power as well. The Raider does finally fall. They've only got about 40% morale, but 80% on the health on the MC75. They've got a lot of work to do on that MC75, but plenty of blisters to pop. They may be able to do it in one here.
Oh.
Veliant just going to town on this MC75. They can't find him, can't stop him. Just doing all, like, single-handedly demolishing the oh no, and he finally gets taken out. That is going to mean the end of Veliant and perhaps the end of the chances on this MC75. Are they going to try to out-of-phase it? Oh, targeting is at about 60%. That's going to be a big chunk of damage they're going to remove. No, they are pulling out from the MC75 and looking to move into defense on the ISD. Perhaps, I don't know. It's an interesting bid. They've got to now essentially be able to do this in one. Baywatch now has everybody on the field in the Oops All X-Wings setup, trying to bring it home on this ISD, and we're seeing packs already getting found. Hellporks not wasting any time chipping away at that morale bar. Boy, these Baywatch is going to have a very short attack phase here if they don't get in on these shield generators ASAP. Well, and as I say it, both shield generators get disabled. Now we're going to see both shield generators down. Oh, but too many player kills coming through. Bathwater and 6. No,
they lost the morale there.
Hellporks.
They have to. Hellporks. They get there.
I think with that, the Hellporks made an astounding defensive play there. You know,
super solid.
I'm honestly a little speechless. That was a fantastic decision to pull out from the MC75, prepped for a fantastic defense there.
So quick.
They got in early on all of the on all of the AI farm that they needed. Baywatch was at 50% morale before they even began an attack run on that ISD. And
there they go.
Excellent play calling from the Hellpork side of things. That team dynamic, you know, at the end of the game, that's really what it is. You can have incredibly skilled individual players. But
Jackson with 37, Wolfo Fax with 34 AI kills. Whew.
And those AI kills, right, that were clutch at the very end there, flipping that defensive bar so fast on Baywatch, securing that victory, allowed them to take home that first game win for today. Baywatch, it was a pleasure watching you folks.
Great job on the little art.
Yeah, no kidding. I'm sure we'll see you and that bitchin' graphic around in the future. But for today, it is Hellporks that are going to move on in their bracket.
Not too shabby at all. Really enjoyed those matches. I think they did a really good job going back and forth. Hellporks, like we were just talking about, the amazing decision to pull back, prepare for a defense, immediately get the morale back, and finish them off.
I'm just glancing over to my side here to check out our bracket to see who they will end up getting matched up against here. So just based on the bracket so far, Imperial Guard had the bye in the first round as our, I want to say, maybe our third or fourth seed. Either way, one of our top 4 seeds from the group phase yesterday. Now they will face Hellporks in round 2 here. Let's see if we've got. Oh yeah. So looks like we've got results from all around here. Ooh, look at that.
Ooh.
Hot graphics. So we'll see if we can get it on camera for everybody to see. But just to fill everybody in, it looks like Cavern Angels Gold took their first round match versus Hut Cartel. Hut Cartel, again, pleasure seeing you folks in the top event here, but I'm sure we'll see you again next event. Rancors, Rancor Roughnecks taking it over the F in chat for Fracture Squadron. They go down round 1. It'll be Rancor versus the Randalorians in our top 8 matches here. Imperial Guard versus Hellporgs, and it looks like there was a best of 3 that is still finishing up between Spicy Squadron and Tempest. Leave it, of course, to Spicy Squadron to make things spicy and and see what they've got coming out of their initial round with Gray Squadron Tempest. So
who's going to get paired up with Splinter Squadron? I think it totally a
I mean, yeah. I mean, hey, I don't envy the winner of that match. Obviously, all of these teams here, depending on their final placement, right, are earning additional points for that Calrissian Cup Finals event. So all of those placements still important, even if you do manage to get knocked out by Splinter Squadron on the way up. Those points are still valid and important to see who actually plays in our final event.
Definitely. Looking forward to it. 100%. This is a great matchup that we've got here. So looking forward to see who goes up against whom and what that looks like.
So we had some really exciting matches. Our first round here with Hellporgs versus Baywatch. We'll be back with some more squadrons after this. Hey, all right, and we are back. Hey, and it's look at this. We've managed to make it back in one piece. I'm still R1H4. That's still uplink. Oh, dang it. No, it's the other side. It's this side. There it is. And we are back with some more Squadrons action here. Boy, howdy. So some excellent matches sort of out of our first rounds that we had between Baywatch and Hellporgs. And we are headed into another excellent match here. Remnant Squadron versus Cavern Angels Gold. Both of our sort of excellent contenders we've had in the top spot since the very beginning of the Calrissian Cup events here. I'm excited to see what they've got coming up here.
Same here.
Before we get too deep in there, we've got to make sure we do a shout out for all the folks that are supporting us here. In fact, really big shout out to Kanto. These folks, if you're looking for a final piece for your work from home office, which, I mean, hey, I know that I'm doing today, or gaming setup, right? You can find everything you need to build a best workstation or battle station, if you will, at cantoliving.com. Check out their monitor supports, their speaker mounts and stands. I actually think I've got some of their monitor arm bars here as part of my stolen from work from home situation here. But either way, no, it's some good stuff. Allegedly, right? But no, some excellent stuff out of Canto Living there. You can check them out at cantoliving.com.
Definitely. We'd also like to thank Monster Cat Gold. If you haven't tried it yet, it's a great game. It's a great service for $5 a month where you can download and stream thousands of Monster Cat songs from top electronic artists. You can use music in your live streams and videos with no fear of DMCA claims or strikes. They've got tons of additional perks too, including early listening access to new music, Monster Cat's Monster Cat shop discounts, and exclusive community features. So definitely go check that out, Monster Cat Gold.
Nice. No, it's always good when Metallica plays on your live broadcast, and then you have to switch to some xylophone music in the middle of that.
Yeah, even if you are Metallica.
Good times. And here we go for round 1.
Squadrons
Esports back in action here. We've got the Cavern Angels in their full regalia coming out on the New Republic side of things. a fairly standard, again, sort of layout for them. 2 Y-Wings, 2 X-Wings, and the ubiquitous U-Wing for support. Remnant coming out with 2 TIE Bombers, 2 TIE Defenders, and that good TIE Reaper action on the Nadiri dockyards of all things. So, Remnant, of course, getting their first round pick here. Ooh, Flying Llama with a little bit of that coming over the top action coming in there as we see these 2 cruisers now, or excuse me, Corvettes coming into center action in this this middle channel, right, that we've got on the Nadiri dockyards. Always a wild bit in the middle here.
It's fascinating how frequently we've been seeing Nadiri dockyards in these matches.
Oh man, Flying Llama with the Plasburst cannons here, trying to get them going. Always a unique bit of kit, a very, shall I say, high skill piece of equipment to use. Very rare to see it, but boy howdy does it bring the pain when you can land it. And we could see the Remnant Squadron holding on pretty well to this initial morale. A little bit of back and forth. We've got 45 seconds left in this opening fight here. Oh boy, Ham down to just 7 health. He's trying to land those Plasbursts.
He's trying to.
Oh, Ham getting out of there, baby.
Oh, can he take down the support here?
It's going to be huge for this opening morale if he can land one of those Plasburst shots. But no, Ham just... Come on. Can he do it? Oh, no. Oh, Ham with the excellent thing to Zagging. Stumbling, bumbling, fumbling across that line. He just can't land those shots. Oh, man. Oh, and somebody finally does land that final shot on Ham. It wasn't Flying Llama, but hey, that's sometimes what it takes. And Remnant Squadron will take the initial flip here. Not getting the full morale bar, but just enough to get the opening phase here. Oh, and now coming in on Knight as well. A lot of, oh no, lifted, getting hit with that ion cannon out of, excuse me, that ion missile out of nowhere, finds a wall and he goes down.
Ooh.
We are now into,
it's rough.
Yeah, right. We are now into a very solid sort of middle of this opening attack phase. Shields going down a little bit on both of these Neb Bs. But not a lot of damage coming from Remnant yet. But also not a lot of pressure coming back from the Cavern Angels here. Right, we all know it's super hard to find AI on these maps. And oh man, that that repair droid coming out just in time to save that Y-Wing as well. Everybody's staying alive.
There goes
Llama. Well, that's what I get for saying that. Everybody's staying alive pretty well so far on the Cavern Angel side of things, maybe. Remnant now finally getting some damage in. Ralph goes down from Cavern Angel side. That'll extend their time in phase a little bit. Still at 50% for this attack. Oh, and there goes the Raider. That's going to shove things back into Cavern Angel's favor.
The power of your words is just mind-blowing. You start saying someone's alive, then they die, and then you start saying the morale's high, and then it goes low.
Then it's gone, and now there it is. Lifted gets taken out, and another AI pack is found, and Cavern Angels has successfully fought back Remnant Squadron. Both Nebulon B's still up and running with a decent amount of health there as we head into Cavern Angels' first assault phase. And here we can see Flying Llama coming in on that Corvette just a little bit, throwing out one of those ion missiles, trying to then get back for a defense on the cruisers. We can then again go flipping back around, and we're seeing Ralph coming in on those cruisers now as well, throwing ions, trying to take down those shields. No change out. Oh, just as I said, no change out. Ice Cleric in the B-Wing coming and bringing it here. Let's see what he can do in that. We saw Ice Cleric brick out the B-Wing a little bit at the end of group
we need like
yesterday.
some phrase or some like soundbite to play anytime someone plays the B-Wing. Like,
oh, and there it is, bringing in
B-Wing.
those bombs, just hammering that cruiser there, and now trying to get out. Ooh, look at that! Ice Cleric using the terrain advantage here in Nadiri. I can't, you know what? I can't believe it. This might be the very first for a Cal Cup event. A B-Wing not only making a successful attack run, but also getting out in time.
Exactly. Surviving
said attack run. I cannot believe it. But it does look like that Ice Cleric is headed back for a line change there as the phase now flips. Both of those cruisers on Remnant's side of things hurting pretty bad. It looks like they're going to be in a good spot to hit both of those frigates and then move on to the ISD. So they're setting themselves up for success. Let's see if they can have a successful defense here. That'll enable that ISD run. See some excellent play coming in here from Cavern Angels now, trying to get that early lead on defense going. That I guess you could say that finding those AI wherever they happen to be in the Deary dockyards, while Heresy flips around beautifully, executing these assault maneuvers here. Goliath after Goliath firing into this Net B. It's smoking. It's on fire. And we're going to see if down to 13 on D. Cavern Angels trying to find what AI kills they can. Not a lot to be found, though.
I feel like a lot of things have happened, but there hasn't been a lot of forward momentum with those things happening.
Oh, it's an excellent point, right? We even saw just a little bit of back and forth there. Farco getting taken out, but also one of the Net Bs going down, so a little bit of a wash there on morale. Now coming in on the last frigate. Lifted also going down. That's going to help Cavern Angels defend this last frigate. Are they going to be able to keep it alive? A lot of fire coming in on Heresy now as well. We see a Flying Llama switch out of the TIE Defender and into a, if you want to call it a heavy TIE Fighter now. Trying to make those torpedo runs and attack runs on that last frigate, getting ready. And Heresy trying to get out of there. Knight just persistent and eventually finds a platform in the Deary dockyards. And Heresy goes down. Now just a fraction left on that morale bar, and it finally flips.
Oh, they flip.
Cavern Angels now ready to go in their assault phase here on that last cruiser. Oh, very interesting. We can even see that B-Wing got in underneath that shield on C. So a lot of smoke and turret destruction on that Architons. Even though it's still got a fair bit of shields left, we can see those shields now going down. And Cavern Angels, Ice Cleric, where's that B-Wing? We can see in the, oh no, it's not a B-Wing. Cavern Angels going also here with the Oopsal X-Wings heavy fighter support build here. Knight to get taken down on offense, but still plenty of fire coming in on that Architons. The CR-90 still, I spoke too soon. CR-90 no longer in play here. So now it will just be a half morale bar. AI and player kills the only things Remnant can use to flip it from there. We can see a beacons now going out from Sewa as they bring the pain. Sewa coming in on this ISD. Ooh, Ham taking it there on offense. Now it's just the X-Wings coming in. Excellent Vander Sloop there coming in on that ISD shield gen. Ralph trying to flip around, getting caught in a couple of different ways. A little bit of bounce off the ISD hull. Is he going to survive to take out a shield?
No. They're trying. They are trying very hard to at least get the shields down.
Right.
I think that's all that they want right now.
I mean, right. It might be all that they can pull off. It is now going to be a full flip. Neither shield going down. And Red Leader, oh, he's trying. No, Red Leader also goes down on his way out. So we are now back on defense here for Cavern Angels. They are going to be in a very tight spot with a very hot Remnant squadron coming off of that defense. See Remnant now getting a little bit of change there, but already some shields going. Already some shields going down. I saw that
3
notification.
TIE bombers.
but I don't see exactly where it hit. It may have been an out of phase on the ISD, actually. Interesting. Or maybe just I don't know. I honestly don't know. I mean, clearly nothing was taken out on the MC-75. Now we're seeing them fire in on that MC-75. Can Cavern Angels pull off a defense here? Can Remnant Squadron come in all the way and take down this MC-75? We are getting real dicey here. This is anybody's game at this point in time. Both shield generators down for the MC-75. We're trying to make heads or tails of what's going on, and I don't know.
I don't know what's happening.
Llama trying to stay in phase here, trying to get what damage they can. He knows he's on the top end of things, just posing that
very
ship.
Nice drift there.
Yeah, excellent drift, but it's just not enough. It looks like Cavern Angels are going to successfully repulse this attack, but they've still got just a little bit of morale to go here. Man, I don't know if Remnant is trying to pull back for a defense of the ISD or not. Boy, it's anybody's game. Not a lot of damage still coming in on that MC-75.
Exactly, like all of they're flipping around, they're doing some beautiful moves, and no damage.
No damage indeed. So it looks like there was a conscious decision to pull back and try to defend the ISD, get a head start on things. ISD nearly having a full bar here. We may have seen that may have just been a signal that the ISD shield was disabled for just a little bit, but they are now certainly both back up. And oh boy, I just don't know. We've got a full health ISD or nearly full health ISD. Cavern Angels now having their pick coming in. Oh no, Ham goes down on the way in here as well. Lots of fire coming in. Those shields choosing not to go for those ISD shield gens here. So
interesting strategy.
Yeah, I mean, maybe
I don't know how it's going to pay off for them, but
may have even seen that it was too well defended or covered. They'd instead decided brute force they're going to take down the shields. That we're successful in doing so. Now we're seeing a few more ISD shield gens go down. One shield gen
they're doing
still
some damage
up,
though.
but yes, lots of damage coming in. Shields disabled. They've got only a small window of time in order to get all of these down. Oh, and the Corvette goes down, and their morale bar has fully flipped. There's 20 health now on the ISD. They've got to be able to burn this thing down. They have to out of phase it. This MC-75 is not in shape to actually be defended here.
This is tight. This is tight here.
All of Cavern Angels going down in that, prolonged offense. Remnant Squadron now coming in, chasing down any defenders from the MC-75. The power is coming in. ISD down to 11 health, but it is not.
Oh my gosh.
It looks like it's just not going to be enough. Bombers now just coming in, trying to hit this thing, the MC-75, wherever they can. Broken hull sections or not, MC-75 just a miserable wreck. Will it go down? I don't know. It is a chase to the finish here. They managed to kill Lifted. That is going to help prolong that MC-75's life, but it's not enough. The MC-75 does look like it goes down.
Oh my gosh.
In a photo finish here. Whew, boy, howdy. Remnant Squadron able to pull that one out at the very, very end. That strategic decision to pull back and defend the ISD paying off, but just barely. Holy smokes. Heresy bringing the pain in that TIE bomber, 81,000 cap ship damage. Farrakhan bringing up the rear in the AI kill section there, though, securing those morale points. AI kills on the New Republic side, hard to find there. Low numbers all around. We could see how they struggled with making those flips for Cavern Angels. Man, I mean, it was Nadiri Dockyards. That's just the way it goes sometimes. And Remnant able to pull off a victory, a nail biter there. Oh, boy, howdy. Okay, all right. Need to kind of shake that one off.
It's a hot
boy.
here.
Yeah, no kidding, right? Wearing too many coats for this Squadrons event. But an excellent first round match between Remnant and
That
Cavern Angels.
took forever.
Was
Goodness gracious.
you know what?
Longest stuff that we've had today so far.
Absolutely. And a lot of very strategic choices, right? In okay, do we fall back? Do we press home the kill on these frigates?
Mhm.
Do we not? Do all of these now? I think we have seen, right, the reduction or the change out in those beacons versus versus the masks and chicken nuggets, as I like to call them, right? Those repair droids, right? That reduction in the full press damage that we've seen in many of the Cal Cup events so far. It's now you've got room for those strategic decisions more. It's not just about hey, like I'm immediately going to make these changes.
Yeah.
I have room. I have a little bit more room to breathe and a little bit more room to direct a team. And I don't know. Those are some really exciting results that we saw from those changes.
You know the scene in Indiana Jones where the guy hops down, he's got the sword, he's doing all these fancy moves. Indiana Jones pulls his gun, shoots him. This match is if both of them were the guy with the sword.
It's fair, or just it's just the Temple of the Doom, right? Or Temple of Doom, replay of, oh hey, I don't actually have a gun this time. Now I've just got to run away. We saw both. We saw it in the first round with Hellporgs and Baywatch. Teams making those strategic decisions to pull back and having it pay off. Rather than just stay in phase, stay agile, stay mobile, and try to drive home that additional last bit of damage.
Yeah.
I don't know. I kind of like it. I'm not.
It was good, man. It goes back and forth until that final moment where they're like, okay, we have to make some decisions here. You're gonna go after the MC-75. I'm gonna go after the ISD, and we're gonna both try to finish as quickly as we can. And whoever gets that last shot.
and there's so much pressure on both sides to actually achieve those things. There's obviously, the additional damage that the ISD will do when it is sort of on defense, or excuse me, when it's on offense. So right when the Imperial side or when any faction side is on offense, their capital ships do more damage, their shots are more accurate, all those types of things, right? It's an inherent part of the game. Choosing to stay in phase, try to dodge those additional shots. All those things are extra risks that you now take that you're like, okay, everything's on fire, but I'm still alive and I'm trying to gun down this ISD as fast as humanly possible. This is fine, right? Yeah, exactly. The world is burning down around you. Can I stay in this pilot seat long enough in order to gun down the ISD? Cavern Angels just barely missing it there, and Remnant Squadron able to pull it off there in round one.
Yeah, definitely. And we were talking about this during the break, Remnant being the number 1 seed, correct?
Yeah, so Remnant definitely came out of a larger group in the group phase from yesterday's matches. They were undefeated in their seed, along with Splinter Squadron as well. In fact, Randalorians were also undefeated, although they took a tie in that group phase. So the seeding, as it sort of played out, Remnant getting that top slot, if only because they played extra games and they flawlessly won all of those games. So the number 1 seed paying off for them here. They did get that faction pick, so Imperial side, okay, they still won. Although Cavern Angels absolutely making a game of it from the New Republic side of things. We'll see. I don't know. We'll see what happens with, again, these faction picks going into round 2 here.
Definitely.
Boy, you know what? I've had the predictions today. Holy smokes. Every time I say something, it shows up. And sure enough, here we go. We've already got the lobby going on. They have changed factions. We will see Cavern Angels with the Imperial side here. Yeah, interesting. Ice Cleric looking like they're taking a little bit of a break, maybe from their VR headset there, or their IR camera feeds. Just stretching out those neck muscles a little bit.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you gotta get in really hardcore.
That's right. right.
You may feel like your neck's breaking during that. That's all part of it.
Right. I mean, it's cathartic. That's the whole point, right? Oh, we are seeing a little bit of loadout browsing here. I like it. I like it. So we are seeing some very standard sort of loadouts from Remnant Squadron here on. Ooh, I take that back. There's a Farco with an ion cannon turret. So a little bit of anti-defender action going in there. Everybody else relatively standard, but we do have an A-wing coming in from Rogue. I love it. Love it. So a little bit of change up all around. Oh man, is this going to be an oops? Is this going to be an oops all TIE bombers, or a little bit of fake out here, perhaps even during the initial setup here? But it looks like they will take it to time. Oh man, I'm going to be real excited to see what 4 TIE bombers are doing here on Yavin. So we did see this. I don't want to say attempted, but we are back on Yavin. And we saw an extra TIE bomber come out for Baywatch. That's right, Baywatch in our last match.
Yes.
In round 3, trying to take advantage of these more open lanes.
Chat's saying I should be shaving for this match.
Boy.
Right, so if you guys, what are we at on the Sick Kids Fund right now?
Oh man. Oh boy.
If we can meet. If we or watching shave his head. If we can meet the goal, I will shave into a mustache.
Ooh. All right, now I'm just curious. Would it be more of a Lemmy, like extended mustache, or is it just going to be that thin line across the top there, that pilot stash? I just want to know what I'm getting before I contribute this money here.
I don't know yet.
Oh,
we'll have to let you decide.
We're gonna do it live.
Exactly.
That Sick Kids donation marker right now is at $31.50. If we can see that go to 4,000, that is our goal for today's event. All right, you heard it here.
Shave into a mustache.
Uplink will be the one to shave into a mustache here. We'll do it. We'll do it live. And hey, all right. Well, back to Squadrons here. We can see a lot of pressure being generated by this masked TIE bomber.
Opening.
But also, it's all still even Stevens on the opening flip here. A little bit of extra AI being found, but now we're back now to Cavern Angels leading the morale bar, and then we'll flip back, and then we are really neck and neck here. 20 seconds left in this opening phase. Cavern Angels just starting to eke out a victory here. Those TIE bombers, when well supported, they can be really tough to take down, right? They've got an awful lot of hit points. They resist shots really well. There's not a lot of ways to disable things on that side. Farco does go down, and we will see a partial bar in this opening match for in favor of Cavern Angels here. So the 4-wide TIE bomber effort does work. Oh, but Knight now finally goes down in that damaged TIE bomber, leading to about 50-50 now here as they begin their first assault. Yeah. We're now seeing some more AI packs being found from Cavern Angels, hammering now on some of these TIE bombers. Right? It's absolutely great to see sort of this change up here, and honestly, how effective it's proving to be. There's no ion weapons that are really available. I take that back. You can take an ion bomb, but those are pretty hard to deliver these days. So all of this is just sort of raw damage coming in on these ISDs with the rotaries, Goliaths. Ooh. Actually, I take that back. There was a bomb in that bomber loadout there. What do we got going on here? I'll be honest, I can't tell if that's the ion bomb or not. But clearly now that bomb coming in handy as they bring down shields on both NBs. Not a ton of damage in there, but does set them up pretty well for their next assault phase. So Ham going down, the poor support again getting nailed. And Ralph, as well, as we go into this defensive phase, Cavern Angels definitely on a back foot here, not really able to get back out of that attack. Oh, and Knight also going down. Lots of TIE bombers now off the field. Cavern Angels have, yeah, and here now we're seeing Boba Fett also taking a lot of hits, and they go down as well.
Ooh.
A ton of player kills at the beginning of this match, or this assault phase from Remnant Squadron, executing beautifully on that tactic, and now they are just hammering it in on these Architects frigates. Very interesting sort of loadouts we saw.
Yeah.
That X-Wing with the ion rockets coming in, taking out the shields on C. We're going to see a little bit coming in. I have to manage those ion rockets also going to be used to take down the shields on D here. Yeah, there it goes, and ion missile away, rockets away on D, shields melting off of that Architects. A lot of fire now coming back towards C here as well. Lion Llama still using that Plasma Burst now on the assault. Excellent, excellent stuff. That Plasma Burst is super effective on the attack side of things. Oh, but we will see both Sewa and Rogue go down. That will flip everything back towards Cavern Angels. We do see Cavern Angels now in more of a balanced loadout, if you will.
Slowly but surely getting back to normal over there.
Yeah, right? I suppose so. Still 3 deep on TIE bombers. Knight, the only TIE defender on the field here. It's an interesting play. It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see how it works out for him here. But I mean, so far so good for this relatively heavy TIE bomber loadout.
Yeah, it's working surprisingly well, and so far they're doing pretty good with it. We'll see if they can take out these frigates here. C's down pretty low. They should be able to sneeze on it and take it out.
Right. And ooh, I think we saw some secondary explosions going. Yes, there it goes. Breaks in half from the view. And the other Nebby, both timed explosions going off. And they have a very solid bar. Okay, the Raider does go down, but it's still about 50% headed in on the first phase of the MC-75. I don't even know what Knight is doing here. I can't even follow those kickflips. What is
Try spinning. That's a good trick.
As he spins his way through the defensive fire on that MC-75, clearing the way for his Cavern Angels colleagues. Whoa, and all 3 of those TIE bombers meet their TIE bombery fate as they come in on that MC-75. They all go down, and it is now back to Remnant Squadron on the offense. Looks like we are seeing some line changes come through here. More X-Wings. Yep. Rogue still in the A-Wing flex. I like it, but double X-Wing, 1 Y-Wing on offense here. So very interesting setup here. Cleric, Ralph, and Boba Fett still in the bombers. Knight still sticking with the TIE Defender. A lot of AI being found from the Cavern Angel side of things. Both frigates still up. Remnant looking to do, oh no! Oh, a boost in the wrong direction. Flying Llama flies straight into the hull of that Architects frigate. Yeah, you hate to see it. Remnant Squadron still solidly in command of this morale bar. Taking down both of these cruisers will stick them pretty well. Oh, Heresy getting stuck a little bit on the disabled turret, but it doesn't hurt all that poorly. Oh man, oh wow, holy smokes, some excellent
I can't believe he
counter
made that.
plays from Cavern Angels there. Wow, I gotta give them a round of applause there. Save I guess you could say just the burst of damage coming out, both taking down Rogue and Heresy. Cavern Angels managing to lose only 1 Architects in that, but it was after the phase flip. That is really going to mess with Remnant Squadron's strategy for this. Boy, we've
Again,
already
forcing them to take the go against the plan that they had laid out. Really well done for Cavern Angels.
Cavern Angels, just spectacular plays there. Now able to push into an assault here on the MC-75. Shields are down all around. Second shield system now disabled. Robofet hit with that ion, not able to save it. But targeting is going to go down here. Power is going next. It is an all-out assault on this MC-75.
They need to build back that morale. Oh, nope, there it goes.
Yeah, I don't think they'll be able to finish it off, but I will think they will be able to put a hurting on it quite a bit. That targeting system, taking that out is going to save a fair amount of damage on the ISD. Cavern Angels looking very good right now. We've got, a full morale bar heading into that ISD, but the chip damage, if you will, that's going to come from the MC-75 is going to be halved based on that targeting system going on. We can see Cavern Angels finding that AI already.
They have to make a really strong defense here and try to build back that morale.
Flying Llama
I'm
coming
really hoping
in
they can.
hot on that shield gen, making a bit of a pass, but not really doing a whole lot of damage, getting shaken off by some of the defenders here. It is, this is do or die for Remnant here as the New Republic. If they cannot take down this ISD here and get these shields out, we saw the Ion coming in at point blank range on one, trying to disable those shield gens, but just not getting it done. An Ion missile flying off into space. That's not what we wanted to see there from Remnant. They're just not able to find these shield generators. Cavern Angels sticking it to them on defense. Flying Llama goes down.
Sewa
goes down.
Yep.
Oh, man. They're just blazing away at the hull, trying to do whatever they can. It is just not enough.
We've got 4 out of the field right now.
I think maybe the Remnant Squadron is resigning to their fate here. They know that this is going to be a really tough spot to come back from, maybe choosing to die on the ISD and respawn rather than try to fly all the way back. And here we see Ralph coming in on that power supply, coming in high. Whoa, but he's not going to get it, getting sniped out on the way in.
Oh, come on.
They're not the only ones coming in on that power supply.
Robofet's working towards
see those missiles coming in. There's those hot blisters. We see 1. We see 2, we see 3, all
Robofet goes down.
It's a valiant defense, but it is just not enough. Cavern Angels as Empire able to take down that MC-75.
There we go. 1-1.
It's some fantastic play there. Wow, and holy smokes. Just excellent AI play from Remnant Squadron there, but it's just not enough. We can see Cavern Angels coming in with the hot cap ship damage, excellent damage all around there.
And 78 total AI kills on the Cavern Angel side. Or not the Cavern Angel side, the Remnant side.
On Remnant Angel side. So Remnant coming away with both the kill advantage and the AI kill advantage. But it was, as we mentioned in some of our previous games, it was all down to the timing. That boy, that one defense phase that Cavern Angels had, where they were able to prevent the simultaneous destruction of those the Architan frigates, right? That was clutch. It was so successful, right? It threw Remnant off their game, put a wrench in their strategy, and ultimately gave Cavern Angels the win. We could say, maybe I'll not even say it. We had Empire win both times, but it clearly came down to strategic choices and not just, the Empire always wins, right?
We saw the New Republic win earlier. So it's not necessarily side advantage. We're seeing more of a strategy advantage now.
Yes. Thank you, Uplink. Thank you for saying that, because you're absolutely right. We saw strategic decisions, right, as the key sort of flips or key decisions or key points that decided the outcomes of these matches, and not just who got faction pick, who is the higher seed. And boy, howdy, does that make me excited for the rest of our Squadrons matches today.
So we've got Hearsey in the chat here. Says, to the casters, we hit the shield gens with ion missiles, but our ion missiles bugged out.
Oh, no, those are the worst. Oh, man. You know what? We have seen that happen before, right? Where the shield generators themselves on the ISDs will sometimes have just a little bit of that. Well, yeah, whether it goes around or just goes straight through. I know I've had a few piercing torpedoes just pierce right on through those flimsy, that flimsy, or whatever you want to call it, Epcot dome of a shield generator.
It was so well placed. It went so clean right through. It didn't do any damage.
Right. It hits maybe that little weird wireframe underneath, right, the supporting structure instead of the actual globe up top. Man, right. The Empire needed all the advantages it had because, well, that's the way it goes sometimes.
It's a great game, though, and we've got another round coming with these players. Yeah. What are you expecting to see as we move into the next round?
Oh, man, I don't know, right? Like, do we see the Empire stay as sort of the faction pick of choice here? I don't know, right?
I don't know either. It's all up in the air. With this most recent patch, it's kind of disrupted what most people expect to see, which is, oh, you want to win, so you're going to be Empire. But we've seen that change with the Y-Wing, that you don't necessarily have to do that.
Right. I love it. It's great. It's great. Right. So we're gonna take a little bit of a breather on our end, clear out a little of this verklempt, and we'll be back with more Squadrons actions after this. Oh,
hello.
Uplink, you've grown. I
have grown.
All right.
I moved to standing mode.
Well, hey, handsome, how are you doing today? All right, fair enough. So, coming back to you again with some more Squadrons content here from the Calrissian Cup Series by the Gaming Stadium. Had some excellent matches back and forth between Cavern Angels and Remnant Squadron, both splitting their best of 3. A game apiece. We've got some news coming in from the other matches so far today. It looks like the Randalorians have taken their match 2-0 versus Rancor. Imperial Guard also taking their round 2-0 versus the mighty Hellporgs. Hellporgs, we salute you.
No.
But here we are with Remnant versus Cavern Angels round 3. All right, so we still see Cavern Angels here coming in on the Rebel side of things. We've got, okay, so here, interesting, on the opening flip, targeting beacons and those chicken nuggets getting thrown out, those little repair nugs getting thrown around there. Both Y-Wings, looks like one Y-Wing with a Goliath, one with a multi-lock. Okay, ooh, and again, switching it up a little bit, getting the Ion Cannon and the Goliath for the second Y-Wing here. So I'd say a relatively standard layout from the ship standpoint, but a little bit of a mix-up from the auxiliaries and components getting taken there.
Definitely.
Rotary, Goliath, multi-lock. If you could put that on a plaque and stick it inside your TIE bomber, you would. Standard loadout there. Looks like an APS and an ion missile. Still going with the Plasburst. Flying Llama, you beast. You bring that Plasburst home there.
So great to see that.
Yeah, no kidding, right? Sewa going with Ion, Squadron Mask, and targeting beacons for the opening face-off here. There we go. As we head into, my favorite map, Sisabo.
Oh.
Man, my favorite, just for the layout of the map itself, I really enjoy a lot of the sort of nooks and crannies that you can find with all of the different pathways and wreckage on this map. It's just open, like it's just open enough, but still plenty of stuff to dodge and get cover around or behind. Love it. All right, Remnant in their sort of standard loadout from the Imperial side of things, 2 bombers, 2 TIE defenders, and Sewa in the Reaper. And again, Red Leader and Cleric in the Y-Wings, Knight and Ralph in the X-Wing, and Ham, as always, in that UUU wing.
Ooh.
We see
Ham doing a really good job with the support. I just like to shout that out. Doing a really good job with the support here.
Holy smokes, and look at that speed
Woo.
from Remnant Squadron, taking no prisoners on this last match here. They just flew straight into those AI
Not playing around at all.
and blew the living daylights out of them. Also took out Red Leader in the process. That'll flip it no matter what. And here we go on Remnant Squadron's first attack phase. Wow, a lightning quick round here for that opening phase, and now we're seeing them pour damage into these assault frigates here. They are not messing around. Sewa, yes, in the classic, in the way that every support pilot does, they get taken out in that opening salvo as well. Lots of AI being found from Cavern Angel's side of things as well. It looks like, oh, when an Ion comes in, you know, an Ion comes in on a TIE bomber and you can almost still get out of it. Farco trying to get out of it as best they can. No, does not make it. And it looks like we're seeing a regroup here from Remnant Squadron for defense. One shield down on C, a little bit on D, but ultimately not a ton of damage on that opening flip for Remnant Squadron.
So we have an update on the shearing. So if we reach 4,000, I'll shave into a mustache. If we reach $5,000, the man, the myth, the legend, Captain Quinch himself will go to a mustache as well. $5,001, and it'll be full beard and mustache gone.
Oh boy!
But that is only available today.
It's only available today.
Limited quantity, limited supply.
It's very true. You know, we've only got so much space. We're giving it all. We're putting it all on the line here. All for sick kids. We mean, hey, if there's one way to go, that's the way to do it. Yeah, we'll see what. Hey, listen, we rely on you, the Squadrons community, to make those donations. We'll do whatever we need to do. I mean, I saw even somebody out there saying, hey, well, maybe R1 can shave his head. That's the very, very worst case solution. Like, nobody wants to see that, right? Like, I've got some weird old man, like, wrinkles in the middle of my dome. Like, I'm an ugly bald man, let me tell you. But hey, here we're talking about Squadrons here. Cavern Angels on offense for their first time. They are proven to also be relentless here. The D Architon's Corvette almost going down here. Are they going to save it, or are they going to finish it? They're pouring a lot of fire into C here. They might be trying to save D for that morale bump later on. So, I mean, we saw Remnant take that opening phase pretty handily, but Cavern was still in a position to do take a lot of AI kills and defend pretty well. So even though they had the speed, they just couldn't go the distance in that opening salvo. And Knight here just staying in on that light Corvette. Boy, they are in just danger territory there. Danger for those for those Architons frigates. They will absolutely go down, as you put it up, Link, with a sneeze at the beginning of their next assault phase. It's going to be up to Remnant to take down both of these Net Bs and then push. Oh man, that Architons, it might even go down to just random fire there. It is just smoking over there. We can still see blaster fire coming into it. Are they going to out-of-phase it as well? They will take it down. Oh man.
Oh my gosh.
So Cavern Angels deciding instead to out-of-phase those frigates. Or at least one of those frigates. It's hard to read into that. Oh man. But I don't know how much of a morale boost that's really going to help them with here on defense. I mean, focusing on that out of phase there allowed them I mean, I suppose to gain some good morale there, but also it was immediately offset by the destruction of one
Exactly.
enemy and now the other, when in reality they could have pulled that AI, or excuse me, could have pulled that morale from AI
That
farm
may have been a
instead.
miscommunication there. I don't see why Cavern Angels would have done that. They had it set up perfectly if they wanted to use it strategically, but maybe one of the persons on their team got a little antsy, pulled the trigger too early.
I mean, it's interesting, right? Because you can still say, okay, well, I need to use it for morale somewhere, right? So I'm going to make it a strategic choice to choose to do it one place and not the other. And actually, maybe it was better than we thought. They were able to put a stop to a lot of the damage on that MC-75. That MC-75 only losing one shield gen, the other one staying strong. And now it's Cavern Angels on the assault here on that ISD. Will they be able to take it in one run? If they can't, they may be able to pull back from this Star Destroyer and go through one defensive round on that MC-75. It could be possible. There's enough hull and shield left on it. If they can even get to shields and targeting on this ISD, I think they might be able to pull it off, but Knight already in some trouble on that initial advance. Ham, oh my goodness, just getting deleted there on that initial push in. They're going to disable the shields and go for power. Excellent. Oh, look at that side Vandersloot coming in on that shield gen. Ooh, boy, power systems are down. Shields are disabled but not destroyed. They're going for a crushing hull victory.
They're doing
on
some
this
damage.
ISD. So choosing instead to not destroy the shield gens, and there's the risk of it. The shield gens are back up.
Well, what was it? Last round, I think they tried to do something similar, and it cost them.
Right. Now they're trying to say, okay, well, they've got one shield gen down altogether. Are they go? Oh man, look at that! This Star Destroyer is down to 12. 8. They might even be able to out of phase all here. Ice Cleric trying to stay in phase, bobbing, weaving, dodging, trying to get his guns back in on that ISD, using the oh my goodness here, using all of this debris around to break line of sight. It looks like they are going to sweep out and out of phase on that ISD. We're just waiting for that notification to come across. It's down to 3 hull.
Oh
Can they do it?
Gosh.
There, Remnant trying to gun down every single last Cavern Angel Squadron pilot as they come in on that ISD. And it is not enough! Cavern Angels takes it! Woo! And then out of phase on the ISD, the upset coming in.
Oh my gosh.
Play in and winning their 3rd match against Remnant Squadron. Whoo, boy!
What?
Oh man! Woo. Oh wow!
Oh my gosh!
Spectacular play from Cavern Angels there, able to get it done. Oh my goodness! Wow! What can we even say about that?
Whoa!
Good gravy. Just all sorts of cap ship damage coming in, all from all members of the Cavern Angels squad there. Player kills getting balanced accordingly. More AI found from Remnant, but it was just not enough. The additional sort of out of phase plays, I mean, there were a lot of out of phase plays from Cavern Angels that round, and they all paid off. Holy smokes!
Dude,
I can't believe it.
I can't believe it. What?
And as the New Republic crushing that, Empire is best medal we've had from the Cal Cup so far.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of teams would say, hey, we got it down low. Let's go and defend. And they were like, no, we've got this. We're going to pull this out and make it work.
I can't believe it, right? Like, they went with a relatively unique strategy, even in trying to disable the shields came back up. That pushed them back just a little bit. Then they went in to disable the shields again, and then were able to stick it out. Like, I don't even think that right shield generator on the ISD actually fell. it was still there at the end, and they were just blasting that hole just enough. Oh, man, to take the victory there. Fantastic play from Cavern Angels there. Remnant, a fantastic game. I guess you could say day one out of Remnant, winning, going 9 wins, 0 losses. And unfortunately,
until they came up to Cavern Angels.
Oh, boy, an extremely tenacious Cavern Angels squadron here. And able to pull off the upset, and that will secure their first. I know, right? Cavern Angels, they've been a consistent contender in the Cal Cup so far, making it to the top 16 bracket, or the I guess you could say the day 2 event many times. This is their first top 4 placement, and boy, howdy, I don't even know. It's so good, so good.
So good.
Looks like we've got some updated brackets and standings from everybody, from all the events so far. Let's see if we can get that up here. I know. Oh man, I'm sorry. I'm jumping the gun. These production folks on the gaming stadium are trying to go as fast as they can and get some of these things up. But man, it's so exciting to see these changes really play out and really see them here on display.
Whew. Oh my goodness. What in the world?
All right, so we've got we'll talk about some brackets here. Cavern Angels Gold obviously able to take their first top 4 here. The Randalorians also able to take their games over Rancor Roughnecks Squadron. As we mentioned earlier, Imperial Guard taking out Hellporgs.
Such a sad day. We salute you.
And Splinter Squadron, well, Splinter Squadron doing what Splinter Squadron does, taking out Spicy in their match as well. Look at some, I mean, these cinematic replays here, the TIE bombers just pouring into that MC-75 as the Raider swings around. Remnant Squadron's first victory there is Imperial. And then Rogue here getting a kill in on Knight during the second match there. Fantastic stuff from both games so far. Some excellent highlights. And these out of phase shots coming in. Of course, while we're looking at some of these gorgeous shots we've got so far, of course, go out and represent from our folks over at Canto Living. Of course, they're the ones that can provide that final piece of work for your home or home office or gaming setup. You need to work from home, you need a game from home. They've got the pieces you need. You can find everything you need to build your favorite workstation or battle station there at cantoliving.com. You can check out their monitor mounts, speakers, and stands there. Uplink, maybe you can get off of those cinder blocks you use for monitor stands.
Exactly. We were talking about this. I currently have my monitor on top of some wood slabs, and they
like
work great, but they're not
Are
pretty.
they like distressed pallets, or I don't know what hipsters build things out of these days? I don't know.
They're particle board I found in the closet.
Fair enough. So there you go. Maybe you can also head over to cantoliving.com.
Exactly. We'd also like to thank Monster Cat Gold for their support of the Calrissian Cup and the gaming stadium. If you haven't tried it yet, it's a great service for $5 a month where you can download and stream thousands of Monster Cat songs from top electronic artists. You can use music in your live streams and videos with no fear of DMCA claims or strikes. They've got tons of additional perks too, including early listening access to new music, Monster Cat shop discounts, and exclusive community features. So go check it out, and thank you all for the support of the Calrissian Cup.
I mean, at the end of the day, right, any sports event really does need, right, those sponsors. We do our best to create a win-win, but it's through their support that we're able to deliver this level of Squadrons Esports content. It's good to have them. Happy to support them, and hey, take a look at them happy if you could support them as well.
Definitely.
Well,
And don't forget to donate to the Sick Kids
yeah, that's right.
Foundation.
Donate to the donate to the Shave and Uplink Foundation. I mean, no, Sick Kids Foundation, so that we can obviously. I mean, with the primary goal of helping as many sick kids as we possibly can, but also to see. I mean, I've never seen Uplink without the full on beard there. With your support, we can all see what that man looks like behind the beard.
Exactly.
So we've seen some incredibly exciting games so far. I think, as you mentioned earlier, Uplink, who do we have on the casting docket for the second half here?
Oh, we've got the glorious Captain Quinch himself, and a little hammer. I'm not sure. We've got a mustache and a big beard.
A mustache and a big beard. That's fair. That's fair. We saw, of course, for the Squadrons side of things, you may, of course, not know him as much as we do. Captain Quench, obviously being the voice behind the scenes and organization in a lot of the Calrissian Cup events so far, normally does a lot of this casting stuff. He loves, as we found out yesterday, loves Star Wars. Can't blame him. But he'll be around with a little hammer. I think we know him. I think we know that guy, right?
I think I do.
We've met him a couple of times at the very least. Yeah. Either way, they're going to be bringing it home for you guys today. And I think with that, Uplink,
it's been a pleasure. Always a blast casting with you.
Always a blast there, Uplink. Can't wait to do it again. And hey, well, maybe we'll see you back on with a razor. Who knows?
Let's hope so.
Let's hope so. Everybody in Squadrons land, thank you very much. And we'll be right back after this with our top 4 in this Calrissian Cup Spring Major.
Hello, friends, and welcome to the best part of the tournament, the finals. This is High Octane. I'm excited to have you here with me, Hammer. How you doing today?
I'm doing good. I'm doing great. Excited to see these teams play it out as we get into the semis.
It's semifinal time. I'm a little sweaty, but I'm excited. It's been so fun watching the stream today. So many beautiful shots, so many great plays too. And like we were just talking about the bracket ourselves and kind of seeing what we've seen out there. And there's been a lot of 2-1s and like it's been intense.
We've seen a healthy amount of 2-1s, but when I say healthy, because we've seen some 2-0s as well. In the bottom 16, a lot of 2-1s, but then we get into the quarterfinals. And, Randalorians against Roughneck, 2-0. IG versus Hellporks, 2-0. Splinter versus Spicy, 2-0. It's nice to see that change from when we saw all Empire wins. We're starting to see these NR wins come out, which, is possibly a result of the patch changes,
Yeah, we got some interesting changes, which we were as well talking about. And I think there was also a discussion point a little earlier today with the Y-Wing getting that boost increase rate of 30%. And as we talked about, it's like, hey, you can now survive because we're getting the decreased consumption of 43%, which allows the player to survive a bit more out there in space.
Yeah, so, you just don't die when you're out in midfield and you're trying to boost, skip around and all that jazz. The multi-drift, the millions of names for drifts. I saw chat having a moment earlier trying to figure out namings, but
I think I saw someone call that a ham drift. I'm like, you know what? I like that. We'll go with that today. The ham drift. Oh, man. So who do we got up? Who are we watching?
We have Splinter Squadron, the winners of a major and a minor, versus Imperial Guard coming in hot off the presses 2-0 in their last game.
So I'm really excited to see Imperial Guard here, just because I've been we obviously track everyone and what they've been doing over the brackets over the last few events here, but it's been super exciting to see their growth going from they were top 8 for the winter minor, and then the spring minor they were in the top 4. So to see them in the same position again, I'm really excited to see them play. Excited to see some adjustments that they may have made, and like you said, they had a really hot match last round. So,
oh yeah, I'm excited. I know that IG wants to win. I mean, you've seen it before in this tournament and other tournaments. It's rearing off the races, looking for that W. Nadiri Dockyards, though, we'll see how it goes. That's a unforgiving AI map. It's a map that's determined a lot by that coin flip. So we'll see how they come out here.
Yeah, like we were talking about yesterday, there's a lot of fun corners in this map, a lot of tunnel action too, and like it's gonna be fun to watch.
Oh, yeah. We saw, too, in the loadout, Splinter rocking out that 3-bomber in the opening, which makes sense, right? Because on that opening is the most reliable spot you can see AI on this map as they go down their pretty well-determined lanes. Of course, there's the AI that always kills itself in the beginning, and the packs that end up exploding and hitting walls, but this is the spot to be to get down that damage. And with the Y-Wing being buffed, it's going to survive longer and stay out there longer to get that morale points they need to get that first offense. Because, again, it's Nadiri. That coin flip is massive. That decides a lot of this game. As we get into the semis of Cal Cup, let's check this out.
All right, like you said, we got the 3-bomber layout jumping right off the bat.
Oh, yeah, rocking the 3 bombers on Splinter with a A-Wing and a U, and on Imperial Guard, you get yourself, what, 4 bombers and a Reaper. This is Oops All Bombers Day. Let's see how that damage goes. Trying to find the AI packs, trying to make sure they don't double stack a pack. We see Brunus coming in, getting eyes on target within multi-lock range, getting the lasers down, getting those locks on, getting a little bit of heat on him, trying to get out of there. The beacons are out, but AI packs were being found by Splinter. Oh, but speak too soon. Those 4 bombers are making it quite a work for Splinter Squadron out here. The morale's at half and half with 1 minute and 17 seconds to go. I see it's Resupply and Beacon rocking on that 1 Reaper on Narcissist. Still, morale's at half and half. We see a push onto the Raider. Raider still has shields up, however, as this is turning into a slugfest of an opener.
It really is, and like you said, we just lost the bomber. Narcissus is actually down on the Reaper side here, and I'm wondering how the support for the Craigzilla and the other bombers on the Imperial Guard here is going to work.
Yeah, but on NR, being able to find this damage, Raiders' shields have been completely burned. We see the bombers out here starting to burn down that Raider at 70, falling quickly. 1 more AI pack, there's a kill. The player kill on Craigzilla does happen as Splinter on NR gets that first offense on Nadiri. Yeah.
That was a great opening engagement there. It was very, very well played out here.
Interesting stuff out here. We see Brunus rocking a multi-lock and an ion bomb.
I wasn't expecting to see a 4-bomber stack actually this late in the tournament, to be honest. So, like, just seeing some of the layouts we saw earlier. Because we were seeing 2 defenders, 2 bombers, and a Reaper, but to go 4 bombers right off the bat was something I was not expecting.
We see Brunus coming in with his ion bombs on that cruiser, knocking out the shields on Charlie almost entirely. Continual damage happening here. A little more and it will completely be drained. There go the shields on Charlie. Morale bar is still completely full as they are finding kills. There goes Hod getting knocked down by that A-Wing of Sculpts. Getting a little more aggro on the bombers. Huge damage. The morale is still being strangleheld by Splinter on this first offense. Man.
With Scalp here as the A-Wing here, his obviously role is to hunt down these bombers.
Oh yeah, it's all about map aggression and map awareness and positioning, right? So the further out that Scalp can push out these bombers, the more that he can make them not farm AI, especially on a map like Nadiri where you're already screwed. You can only find packs of 2 or 3 at best. Obviously, it affects this morale. They only have a sliver that's about like 1 or 2 AI. You know, looking at that scoreboard, they're 2-0ing in kills against IG, but albeit the only 5-0 actually, as Scalp has 3 kills, Fenkar has 2, and IG is struggling to get any player kills in this game.
It looks like we also have a position change here. We have a Hod coming in as an interceptor now. I definitely suspect they're going to be going against Scalp here to kind of help keep the bombers alive, but also probably focus down on Jareen and Brunus.
True. I mean, look at the damage on Charlie. Charlie's almost down. Delta's at 53. No shields left on anything. They have to bring out some sort of interceptor out here to shut down the shutdown, right?
Yeah, and it looks like Narcissus has also switched positions. We're getting in a TIE defender now as well.
Oh. No supports out here, just pure counter to the aggression that Splinter brings. But it might not be enough as C is nearly bogged. Delta's at 15 and going to have continual damage being brought down on it by Jareen in the Y-Wing not getting contested.
He's just out there vibing, you know?
He's just out there
giving
vibing.
It to business.
Having a good time. They're going to knock down both Charlie and Delta with a lot of morale to spare as nobody is dying. Literally not one death has been found.
No one is dead.
Oh my goodness.
Those clusters.
Delta does fall. Charlie's about to fall as well. As we might see them holding it out for a minute to get a little bit of a regroup out here, as a lot of them are going back for resupplies.
Do you think we're going to see any swaps right here as well? Role changes?
Possibly on IG, but not on Splinter. They're going in for a lot of resupplies and a lot of getting back out there, getting that momentum and keeping it.
Yep, we have Narcissus switching out to a Reaper now, back to support.
Yep, as they go on that ISD defense, right, it'd be nice to have those beacons to be able to shut down somebody and be able to knock down those countermeasures before they get in, so they can eye on them, disable them, do anything they can to stop these subsystem pushes as they knock down Charlie and Delta. We see them right on top of that ISD shield gens. Brunus just right in there. There's the beacons, like said before. But still, the damage is coming. It's happening.
Yeah, they're already there. They're already dropping their protons on there. They're taking out the shields, and they're getting in there looking for some nice hot spots to take out. Yeah, here we go. We're going to lose a shield here momentarily.
Player kills are
on
finally
Brutus there,
being
actually.
found. But again, this is the push from coin flip. I mean, again, I know it's Nadiri. That's how this map works. But still, getting down both Charlie and Delta and getting into that left shield gen. They've knocked down the shield entirely in the ISD. It's down to 45. Continual damage coming out, not getting contested so far. As we see Brunus just knocking down that beacon shield gen. It does fall. One shield gen down.
Brunus is going to get a parking ticket for just parking there and just doing what he's doing. Like, he's just hanging out there. No one's contesting. We have Scalp right now on Narcissus to make sure they lose their support as well and ensuring that no one can help take out what they're doing here. Jareen's just having a good time. Jareen's still up too, right? Yeah.
Jareen, Brunus both knocking out that shield and shielding down to 6 now. The beacons are out. But they just can't get eyes on target as that Y-Wing damage. The Ion was out on Brunus, but only after he knocks down that shield gen. 2 subs down, targeting a little damage. Power has not been touched yet.
Yeah,
one more AI and it'll flip back, however.
Get out of there before it's too late. But yeah, I think they're going to take target. They took targeting with them too.
Oh my goodness, 3 subs in the ISD. The ISD is down to like 60% hull as it flips back to IG. IG has a game of their life on their hand right now. They have to knock down both Charlie and Delta of these frigates. And essentially one phase. In fact, literally one phase.
And what rotations should we see from IG here to come back and really bring this back? What would they need to do?
They need to be able to get that objective damage down as quickly as possible, as well as have some sort of way to shut down the AI farming monsters that, are Fenkar, that are, Brunus and Jareen. So we see the one defender coming out. That defender is going to pretty much exist solely as a bomber bully. And we can see that, right? As Lumaseed comes in with the defender trying to find picks and trying to aggro the AI farming. And the rest of it's going to be pure DPS, right? Because now this is a DPS race. They know, because the TIE Bomber has the highest DPS in the game, they know they have to get down these shields on these frigates and just pure damage as quickly as possible. Every death that they lose, every AI that's found by Splinter takes away their chance to one-phase this. So they have to get down the damage as quickly as possible, but still have a little bit of aggro. The 4 bombers not going to work here. That's why they have the 1 defender.
Yeah, they got the Narcissus back on Reaper as well. They just lost Lumaseed, like you said, and we're probably going to see minor 7th here momentarily because their hull's looking pretty nasty.
That's the thing. Well, they lose their defender, and all of a sudden now it's going to be uncontested AI for a while, for the next 15, 20 seconds on Splinter. It's going to be huge. We already see that with the morale slowly coming back towards Splinter. Now over half, they lose their Raider. One more pack of AI, a player kill and some AI, and so flip back towards Splinter, which they've already knocked down 3 subs, including both shields and the ISD, and knocked down that hold like 60.
And another thing to talk about too is Splinter still has both the frigates up. They both have the Nebula B class frigates. They're just vibing there still too. So
they just lost Delta, but
there you go.
That good old Caster's Curse. But they still have complete hull on Charlie. As we go into the ISD, not looking too hot for Imperial Guard. Brunus going back to base. Jareen sitting out mid. Sculpt trying to get a pick on the bombers. Finds Kriegzilla, completely knocks down Kriegzilla. Kills him. Gets a player kill on Flip. They can get a 4v5 on push. As we see Fenkar already on top of that ISD. Just getting down damage. Again, finding weak points. We see 2 weak points underneath the nose. This is a pretty strong held game to win by Splinter in game number 1. Knocking down that weak point getting Ion, though. No shields left on Fen with 21 hull left. Once that Raider comes in, though, if they don't burn it, it's going to completely passive damage the ISD to death.
Absolutely, and it's like we have all, like you said, all 3 bombers here. Is Jareen? I was gonna say, is Jareen parked again? As I look at him, he goes down. So never mind. No parking
rest
ticket
in
this
pieces.
time.
Ripperoni, pepperoni, but that ISD nearly knocked out at 4 hull. We see a weak point being found by Sculp. Sculp hits it and takes that ISD in game number 1. Imperial Guard versus Splinter.
Beautiful. That was a nice final hit. It's nice to see the A-Wing take it. When all the Y-Wings are doing the work and A-Wing's like, I got this. Pew, pew, pew. Just got it at the end there. That was an exciting match to watch there. Really cool builds.
Look at that scoreboard. 6-1 on Sculp with 10k capture damage, 5-3 on Fenkar. And on Imperial Guard, 2-2, 1-1, 2-5, 3-3, 1-4. It was a game of a lot of PK shutting down IG in the beginning. I mean, for a while it was 5-0 with Sculp getting 2 and Fen getting 3. Being able to knock down those AI farmers and keep that all the way to 3 subs on the ISD as NR, I think that's the post-patch magic, baby! Woo!
That was, those Y-Wings, like you said, survivability is way up. I remember just playing even a few weeks ago, and it's like, but now, proof's in the pudding. Nice to see some NR wins. Because I know last tournament, we was all oops, all Empire, right? And now we're starting to see some rotational changes here, and it's nice to see the bounce.
Oh, yeah. Only if we can find a way to utilize the B-Wing. But I think there are still a few patches incoming server side. I don't want to misspeak. I'm 90% sure they want to try to adjust the TIE Bomber and its DPS, for example. So we still have a few more chances to see what happens if they can find a way to incorporate it. I know the whole shield ratio right now is a complete killer, but never say never. Life finds a way.
I was going to say, because I was going through the patch notes, and there's 1 thing for the Y-Wing, 2 things for the B-Wing, and there's 5 changes on the TIE Defender, increase and decrease and boost and all that stuff. Concussion missiles, ion missiles down, cluster missiles down as well. So it's definitely a lot less aggro.
Yes, the thing is with the aux change on the Defender, they can't stay in forever, right? I mean, they've got their burst cannons, and those are nice, but reducing the conks, reducing just that pure DPS is especially on the MC75 phase, is huge because now they have to go back a lot more, right?
I was gonna say, I guess that's where the Reaper comes into play, right? And that's why we saw it come out a few times. I mean, if you're definitely flying a Defender, you're definitely gonna need the Reaper support to make sure you're getting restocked, refueled, not refueled. There's no engine fuel in this game. What are we talking about? So.
Oh yeah. I mean, we saw the nerf to the mask, and I think that is now proliferated with the patches to bring a return back to resupply, and I can't complain. It's very, we were talking yesterday, the game's only 200 days old, but it feels like ages and years almost. But I remember back running support with my resupply, and it feels like a boomer thing, but I miss it. Back in my day, resupply droid and shield, and we liked it.
It's funny because we're talking about my builds yesterday, and I was like, "Hey, here's how I fly a bomber." You're like, "That's still pretty normal." Just the rotary cannon. I miss the OG rotary cannon, but
I know tracking those A-wings, rest in pieces, fun. Man.
And then the cluster missile, we're still seeing that a lot today. Still seeing that late game too, which is exciting because it's exciting to me because I just love how useful it is against AI farming. Actually, I was surprised when we looked earlier some of the games there compared to now. We didn't see as many AI kills actually these two as we saw in the 10s, not in some of the games we saw earlier was 30s and 40s, which is pretty intense. So
I mean, that's a combination of both, because I don't want to discredit the team. It's a combination of both shutting down those bombers and also the map pick, because that map is a very anti-AI farm map pick.
I'm very curious where we're going to go to next, actually. We haven't seen, I think, Fostar Haven yet today at all. I don't know if that's on the docket for this weekend, but it would be cool to see that because it's one of my favorite maps, actually. It's just the same thing as Nadiri. A lot of nooks and crannies, a lot of areas you can just zip on through, cause a lot of issues. But it's also very open in the same way. So
I'm always excited to see Yavin. I like Yavin. It's very easy to read Yavin and what's going down. So
Yavin's fairly open, so you definitely see, and that's definitely a fantastic one for Oops All Bombers right off the bat because getting the multi-lock and it's great. It's definitely for battle morale at the beginning, and definitely getting those first hit wins and taking it up. Yeah.
You can always tell if a Goliath gets hit or if it gets countered because of just you wait like until like 145, 140, and you see the morale bar oscillate wildly between almost flip to half. And it all depends on if the Goliaths hit, if they get shot down, if nobody counters any of the enemy's Goliaths, and it all just resets as they find those 3 AI packs, knock them out, then wait for the respawns.
While we're waiting for the next match to come up here, just wanted to do a shout out to some of our sponsors, actually. So wanted to kind of get in here and thank the Gaming Stadium. So today's event is in partnership with the Gaming Stadium. They have one purpose in mind: provide the best place to play and watch your favorite esports. All events are currently being hosted online and open to all North American residents. So there's no better time to put your skills to the test. Visit the website, tgs.gg, to see what's coming up next.
Yeah.
And I believe we also have something fun going on with Sick Kids Hammer. Let's chat about that.
Yeah! So the Calrissian Cup Series flies for Sick Kids Foundation. Our goal is to raise 1,000 CAD, which we have just completely obliterated. And you can join us by giving what you can at a link that I think a Nightbot will put into the chat.
So we have some fun goals today because, like Hammer said, we've completely obliterated our goals. We'd love to hit $4,000.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, ton community. This has been fantastic. I know when we set the goal of 1,000, we're like, can we do it? And it's like keep moving the goalpost further. So it's been great, and I'm so glad we can help out so many kids with this.
Now we're $2 shy of 3,200. So I mean,
oh really?
Woo, yeah,
that's exciting. If we hit $4,000 today, as you guys know, Uplink will be shaving his beard, leaving the mustache. However, if we hit 5K, this is all going away. So that is the goal for today. If we can do it, that'd be fantastic. We want to send off fantastic way for Sick Kids here.
Oh, yeah. Always great to see it. And again, I know I'm just sounding cheesy, but again, thank you, everybody. It's a good foundation, and having the support that we do in this scene with this audience has always blown my mind and humbled me incredibly. So thank you.
Yes.
Oh, man, that game number 1, Splinter taking it, setting up a lot of game number
I like
2.
a transition there.
Yeah.
Actually, I'm very excited to see the next map here. I'm curious what we might see. I want to see if there's going to be any rotations in what we're going to see off the bat. If we're going to see the triple bomber again on both sides. What do you suspect?
I think so. From what I heard, IG has been running the 4 bomber a lot this tourney, and obviously until now it's worked pretty well. They got here, right? But they might be having a little bit of a heart-to-heart in between the games, going, well, Splinter stopped us. Because Splinter got map pick, right? If IG chose faction, which they chose Empire, then Splinter obviously chose the counter to that, which is going to be PKing on Nadiri. So I'm curious to see if IG decides to not run 4 bomber in this upcoming game, go back to something more traditional like a 2 fighter, 2 bomber support, or if they're going to stick to their guns. I think that Splinter is going to stick to their guns and do what they know best, with Sculpt just being out there as a map pressure device, and the rest of the team doing their standard roles of objective damage, AI and defense, support, and all that jazz. Yeah,
it's definitely going to be exciting to watch. Like we saw last map, I don't think we saw many changes out there. I know that we saw, from what we can tell, Fankar switch from his Y-Wing to an X-Wing a little later in the game, just to help with the damage on the ISD. But tested and true, and probably going to always stay the same, as we're always going to see Scalp in his A-Wing. Oh, I see we have some load-ups.
Yeah, we do see a change. We're not seeing the bombers. We're seeing, oops, all X-Wings. Oh, maybe I spoke too soon. Caster's Curse in a way as a switch out Hod going on the Interceptor. I mean, Hod is that team's map punisher, committing to people that overextend and all that. And with Trapster and Miner running the Y-Wings and Luma on that X-Wing, we see a little bit of ICT to knock down any sort of defender that comes in, get those ions, possibly get disables too. But a good way to run a dogfighter Y in the current meta, get those ICTs and say, no, not today, press that button, shut them down.
Here we got 2 bombers, we got the Interceptor, Defender, and Reaper. Nice. Nice layouts here too. Got the rotary, got the ion cannon. Definitely want that here. We got the repair system. No, the repair system doesn't matter to me. But I'm just reading things as we see them coming in here.
Yeah, all 3 of the Y-Wings on IG are running ICT and multi-lock. And on Splinter, Jareen's running the Defender with APS and Ion Missile. Scalp is always running his Repair and Targeting Jammer, and the Bomber is running multi-lock and Goliath.
Ooh, we're going to Gallatin.
Oh!
This is going to be fun.
Is the map that gives and the map that takes away.
It giveth and it taketh.
As you run into a rock and you say, I swear, officer, I didn't see that rock.
Didn't see the rock.
I don't know what happened.
Don't know where it came from. Space rock came out of nowhere, so.
Please don't give me a citation. I've been through. Oh, man. Game number 2. Splinter taking game number 1 in Cal Cup. It's the Majors 2K prize pool. I don't know how how it's proliferated. Maybe you know. It is on. Actually, no, I'll let you speak for me if you have the time, if you know where it's at.
You're talking about the points and such?
Points and prize.
Yeah, so first place will be getting, obviously, invite to the Majors coming up at the end of the year in October there. Second place will be getting 300 Cal Cup points. Third and fourth will be getting 200 Cal Cup points. 5th through 8th is 120, and then 9th to 16th is 60 ranking points.
Whew.
Yeah, a lot of fun stuff with the points there. We're seeing a lot of shift in the scoreboard based on that too, and it's very exciting to kind of see how some people may not make it to the top 8, but they're ranking in those points too. That's going to get them that position.
Yeah.
All right.
As we begin this push into the coin flip, we see again the team to 2 Ys, the 3 Ys, the U and the A still rocking that triple bomber on IG, and on Splinter with the Interceptor, the 2 bombers, the Defender, and the Reaper. Pretty standard for Splinter's loadout. 1 minute and 30 seconds to go. Here's where the damage begins. We see Minor 70, a little bit of heat on his shields. AI packs are being found by Splinter. Brunis getting knocked out of the sky. There he goes. 10 points back towards IG. Let's see if they can hold on to a window. Finding Jareen as well. 2 PKs down, a few more AI or 1 PK, and IG will take this first flip. Let's see how it happens though.
Yeah, they just came right in there nice and aggressive. The Ions definitely work for them. Scalp's definitely in trouble here with 4 hull left, and they have HOD right on their tail. Like, HOD's A-Wing is incredible. They just know what to do. This is definitely an interceptor map, getting nice and quick in between all those tight corners as well, and hunting. This is definitely a hunting map.
The nice thing about this map, too, is this is a good NR pick map because you can break missile lock, because the amount of terrain in this map doesn't allow for the Empire's advantage of shunting as much as a map like Yavin, where you've got nowhere to hide and you can boost your weight lasers nonstop infinitely and shut somebody down in the sky. Instead, we see NR surviving quite a bit more. I mean, looking at the scoreboard, it's a inverse of the first game, as Narcissist in that support and Luma are the only 2 that have found PKs this whole entire game.
Yeah, we're getting several AI kills on the board there, but like you said, a lot of PKs for those guys that are right there. And what we got? We got a B-Wing coming in. We got the B-Wing in.
Big, beautiful Bertha. There she goes. You'll love to see it. Running those proton bombs again. If they're running the proton and the resupply, that's... If it can survive, it can survive, right?
Yeah. This is going to be fantastic.
I mean, I can see why they're doing this, right? They've got a phase that they got into. It went a full 2 minutes. They don't have much morale. They have a time for possibly 1 push. We can see, again, AI are being found by the folks on Gallatin, on Splinter, but we see the shields getting knocked, and we see the 10 bombs coming down sideways out of that B-Wing. All 10 do hit. That cruiser was beaconed down to 53. Down to 50, the resupply. It happened. 10 more bombs. A little more damage. Oh, down to 34. Again, it's a one-way trip for B-Wings, but being able to get that resupply was huge, was massive. The beacons are out. Can he get eyes on lasers before he dies, though? It's the big question. A little bit of damage out, but not enough. Does die. That B-Wing, that suicide B-Wing bomber, getting down 20 proton bombs, getting that cruiser down to like 30.
That resupply was imperative to that. That was just incredible. What a resupply there just to get that done. Like you said, B-Wings are always a one-way trip, unfortunately. Hopefully in the future maybe we'll see that change, but like getting that bombing run in just like that was
massive.
It was massive, like insane.
They had so little, like, because of the way the coin flip went, they had so little time because that phase was basically cut in half. But they took advantage of the fact that they knew it was going to be a suicide push anyway, and got down that cruiser so much that it put them back in a good spot if they can have a solid defense here.
You can really tell Brunus as well here knows and understands his ship. Just because the way he's just drifting on this map, like this. Oh,
well, yeah, it's a good old caster's curse as he just bunks backwards into a rock, gets disabled. With a resupply happens at the last second. That was a pretty clutch resupply into a disable. Not dying, rotors are still happening. That Nebulon's at 49 and falling, but the morale's at half and half. It all depends if they can find the AI
taken
packs.
over morale yet. It keeps jumping back and forth. It's stayed right in the middle completely.
Yeah. Ooh, more disables coming out, but Brunus not dying. Second disable getting beacon, no countermeasures, and Brunus does fall. It's a 4v5 out here, actually more like a 3v5 as Doreen in the defender is all the way back at the ISD. But C, looking very tasty, will most likely fall before they can get that flip. As we see, Sculpt's still out there. The rest of the team is still out there getting damage down on Charlie. AI pack, a whole AI pack was found by a Goliath there, though, on Imperial Guard. I mean, never say never. If they can get two, if they get one more pack, there it goes!
They got
it before the flip. We'll see probably 15 points as somebody will go out of phase this frigate. But
that is exactly why you want that Goliath for those AI.
Yeah, those packs of 5, nobody can stop it, nobody sees it coming, there's no ramp up on the AI, it's immediate 15 points. As we go back to IG, their B-Wing run helped.
What do we got here?
They make B-Wing do work.
B-Wing's coming back. Miner just swapped back from a Y-Wing to the B-Wing, so we're probably going to see another bombing run here. I'm curious where they're going to target first, actually.
They will most likely go for Delta, knock down the ship from Delta. I say that, though. They just lost 15 to that out of phase on their frigate, which means they have a 15-point buffer for Charlie now. They can knock that out, and it'll be just fine and dandy. Let's see how they get in. The rest of the team, they're still getting a slow push. We see a little bit of a Corvette burn on Splinter as that Corvette's not being protected too much. It's a bit of a chaotic mess. Here he comes. We see Narcissus behind him waiting for the resupply, has him targeted. Here comes the damage down. It goes, lasers on. These shields have been overshielded, overcharged. At 10 does die though before getting out 20 bombs.
Incredible.
Oh, they knew he was coming in. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. They're not going to let it happen. They shut him down with those overcharged shields before he could get down those 20 bombs. Got down about 7.
What are we looking
Still
at
more than a standard.
Yeah, here we go. And Delta's down. There you go.
Yeah, only
I didn't get as excited here, but I just said it so mono. Delta's down.
Only one cruiser remains, but the morale not looking too hot for Imperial Guard as an AI pack or PKs, if they're found, it's going to go back towards Splinter. We see a pack being found right there, the +3s. Will somebody die? Will an AI pack be found? Where is the damage? There it is! There she goes as we go back to Splinter on the offense.
Looks like we saw another rotation for Miner switching into an attack A-Wing here.
Yeah.
So I'm curious how this is going to change, because they've been mostly Y-Wing and B-Wing through this match here, so the swap to another ship here, a third one. Really don't, I haven't seen that in late game usually. We only see like maybe a 2-ship difference, but to have a triple, that's interesting to me.
Well,
and it just tells you how fluid of a player they are.
They know they're going to go on a flagship defense here. It's pretty unavoidable, right? As Charlie has lost all of its shields, they have a full morale bar, and Raider is coming in. They've got to now be able to keep everybody as far away from that MC-75 as possible, because the MC-75, the way it's shaped, the way the damage works on it, if they get in there, they're going to knock down those shields almost instantaneously. As C looks almost gone. Lumiseed at 4, but we see Fenkar getting ioned, getting beaconed at 52 hull, having to play a little defensively. They lose Charlie. The assault of the MC-75 begins now.
We have Brunus going in right off the bat, like you said. Ooh, happened rotary and bombs. Right off the bat on shield jet.
Comes down. But
exactly what you said was going to happen.
Yeah. But sadly, not able to keep eyes on target too much. That right shield gen, though, I say that too soon. Almost dead, almost knocked out entirely. Jareen getting down some damage on these shields. It does fall. Fenkar taking that shield. But the morale, actually, JK, the morale's still
there. The morale's still there.
By Splinter, as they take down one shield, looking for that second shield. They get in there, they get the damage down, they take down that second shield as well.
Yeah,
2 shield gens down.
Now this is going to be very fun to defend for Imperial Guard here, just because, like you said, they lost both shield gens very early on. Now we're going to have to see if they're going to be able to hold targeting. And
well, this is a bad spot to be in, because their power has been beaconed. Just at 53, an ion going and just breathing on it is going to knock it out.
Yeah.
If they can't get you know, the PKs, they've already killed the Raider. They're not going to have that 20-point buffer. If they can't get PKs or AI quickly, well, they are, luckily. it's not going to be a good sight. They have, unless they play a stellar defense, they have really one push left to knock down D into one phase this ISD. But we've seen Splinter knock one phase in ISD before. So never say never, as the flip does happen. 2 subs down on the MC75. Power is around half, and the hull is around 80%.
We have Brunus coming in again. Oh, never mind. I'm
immediately rotating to get those AI, because again, it's their game to win now. Trapster at 3 hull does die, making it a 4v5 on this push onto Delta, going in with these X-Wings, right? Now is not the time for any sort of slow movement as that morale goes back to half and half. Now is the time for dedicated, quick damage to come down from some burst, some overcharged burst. We see Delta getting hit hard at 14, 13, 12. It will most likely fall, giving him a 15-point buffer on the push. There goes the disable on Minor 7th, though, bonking on the front of that Raider at 1 hull. A little bit of shields, a little bit of Monica in my life. Will he survive? I don't know. There goes Ashley. He does die. Woo!
We're seeing a triple X-Wing here as well with a Y-Wing, not Y-Wing support, with Narcissus on support with the U-Wing here, and it looks like we're coming in for, yeah, Luma's going right for the shield, so we're going to see a nice bombing run here very shortly.
Well, as they do lose their phase, this is all up to if they can hold on to this defense, if they can burn this Raider and basically kill everybody on Splinter. That's really what it comes down to.
We already have Brunus on targeting too. I mean, on power systems actually. Power systems is
Green was
go
knocking
down.
it. Sculp is on the back with the shunted lasers, trying to get down Hull, just dumping into it where he can. Power does fall. Weak points have been made. 5 have been made. Can they find them quickly? However, we see a lot on the bottom. Sculp immediately sees 2, rotates, destroys 1, will most likely rotate, destroy the second. Has a little bit of aggro on him, however. Fenkar also in there with the bomber, the rotary in the back. Continual damage. The whole team is on there like hornets on a nest. Jareen's still back at the base, coming in for a bit of a mix-up. Brunus dead. Rip.
Brunus.
Fenkar dead. But doesn't matter, as Splinter knocks down that MC75, winning the second game.
Yeah, that was intense to watch, and that's why I like Gallatin. It's such a fun map to watch, and it's just don't know what's going to happen. I mean, let's look at the scoreboard here. We saw a lot more AI kills, like you said. Fenkar got 38 this round, Brunus with 23, and then on the other side, Miner with 13, and Lumiseed with 12.
Yeah,
so they were definitely getting.
You can see a lot of the aggro of the farmers and the disparity between the two teams, right? For the fact that Fenkar and Brunus basically got double. Or with Fenkar almost a triple, if not more than triple, the AI of the AI farmers on the other team. Again, a quality to be shouted out for Sculpwalker to be able to shut down those bombers and say, not today.
And looking at Brunus's cap ship damage, 79,000. That's huge comparatively. I mean, even looking at what Fenkar did, 58,000 there. So those two bombers are just parked there with the rotary cannons, just having taken out the systems there. Like we saw right off the bat when you called it, saying they're going to get right in there on the shield gens to just take them out. And yeah, that's exactly what happened there.
It's all about that momentum, right? It's a shock and awe. You knock them out, you can you just immediately go for it. Don't give them time to regroup. Don't give them time to think. Just go in, execute your plan that you've practiced, right?
Yeah, that was a lot of fun to watch. Really good rotations I saw there as well from IG with the B-Wing bombing run. That was great to watch. And then we saw the rotation back to the Y-Wing. So we did see the swap on rotations for positions like we thought was going to happen. But in the end, it just unfortunately wasn't enough. I felt IG played fantastically still. It's fantastic to see them in the semifinals. I'm proud of them.
I mean, I've said it before. Hod is the keyboard machine. He's the man that no mouse, no joystick, just pure keys. Beautiful.
Did you say
stuff.
all keys?
All keys all the time.
That's intense. That is amazing. I love it.
I think on his Twitch he has a keyboard cam, so you can see how he plays, like one hand on the numpad, one hand on the regular keyboard.
I need to check that out sometime. Like that. That's amazing. So fun fact, actually, from chat here, Splinter is actually on an 18-win streak.
Ooh,
That's intense.
Can anybody give R1 his wish that he had yesterday, where he said, "Somebody stop Splinter"? Because they're just coming in and getting damaged. Also, somebody mentioned in chat, too, the game started when I had read it. Somebody asked for a pants check. I got myself my typical good old black today.
All right, friends. Before we get into more games this afternoon, we want to thank some of our event partners here. So I really want to shout out Monster Cat. They're the ones giving us some fantastic music in between our breaks here. So, have you heard of Monster Cat Gold? Just leave it there. If you haven't tried it yet, it's a great service for $5 a month where you can download and stream thousands of Monster Cat songs from top electronic artists and use the music in your live streaming videos with no fear of DMCA claims. They've got additional perks too, including listening across new music and Monster Cat shop discounts and exclusive community features. Check them out.
Yeah, because it is definitely a bummer. I mean, this has happened to me when I'm streaming. Just the various either Squadrons gameplay or SCL, and I go back to the VOD and I can't hear like a third of it because I wasn't paying attention. I had some sort of like lo-fi artist on, and then it just gets DMCA'd. So great service.
But what do you listen to music with?
My ears?
No, I was leading to the next partner there.
Oh! We got ourselves Kanto. Looking for that final piece for your work from home or gaming setup? I work from home. I game. Find everything you need to build the best workstation or battle station at KantoLiving.com. Check out their monitor mounts, speakers, and stands today.
And on that note, friends, we are going to jump to a quick break here, and we'll be back right after this.
Yo!
Welcome back, friends. We have another exciting match ready for you here. And for those in chat, why I'm looking down, I have a little notebook here that I've been taking notes all series, comparing what's going on. Maybe I'll just hold it like this when I'm going through it. But a lot of cool stuff that's been happening over the last few months here. So I kind of have it all documented here so I can kind of reference those fun points and kind of bring you guys some just extra analysis. So. And also looking at my fun pants.
So, the teams. We've got ourselves the second semis. It's going to be Cavern Angels Gold versus the Randalorians. Randalorians coming in from that minor win, going into the majors, wanting to get a win as well. But Cavern Angels coming out of nowhere, getting better and better and better and better every single time. We'll see how they do, how they hold up. I think it's Randos on Empire first, Cavern Gold on NR. But, while that might have been a big thing previously, the patches, the changes, the shifts, have made NR more viable. It's nice. And, of course, when somebody chooses Empire, we see it here. It's a recurring trend. Nadiri is the map of choice, right? Nadiri is the way to equalize against the TIE Bombers' damage and to be able to stop any sort of AI farming, forcing PKs.
So I really want to talk about Cavern Angels real quick before we start getting into the ship loadouts, because I can see them popping up on my screen here. But it's just really cool to watch their progression, because I was actually looking and usually they don't make it into the top 16 or even up there, and just seeing where they are now, it's like, I'm so interested to see what they've changed, what the rosters they've done, and like what's their loadout, what's been their plan and strategy. Like, I'm super amped for them. I'm excited to see this match because there's some extra, I was going to say extra juice here, but that's exactly what it is. We got some extra stuff going on because whoever actually wins this match here from the CA Gold and Randalorians actually earns an invite because Splinter already has one. So it's going to be interesting.
Their head. Yeah. Loadouts, we got ourselves, 2 Defenders, 2 Bombers, and a Reaper on the Randalorians, and on Cavern Angels, 2 X's, 2 Y's, and a U. Very standard loadout for both teams. And the loadouts have been taken from me to the loading screen.
Taken.
We'll find out when we get in there.
Very excited to see these loadouts here. I'm excited to see what we're going to see here right off the bat, and seeing what Cavern Angels brings to the table.
Better and better plays every time that I see them.
Yep.
So I'm excited. But Randalorians, they want to win. They want a W. Again, one of these teams will be invited to the grand final. So
in October,
there's more than just the majors on the line here. There's an invite on the line here.
There's a lot on the line here, so this is exciting. So let's see. There's Ham. Love it. Oh, Robert Fett. There you go.
Ha. And like I said before, we got ourselves the 2 Ys, 2 X's, and a U. And on the Empire, you got yourself 2 Bombers, 2 Defenders, and a Reaper. Let's see how they play it out here. On the loadouts, right, you got ourselves a Multi-Lock Goliath, Multi-Lock ICT on Cavern Angels with the X's both running ion missiles. And on you know, on the Empire on Randalorians, the bomber multi-lock Goliath, the defender running ion missile, anti-starfighter, and anti-starfighter ion missile. So pretty standard loadouts from both teams as we get into this coin flip. As we see the Randalorians coming in and just getting so much damage down. Red Leader's dead. Rolf is dead. They get that relatively quickly as they go on the first offense on Empire. Complete morale bar.
I was following CA Knight. They were taking on the by themselves. I didn't even realize the rest of their team went down there.
Yeah, just absolute slaughter. House out here on the Randalorians. The full morale is out there. Jester's already in there getting some ion damage down on Delta. Delta's almost lost complete ions on this Nadiri lane. And the morale is still stranglehold. Not a single sliver of points for Cavern Angels in this first 40 seconds of this phase. Finally, 2 AI are being found. But again, this is Nadiri. It's a map that bites back if you lose that coin flip. You're going to struggle to find these AI, this morale, to be given back to you as you're forced to PK.
And it looks like Rando Alex is uncontested, and they are just parked there on the cruiser. They're taking out the frigate. Frigate's going down real quick here. Seeing a lot of heavy damage here. I believe they're attacking D there. Yeah.
Dumping in to the beacon. It's a beacon Nebulon. The rotary's coming out. You know, Alex is flying at half throttle, the perfect speed to not get immediately lasered by these frigates, by the flagship, and surviving quite a bit. Finally getting beaconed at 49 hull, 45, but is able to get a resupply and possibly not die, though never say never as the aggro still comes, using a bit of Nadiri's terrain to get out of there.
Oh, here we have Avenger 1 coming with his TIE Defender, just getting in there, getting some hits. This Nebulon is going to be going down very shortly here.
Oh,
it only has 10 hits left here. Yeah, Delta's going down.
And they're going to have basically a complete morale bar when they do take it down. We see a bit of a rotation from Avenger to get the ions down on Charlie. It's basically gone as well on this first phase, holding that Delta as long as possible because it's their game to do that right now. Let's see how they play it out. Most of them are going back for a hard reset, sitting back on their...
Oh, we got Red Leader targeted there. What's going on with Jester here? Oh, we're going back to Avenger 1 getting in there. I believe he just got hit by Goliath there as soon as we went right on him here.
Yeah, A1's got a bit of damage on his hull, has a bit of a bonk, and then the bonk kills him!
Yep,
Poor guy, Avenger 1, more like Avenger done as he is vanished off this field!
Red Leader got him in there with their cannons there, and I believe they use an ion just to get him into the wall there, if I'm correct reading the layouts there.
A forced bonk from Cavern Angels.
But
now we see a bit of damage coming down from SQ at 20 hull, just wants to take down that frigate. Will die in the process, though, as the morale is going back towards Cavern Angels. Delta has not fallen, seas below half. They're probably going to go and try to take Delta at the beginning of the next phase to min-max as best as they can. They don't have to lengthen out this phase. They can instead shorten the next phase on Cavern Angels. A bit of a smart play coming out of Randalorians. As it now is flipped, somebody will get in there and knock down Charlie.
Yeah, we haven't seen any rotations yet on Cavern Angels for any rotations on their ships here, so they're all staying in the same position. Nothing changed as well on Randalorians as well. Looks like we still got this.
Nebulon's beaconed at 1. Nebulon does fall 15 points again. They saved it for when they were on defense. That's a nice 15 points on Nadiri, right? Smart play, because you know you're not going to have AI. The more points you can have in the beginning, the better.
That's exactly what we need here. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. What's going on?
Let's see how these teams play it out. Alex already out there just burning down that Corvette, the only other point of reliable damage. As that morale now is at half and half, PKs were found, Knight is dead. Riverfett out in that B-wing, but that Corvette's at 45, being beaconed. It will fall relatively soon, giving them back 15 points, making this an incredibly quick defense phase. If Randalorians can commit, get one more PK or one or two on top of that, and get a few of these sub-optimal AI packs on this map. There goes the Corvette. Again, there goes a PK! 2 more AI. We see the AI being found by these bombers. If they can just get a little more, it'll go back towards Brando's in their favor, but Ions do get knocked out. Yep. Ralph does get hit and does fall, pushing it back towards the Randalorians. Again, I want to make a shout out to that clutch-timed frigate pop. They know this map, and they're playing intelligently around this map.
It was, as we're getting into there, it was just watching Ralph and Red Leader, they're both trying to engage Alpha there and both getting Ion into they both died from crashing into the Alpha as well.
We see Charlie starting to get knocked down by Alex. He does knock it down. The M75 phase begins now with a complete morale bar. Can they get in there? Can they push in? It's going to be a bit of a rat's nest. We see a bit of the team having aggro. We see one of the team going in. We see Alex going into the shields. He's within 1,200, 1,000. He gets in. He starts shunting, skipping around. He gets under the shield. He starts rotoring. The damage is there. The throttle is dead. He mosquitoes on and completely destroys that shield. One subs him down on the M75. The other one has fallen as well. 2 subs down on the M75 almost immediately. That synchronized swing from Randos. We've seen it before. We see it again.
Oh!
Man, oh man. Just the speed and velocity and the tenacity of Randalorians coming in. Now we see a bit of a damage bringer on that power getting beacon. Gets down, completely destroyed, or not, as it's down to like 12-15% and not getting nuked. It's almost gone. They just have to breathe on it, sneeze on anything on that power, and it will fall.
And we're seeing a lot of PKs coming in here now on Submo and Rando Squad. Now I'm just curious what we're going to see from Jester coming in here, going on targeting, absolutely destroyed it. Coming in here, who's on his tail there? We got Ralph on with a Y-wing taking him out. Now we have Alex coming around top here. Definitely going to be seeing some heavy damage coming here from Alex.
Oh yeah, as
no one's
that
on him.
hole is at 57. The MC75 beaconed. The targeting getting locked onto, but the hole getting dumped instead. Alex wants to get as much points down and before this phase gets to an end, finds a weak point, completely bonks and destroys that weak point. The M75 down to 34. It's the 7.5 points from these 2 weak points. Obliterated down to 21%. Can they get it on this phase? They will not, as they do lose their Raider. Raider was up the whole time.
Oh,
they
down
find
to
another
6.
weak point. Down to 3. Down to 1.
Down to
It
1.
would most likely be out of phase if it wasn't just out of phase right there. In fact, I think it was. They get a W. Randalorian's taking game number 1 on a barely squeezed out of phase.
Oh, we saw 2 defenders in the end there. That was an interesting swap. We swapped out a Reaper there for a TIE Fighter as well. And looking actually just at like the player kills here, Jester getting 7. Yeah, that was huge. And looking at the capital ship damage here from Alex there, 66, definitely being a leader there. Doing as many damages to the subsystems there and focusing down those things here. It's kind of like what we said as well. Randalorians was momentum, speed, and violence.
They also... shout out, I mean, other teams might be doing this, but this is the first time that I've seen it so explicitly. Shout out to a solid counter strategy to having to play Empire on Nadiri. Mm-hmm. Being able to save a pocket frigate for 15 points on defense was a complete obliterator, destroyer of any sort of offense phase that Cavern Angels had on Nadiri. That is huge. That is massive. That is mega.
What are we going to have to see from Cavern Angels in the next match here? Like, what map pick do you think we're going to have to see from them? And then what change in rosters we're going to have to see from them?
We might see another Nadiri-Galatan split, right? Because Nadiri and Galatan have been seen as the best NR maps to play on as they're going on NR next game, right? As wait, no, they're going on Empire.
Yeah.
So if they pick Empire as their faction, then especially randos who are good as NR on Galatan are most likely going to choose Galatan. And what we're going to need to be able to see is, again, it's similar to other games. They have to shut down these AI farmers, especially on Galatan. They have a little more room to do it, but also because they have more room, the AI also has more room to exist and not exist in 2 or 3 packs. So they have to be able to shut down randos' defense as long as possible to be able to get those TIE bombers out there on those frigate cruisers. That's
a big focus point, definitely. Big focus point, definitely for Cavern Angels going to the next match is definitely going to be focusing on Alex, because Alex is definitely leading on here for capital ship damage. You know, coming with the bombing run there, definitely something to focus on. But then again, same thing for Randalorians. I'd really say the big focus is going to be Red Leader and Ralph coming with those dual Y wings. So I'm curious if we're going to see dual TIE bombers again, or if we're going to see all TIE bombers. Who knows? It all depends on the next match too, right? So
we'll need to see too. Cavern Angels need to replicate the amount of damage that randos can do to a flagship. We've seen Randalorians in previous tournaments be absolutely devastating to both flagships, the M75 and the ISD. And I mean, we just saw at that game. They came in, they called out which shields were going where, and both bombers got in. Nobody screwed up, and they immediately mosquitoed onto both shields. We only got to see one because of how quickly it went.
Yeah, it was like we didn't even actually have a chance to get in there and fully react. By the time it went down, we're like, oh, well, there you go. Just as you called it. So
just in awe with how the Randalorians have played it, and I'm excited to see how game number 2 goes as the faction flip is there.
So, I just got some intel from HQ. We are going to Sisabo next.
Oh.
And that, to me, is a little unexpected. So I'm pretty excited to see where this is going and what's going to happen. Like, Sisabo is a very interesting map.
Sisabo is a decent pick because you've got defined lanes and you have enough debris to knock out missile lock. So it's not a bad pick as NR.
It's still very open.
We'll see how it goes. Yeah, and well, the frigate cruisers are close enough too. It's not like Essalus where you finish that phase and you've got to put on your hiker's backpack because oh god, the frigate cruiser is like a half mile away. It's close enough where you can get decent momentum on winning and flipping phases. So we'll see.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see what we're going to see from both teams here, and I suspect we're going to see pretty standard layout that we've seen from Cavern Angels. I think we're going to see double bomber, maybe 2 defenders, and maybe an interceptor, maybe a reaper as well. But what I'm expecting from Randalorians here is probably going to be the 2 Y-wing, 2 X-wing, and an intercept in an 8-wing there for sure.
Yeah. Or we will see if it's going to be an interceptor or if it's going to be a fighter, as the X-wing is strong. But yeah, it all depends on how randos want to play it too.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be an ion map as well because you definitely want to use that to bring your advantage as well. Definitely want your extra, your teammate, not your teammates, but your adversaries definitely hitting those lovely flowing bits.
Yes. Okay, both my obs are in. We are good, at least on my end, to where I can see what's going on. Perfect. Yeah, it's been a good day, a good Sunday. I think I've already asked you how you're feeling, but how are you feeling right now?
I'm feeling good. I'm saving my energy. I'm a little mellow right now, but I've been massaging my yelling voice to. I've already alerted my neighbors for me to start getting really hyped. Not that I'm not hype right now, but I really want to get amped with you in the grand finals here. So it's gonna be my first time with you, and I'm very excited. Thanks for having me on this journey. It's been a lot of fun. Community's been great. All right,
been good to have you.
Oh, we got some loadouts.
Let's see the ion bombs on a bomber.
Triple bomber, defender, and a reaper right off the bat. And yeah, like we said, the ion bombs. Oh, switch to Goliath. Never mind.
Well, what I'm imagining will happen too is you have your ion bomb. So that Ralph might be dedicated Raider bombs, Raider ion strip in the beginning. We'll see him possibly boost in, get the 10 bombs, get like 5 bombs, boost 5 bombs, and boost and get out of there. To be able to secure a Corvette burn as quickly as possible, with the rest of the bombers just running the typical Goliath multi-lock, right?
I really like Hans' build here for his Reaper there. I love having the Ion. Definitely something that I really like with the Reaper is just to disable and supplying your teammates here. Really good. Ion Missile and Concussion here on the Defender as well. Really like that as well.
And when we go over to the opposing NR team, the Randalorians, like I was saying, Avenger does like his X-Wing. Yes. And we can see that with the Burst Cannon, Ion Missile, Ion Torpedo, a hard push as a no defender. Not today. Hard disable. I mean, we've seen too in other tournaments. Randos are really good at having their PKers disable and have a 2v1 against the enemy starfighters. So what we might see when they play NR is somebody's going to disable, and then immediately there's going to be like a triangulation of lasers that come in on somebody on the Empire.
Really excited to see this map, especially with, like you said, that anti-defender build. We probably see a lot of that with Y-Wings as well. A lot of disables.
Yeah,
it's going to be very good. Yeah, it's going to be good.
On Sissybo, too. In the semifinals, Rando's taking game 1, best of 3 against Cavern Angels Gold. The factions have flipped. The map has changed. Let's see how they do.
Also, fun fact, it makes no sense that these Nebula B frigates are part of this because they're medical cruisers, so why are they sending literal hospitals into war? Anyways, off top.
True.
True. All right, here we go. Right into the minefield, right off the bat here. Looking at Avenger. Love them. Oh, there we go. Ralph with the rust.
Well, that's a volcanic. It's got the gold look, kind of rusty, but still beautiful. Defender. Well, I mean, it all depends if you're a fan of the Defender's looks. It can be a little bit of a polarizing.
Raider going off on the not the Defender. You're the Raider here with an Ion Lock. Loved it.
Yeah, gets that Ion down. We see AI back and forth as Morale sits at the half and half. Avenger trying to get disable on that. Reaper does get the disable, gets the player kill on Ham. Rest in pieces. But AI Pack's Complete Goliath was found by Cavern Angels, but never say never, as a pack was also found by Randalorians. Can Avenger get one more PK? Can they get the Raider? Can they get AI? That's the big question. 1 minute and 7 seconds to go in this coin flip. Jester has no shields, trying to play as defensively around that terrain as possible. You see the Raider at 5-4. The Raider does fall, and the flip does happen. Randalorian's taking the first offense on Sisubo.
Yeah, just watching Avenger here drift through the debris here and going on Ralph right off the bat here. He's going to shoot an Ion without a doubt to disable him in a second here. Or he just not engaged. Yeah, he's still on him here. It's just using the debris here to your advantage, especially as a defender. You're going to want to do this, especially when you know everyone's going to be using Ion locks and Ion to destroy you. So.
Oh, yeah. The morale still very much held by Randalorians as we get into this, but again, it's not Nadiri. This is a map that AI exists on as packs are being found by Cavern Angels. The beacons are out, but that's a pretty harmless beacon on Submo. He's all the way back on the resupply. But we see on the Raider, Alex is just dumping into that cruiser, and with half shields, almost no shields now as the Ions do connect. Rotary
Alex
damage
is just right in there. This is also one of the maps where the cruisers are very close to the capital ships as well here. So, oh, Alex got disabled.
There it is. There is an Ion in complete destruction. Let's see how they do. Finding Aham, trying to get Aham down. The Ions are out. The shields might be drained on that support. Completely drained, has been beacon. No countermeasures can happen. Can Aham survive? He does die.
Jester got him on the final shot there, too. Ran out of energy and just got him right there.
As the morale sits now more in Cavern Angels' hands than Randalorians, can they knock down Delta Shields or can they knock down Charlie's Hull, possibly taking it? I guess we're going to find out. Player kills are there. AI packs are being found as Cavern Angels want to get this flip back towards them as soon as possible.
Yeah, Avenger 1 is not letting up on player kills. As soon as he sees a defender, he's immediately chasing them here as well. He's definitely trying to get the disables in early. Player kills are still low. We're only seeing 1-1-1 right across the board with actually CA Knight with 2 player kills here.
Yeah.
Man, oh man. A lot of damage there. Random Squad getting 21,000 so far, as well as Robert Fed getting about 18,000 on the opposing team back there.
As we go back to Randalorians on defense and Cavern Angels on offense, let's see how CA holds up. Can they knock down the shield? Delta shields looking pretty low as the Ions are getting out. The damage is there. They're brute forcing their way through it. Knight is out there getting damage. Other Ham's out there getting damage. With these defenders, these bombers, they want to go in for pure damage. But Aham being found, Aham being completely obliterated. That PK is down. No more multiplier out here. A bit of a bonk on Knight. Loses a lot of his hull on that defender. Ice Cleric out there as well with the Nebulon getting down that continual damage. But they're losing the morale by the second. The beacons are out as well. Knight's not going to have any sort of way to shut down, or Boba Fett shut down any sort of locks that are going to come out there. Though yeah, I say that and he actually flies out of it.
Ice Cleric just sitting there with the rotary cannon, dropping some bombs and missiles on there as well. Looks like they need a resupply for sure. I don't think they have a Reaper in play. Yeah, they have Ham out there, but Ham's going to need to get on them shortly. We're going to see this go down very shortly. There's only 10 health left, but Ice Cleric.
But again, the phase is flipped. So it's going to be more of a defensive out of phase as that Nebulon's at 7. Knight's going in, wants to get it 5, 4, 3, 1. It does fall 15 points.
That's huge.
Yeah, it is
definitely
huge.
Good for them.
Let's see if they can hold up a defense, though, as Randalorians start going on the offense. They've knocked down Charlie to like a third. Delta's lost all of its shields. No more Ions needed on these cruisers. We'll see if they can get that DPS down.
Yeah, it looks like it's working out for them. We got Avenger 1 already attacking, I believe. Yeah, Delta there. Already focusing down. All by himself. No one's on there right now. They're not focusing on them at all.
But that burst is huge.
That burst is huge. It's such... It packs such a punch.
The thing with burst is that every other laser in this game has damage drop-off at range. The burst has equal damage at any distance on its max range, which is around 1,000, right?
Yeah.
So you're able to shoot it from as far away, and you're able to get as much DPS, or the most DPS of any laser, just for that pure fact in the X-Wing. Of course, I mean, in Bombers you have Rotary, but this is not Bomber City, this is Fighter City.
Incom built.
Charlie does fall.
Oh, oops, all X-Wings on a Randalorians here. Like, we got four X-Wings out there with Rando Sumo coming in to support with the U-Wing here. And
Alex out there getting damaged. Jester out there getting damage. Avenger trying to get picks, but also doing damage on that burst. Like, they're all, again, Hornets on a nest. But, oh, no! But Avenger ends up clipping through one of Sisupo's little wreckages. Gets a lot of damage on his hull, but full of shields. He'll survive for another day. They knocked down!
They got both of them down now. Yep, and we still have... The morale's still going down real quickly for them as well. Like, I wonder if they're going to be able to do with their timing here.
But this is where randos shine on their flagship offense. We see Jester coming into that shield, wants to get in and get that Ion down. We see Ion go down. This has been disabled. One shield has completely been disabled. Both shields have been disabled with the right shield at half, left shield now at half as well. If they can rotate one more time, the lineups are going to be perfect because there's no shield on the IST. They knock down the right shield, the left shield now at a third. They will most likely knock that down as well before the phase does end. Again, the Randalorians coming in, knocks that down. That left shield has fallen, the right shield has fallen. The Randalorians with their IST assault, right, their flagship. They are just good at this! Will they knock down power is the big question. Do we see a rotation? Again, if they have Ions with the beacon, the power does fall as well as the flip does happen. 3 subs down on the ISD. Their flagship damage, 1 weak point will be found as well by Jester before Jester dies to that tractor beam.
Whew!
Man, the Randalorians are so good at their flagship offense. How terrifying it must be to fight against them.
Could you imagine just be someone in the universe and that happening? I would be terrified. Like, just say, oh, no, Rando's here, I'm out. Tap me out. No. First day on the job.
I say it a lot, but it's like watching synchronized swimming in space where they know exactly where they're going. Their control over their ships is so finely controlled where they can just get in and just do that and make no mistakes.
All right, we have Ice Clerk back on beta here, coming in with his rotary cannon there, and we believe, multi-lock as well. I believe Avenger's on their tail right now as well, if I'm correct.
Yeah. We see them trying to desperately knock down Charlie as quickly as possible because, again, they have... it's not going to be an easy defense for Cavern Angels in the slightest as they don't have any shields left, so if a Corvette comes in, it's going to do a lot of passive damage. The MC-75 assault begins now with a half and half morale. Is not looking too good. They've lost their Raider.
Yeah. Oh, wow. Raider's down already? Yeah. Well, they're already on the assault here. Let's see what they can do. Hopefully we can probably see something like we saw last round there. Like we saw with Splinter, going right for the shield, taking this off right off the bat, but it looks like...
Yeah, Ice Claire coming in, he's slowed down, the rotary's coming out, but he does not get perfect eyes on target, as he had a bit of a mistake, gets Ion, the damage is out, he's been beaconed, he does fall, does not get down that shield, it gets it down to about like 2/3, but just no damage, not enough. We see Boba Fett coming in as well on the bomber, wants to rotate and get some damage on the mean beams coming out.
Mean beam, let's go!
3,000 damage, gets that shield, but the morale's almost completely gone to these PKs. The beacons are out, he might die as well.
With 30 health, by themselves out there right now, because there's no support around them.
Phase flip has happened, disables are out. As Boba Fett being disabled will fall to the MC-75.
Yes, definitely.
Now begins...
Oh no, please.
Now begins the ISD assault. Not a good spot to be in. They've lost all but targeting. I mean, we're going to see they're desperately trying to burn down this Corvette as much as possible, as quickly as possible.
That's the focus here. Is like you said, there is no shield, so now it's just coming in with like a meme run here. All X-Wings again, though.
Oh, yeah.
So they just need to come in with those.
They've actually got 3 people on Corvette burn right now because they know that Corvette's passive damage will be absolutely brutal. Only 4 weak points at possible remain on this ISD unless more have been knocked out. It has been beaconed, however. The targeting has been beaconed as well, but again, targeting doesn't matter at this point as they've gotten down enough damage on this ISD. 2 weak points on the top. We can see them. If they're found, this is going to be it as 1 more weak point and the ISD will fall. Possibly. Maybe. Can they do it? There it goes. The ISD has fallen. Rando's getting pushed into the finals, also getting an invite into the grand finals. Taking this series 2-0 as we push into the grand finals. Splinter versus Randos, a rematch to be seen. The meta's changed. The patch is live. Will it be different? Let's find out.
Let's find out. It's going to be super interesting to watch because the last time we saw these two teams, it played definitely one way. And now I'm very excited to see how these teams have adjusted. Their not only their roster, the play style, but like it's been what, a month, 2 months since they played against each other in the finals?
Yeah. I mean, 68 capture damage on Broba, but again, Rando's coming in there just synchronized. I mean, the numbers aren't anything that's like a standout, but it's not about the numbers. It's about how you play as a team.
Mhm.
And absolutely terrifying. I want to see how they do their flagship offense against Splinter, who,
Yeah.
I mean, Splinter, we've seen win. We've seen pull, squeak out Game 5 NR wins in the past. Not a team to be joked around with, but Randos have figured out that they've figured out their pushes.
You know what?
Scary.
Before we get to the finals, I just want to give a shout out again to Cavern Angels. Amazing work getting here. I'm super thrilled to see how much you guys have improved, and I hope to see you guys in the next minor championship. That's my wish. I'd love to see Cavern Angels get to the finals. So keep at it, keep practicing, and keep going forward. So
as we now get ourselves ready for some grand final action.
I'm excited. This is going to be it's a Clash of Titans here. This is more or less Godzilla versus King Kong. If we want to put it, it's going to be good. It's going to be one hell of a match. This is going to be like watching a movie, especially now that we have these beautiful cinematic shots. Like, I cannot wait to see the majesty of Star Wars, the way it's supposed to be viewed. That's what I love about this game is there's no Jedi in it. It's literally you're the hero. And watching these two teams, and they're all Titans. Like, everyone here plays a role. They play it well. And just watching them go at it is it's insane. These people are so skilled in what they do. I can't wait to get to it. Like, I'm excited now. I'm amped. I'm electrified. This is going to be a match to watch.
Oh, yeah. The Randos have adapted. I mean, we're seeing it. They refine every single time. I mean, Splinter is refined too, but I don't know how it's going to go. If the patch wasn't the way it was, if the Y-Wing wasn't as viable as it was, I would say it's going to be another 5 match all the way through, but I can't say that anymore because the teams have changed.
Yeah, like, we're coming into a best of 5 match in the finals here, so this is definitely going to be really cool. Very going to be fun to watch here, and we're in it. Like, we're in it. I'm excited. Like, I wonder which map we're going to start with too, and what we're going to see for rotations as well.
That's a good question. I don't know in this situation. I don't know which one is the higher seed to do first faction. I think it's the Randos. If I don't want to misspeak, I think it's the Randos.
Possibly. I can't tell. I'll wait for confirmation when we get back. And on that note, friend, we're going to take a quick break here, and we'll come back to you with some beautiful Star Wars Squadrons action. So, friends, it's finals time, baby! Woo! Oh, man, I am pumped. I am excited. This is crazy. Splinter Squadron has been undefeated in this entire tournament series up till now.
18-0.
Will that change? Will that change? I think they're 19-0 now. If we're counting games. So, like, massive. This is crazy. I'm very excited for this. Like I said, we have the Clash of the Titans here. Godzilla versus King Kong. Luke versus Emperor Palpatine. It's happening right now. This is exciting. Hammer, bring me back. Pull me back in because I'm just too amped right now.
The way that I always look at it, and maybe it's bad of me to look at this, but I always think of Splinter as the NR team, and I think of Randos as the Empire team coming out in their defenders, only because Sculpt never plays defender, so I always think of him as like an NR. So it's like watching the two teams that I mostly associate with these factions just duking it out. And as we get into game number 1, that's exactly what we're seeing with Randos on Empire and Splinter on NR.
And it looks like we're actually going to our favorite map in the Nadiri Dockyards. Right off the bat here, love the layouts here that we're getting. We're getting 2 defenders, 2 bombers, and a Reaper here on the Randalorian side. Love what we're going to see here. It's going to be high engagement, high octane action. Like, I feel like I almost just have to sit here and be quiet and just let the match happen. And you all just are going to be as captivated as I am. And Hammer's going to lead us through screaming and get us all amped.
On the Randos, I mean, this is a pretty standard loadout they like to run. I mean, it's ion missile, anti-starfighter on the defenders, and on the bombers, you got yourself a Goliath and multi-lock. That's pretty bog standard, which is not a bad thing. And on Splinter, I have no idea, because now we're loading. We'll find out, though.
We'll find out soon. I'm pumped. I'm guessing we're probably going to see a double Y-Wing here as well from them, possibly triple, because we've seen that from them before on this map here. When we saw Fenkar leading them in that Y-Wing. And then, of course, as always, we're going to see Scalp in his A-Wing. There it is.
Rocking that
And
interceptor
triple,
magic.
yeah.
A little bit of a shout out too. Shout out to Remnant Squadron that were able to clutch out an invite to the main stage by just completely dominating their bracket yesterday in the group stage.
Yeah. Right, it's go time, baby. Here we go. Let's do a Star War. Jumping in right down the middle. We got Jareen with his Y-wing there. Ready to vibe, ready to slap.
Oh yeah, the 3 Ys are coming out in fashion. Can they find those AI packs? Again, this isn't theory. This is the map. This is a pretty common anti-Empire map pick. We see it almost exclusively this whole entire tournament. Ions out on Jareen. Jareen's lost all shields. The hull's getting dumped into. He does die. A PK has been found as Mandalorians take their first PK of the game. Second, Fenkar fell.
Fenkar's down too. Yeah, they both
Oh,
went
they get that first offense.
down. Whew! That was intense right off the bat there. What else we got going on here? We got Avenger
Again-
1 looking for some kills. He is looking for Knopf. He's taking out that support ship. He is not letting that stay up.
And Nop is a notorious support that refuses to die, a master of the craft of flying the U-Wing. Let's see how they do. Again, this is Nadiri. That coin flip is absolutely massive, bonkers, absolutely zonked. Let's see if they can continue that damage. D shield's getting drained by the second. We see Avenger trying to find picks. We see damage coming down the Nebulon with Alex just getting that rotary overcharge, dumping. D shields have completely been drained. The hull's been pretty tickled too. Now 20% gone on it. It has been beaconed. Nobody's stopping Alex right on top of that Nebulon, just flying in slowly but surely. Gets a little bit of a boost. Again, a little bit of aggro on him, but with that 84 hull, not really
Not sweating.
able to re-shunt into that rotary. Nobody stopping now at 43, 41, 39 as the Oxes do get hit by the rest of his team. This is quite a quick push with only been 1 minute into the phase, right? Look at that timer, 28:50. It starts at 30, and
They're
they've almost
definitely-
completely drained Delta with a constant beacons.
We're definitely seeing a different Mandalorians this time around when they're facing Splinter. Seeing how fast they
Oh,
took
yeah.
down the 2 keys, and now they're almost taking down Delta here. The Raider's going to take it down for them. They don't even need to. Alex just parked there with his bomber there with the Gatling gun, just taking it down there.
Oh yeah, and they're going
Rotary.
to save for as long as they can. There it goes. They'd save Delta as long as they can, but it is gone. The morale is still very much held by the Randalorians as they do lose their Raider. But again, the morale bar hasn't been moving beyond that, right?
It's been
So
staying right in the middle.
we've got a situation where, SQ's dumping into that Nebulon and constantly, repeatedly dumping the frigate with that overcharged rotary. And with the morale at half and half, they might take it. They might take it! And have a flagship push. And as we've seen in the last game, you don't want to give randos a flagship push ever. Doesn't matter if they have like a one-player kill amount of morale left on the board. They're going to come in and they're just going to dominate, dunk, and destroy! It's at 46. It has been beaconed. It's just getting drained into 42, 41, 40. Again, everybody comes in with their Oxes off cooldown. Starts dumping the constant beacons coming up from that support.
What a
Beautiful
turn.
plays. Yeah, that beautiful just drift coming off of Alex. Dumping in. It's going to fall. It's MC75 push time with a bunch of morale on the Randalorians.
We're already getting the push here. This is insane. And the thing that is absolutely terrifying
Look
is
at that mini-map.
when
here
Alex...
comes-
Oh, here comes Alex. Here we go.
Yeah, here comes in Alex, but again, Splinter, not 18 to be fooled around with, immediately sees Alex coming in and shuts down Alex before we get to the shield gen, but too little too late, somebody else is coming in as well. We see SQ coming in, does Mosquito onto that shield gen, does in fact completely dump that overcharged rotary. Is it going to be enough though is the big question. Almost enough. It's like at 1 health. Can somebody kill it? We see 2 more of them coming in. We see Avenger 1 coming in, starts getting the burst down on that shield. The other shield starts dumping into it. He's trying to disable it the best that he can with the ions.
It's not enough.
That right shield at 50. That left shield has almost fell, but in fact, it does not fall as all of them get pushed back out.
Losing the 2 bombers there was definitely not good for the Randalorians. But now, I mean, look at them. They're in a really good position here. They have to hold their 2 frigates and no damage to the ship at all. So this is going to be very good for them. Randalorians are in a really good spot, especially with... they're in a great spot here.
Splinter has 1 defense if they play it well, because in the next offense, they're going to lose both shields regardless. They're probably going to lose power too. The big question is, will they lose hull? So right here, right now, we need to see Splinter come in. They have to knock down both Charlie and Delta. They have to come in, and they have to knock down 3 subs on the ISD.
Oh, we got
and do
B-Wing.
a B-Wing Oh, the beautiful wing coming in. Fenkar doing damage. I was watching a Fenkar stream recently where he was trying to play this ship out, get some damage down, and we see damage coming. Can he get a resupply from Nop, though, is the question. Trying to get in range of Nop.
No one on
Possibly.
Fenkar either. Fenkar out there by themselves right now, too. Not being challenged at all, but we're seeing a lot of PKs on Splinter. We saw Jareen and Scout both go down
resupply. More damage coming down from Fenkar. Getting down 20 bombs so far. 4 left, actually. Getting down 16 bombs. There's the last 4. 20 bombs. But the face flip has happened. Can they hold a defense here is the big question. I don't know.
I don't know. Brunus is going down here as well.
I'm misspeaking. They're, no, I'm not. I told Steve about this earlier. My mini-map has a glitch sometimes where I'm reading the names wrong.
Oh, are we going to see Brunus go down? Oh, who's being tailed here? They are chasing Fenkar. Avenger 1's going right for him. When really just focus on the ship, but hey, if you want to get the PK, go for it.
Well, make it a 4v5, make it a a non-weighted push is pretty big. Fenkar being able to fly that B-wing pretty well though, flying through those rafters on Nadiri, not dying to Avenger coming with a 13. The right shield does fall. Left shield almost fell as well. Power is getting nuked into, but does not fall. Only 1 sub down on the MC-75, but the morale still very much held by the Randalorians. This is their game to win. Currently, left shield has fallen as well. 2 subs down on the MC-75. Can they nuke down Power? Can they get the hull again? Power does fall! It's all about hull damage out here, folks. The morale not looking good. Submo at 2 health does, in fact, fall, giving him player kill 10 points. Can they find the player kills before it's too late? However, Raider's still up. Can they burn the Raider? Those 20 points and a player kill will be absolutely massive. We see Fenkar coming in with those bombs, knocking down that Raider as best as possible, quickly as possible. The Raiders at 47-45, getting rotaried into, not getting contested. We see Fenkar mosquitoing onto it, but can he get it quick enough is the big question. Raider does fall, and they get a pushback, but that MC-75 looking so weak. It's at 15-14. It's out of phaseable here. It's gonna be a push from Randalorians. They don't have to out of phase this. This might be a greedy push, but again, with that MC-75 at 12, they might go for it anyway to end the game.
Go for it. No, at the end there, like Alex was being supported very well by Submo, making sure that. But now we're seeing Fenkar not being challenged at all, going for their bombing run with the B-ring again here.
Submo getting in the Goliath on that MC-75. It's still at 12 though, and does die. This might be a greedy take.
Got too greedy there, definitely.
Because again, they have both cruisers. I know Splinter's not one to be joked around with. It's but again, if they spend a lot of time out here, that MC-75 now is at 10. It all depends. I don't know how this is going to go, to be completely honest with you, Steve.
Yeah, this is I'm very tense.
I'm almost lost for words.
Because Brunus is going for the attack on the ISD right now. Unchallenged.
Submo is going in. Oh, MC-75's at 1. Somebody says to come and get a Goliath down. Submo's coming in to get down a Goliath. The ISD assault begins now. They want to get that shield down, but some damage comes down, and they do take the MC-75. Randalorians take game number 1 in an out of phase, a fairly late out of phase too.
Yeah, that was a risk I wouldn't have been willing to take myself. Very dangerous, as we said. Definitely makes me question a bit, but. They got the win. They got the win, and that's huge. And that really sets the tone for the series, I think. And it's going to really show that very close. Like,
oh my goodness.
Hey, Randalorians beat Splinter here. This is intense. Yeah. Looking at some of the damage here as well, Alex leading the pack here. Huge damage there. 76,000. Alex is definitely someone they need to look out for and someone they need to keep an eye on. But then again, on the other team here, I really don't want to say like Fenkar and Alex are the two to kind of watch when they're left alone, because they're constantly not being challenged here. Alex is always in there with the rotary. They're always in there with the Goliath, and they're always in there with the multi-lock, constantly just hammering the frigates, the cruisers, everything. Same thing with Fenkar. Fenkar is unmatched there for, like, as we saw, like 2 full runs on the frigates there, untouched.
Yeah, just bombing, resupply, bombing. Just the amount of DPS that comes out. Man, I'm still kind of breathing in here because just watching that out of phase. It was a late out of phase, right? Like, that wasn't one of those like the phase flips, and now you got that 10 seconds where the MC-75's DPS is a little wonked until it begins on its defense setting.
I wish we could have watched it personally a little more, but we were definitely had to follow the game of where we were. But I was,
100%, because it wasn't too obvious what was going to happen. I mean, I know that when you fly the defender around the MC-75 with the way that drifting works in the game currently, you will survive and you'll get down damage. But yeah.
One of the things that we saw swap at the end of the game that I don't even think we had a chance to react to was Scalp swapped from his A-Wing to a Y-Wing. And obviously, I know, right? Scalp in a Y-Wing?
Y-Wing?
Is he feeling okay? Someone do a temperature check. But it's interesting because, like, he clearly saw that Randalorians were doing what they're doing, so he clearly called that out and was like, all right, if this is what they're going to do, all Y-Wings. Let's just nuke the frigates. Let's go right for the capital ship right off the bat. Let's take out this ISD. And unfortunately, the strategy did not work for them, but you could see the pivot and the change on Splinter Squadron because of that.
Yeah. It was we need to get down the amount of damage as quickly as possible, right? Yeah. Because again, their MC-75 was at 15. It's all about just getting down raw damage.
You know what? Same thing. I still kind of not in shock, but like just kind of surprised that we still saw that out of phase push. So,
oh yeah, man. First game in a best of 5. Rando's taking the Empire win.
I'm very curious,
but not as close as we've seen Empire wins in the past. The game has been changed.
It has.
Fengar in a B-Wing.
Fengar in a B-Wing?
Whoa! Scalp
in a Y-Wing? Is everyone feeling okay? Actually, funny enough, I just noticed that Sumo changed as well in the end to a TIE Fighter. Sumo's been playing an incredible support. They've been definitely latched to... I was going to say Fengar. They've been latched to Alex, just making sure they're constantly getting healed up and resupplied. That's why Alex has been so successful at taking down these frigates and doing so much damage to the MC-75. And now, next round, we're going to see them do a lot of heavy hitting on the ISD. Excited to see.
I'm curious the map pick as well, as now they'll be going on NR, right? The randos.
Yeah, so. I wonder where we're going to go, where we dropping, right?
Yeah. Oh, man. Whew, what a fun day.
This is an exciting finals. Like I said, Clash of Titans, they're so evenly matched. I'm very excited. I'm excited for this matchup. It's going to be tight. It's going to be really good. So
a fun series, a fun collection of majors and minors that TGS has brought. I want to do it. I just want to mention just a big shout out to TGS for having Cal Cup in the first place.
Yeah, it's been an incredible partnership. So let's jump into that, actually. So today's event is in partnership with the Gaming Stadium. The stadium has one purpose in mind: provide the best play to watch and play your favorite esports. All events currently being hosted online. So this is open to all North American players, residents. So there's no better time to really test your skills and jump in. Check it out at tgs.gg to check out what's coming up next. But Hammer, we got something else exciting happening today. Tell us about Sick Kids.
Alrighty, the Calrissian Cup Series flies for Sick Kids. Our goal originally was to raise 1,000 CAD, which, as I've mentioned, and as you have all seen with the shavings and the donatings, that it's just been, it's gone. We're now at $3,248 raised so far. Oh, man, if you want to join, there is a link that Nightbot or somebody will put in the chat to help us out. Again, shout outs today. If it hits 4K, Uplink is going to be joining that hashtag Mustache Gang, which is a gang that I love being in. And if it hits 5,000,
this is taking a lot of damage. It's funny because I when it came up in chat, they're like, Steve, how much? And I'm like, you know what? Let me consult with the boss. Make sure she's okay with
the eyes.
Because it's really funny. I look like a chop when I have no facial hair. It's ridiculous. Well,
it's like that video, right? The big scruffy guy, and he's at the mirror, he's just shooting like a baby.
Yeah. You know what? I'm excited to hope we hit the goal today because it is getting hot here in Vancouver. So I wouldn't mind some air conditioning, as we'd say. So.
My AC is still getting put in, so I hope that we get it soon because I have windows and it's like a greenhouse in here. So.
Oh boy, howdy!
Yeah.
Oh man, I think we're getting ready for the next match here very shortly. Here, it looks like the lobbies will be coming up soon. Any predictions on which map we might see? Do you think we're going to see any rotations in positions? Because I know we saw a lot of it swap near the end there, like we saw. I know a lot of it was like not desperation swaps, but like, hey, acknowledging that something's not right, we have to do something extreme. So
I think that knowing the randos, it's going to be, well, I mean, they're going to be put in NR, right?
Yeah.
And it's going to be, again, Galatan or Sisubo. Those are the maps they like to play. We already had Nadiri played in this best of 5. So they're going to be going to their next best NR maps.
Yeah.
We're going to see Aeon Splinter. We're going to see Sculpin as Interceptor with a PK domination machine. We'll see the rest of the team running their TIE bombers, possibly defenders as well. Jurian does like his defender. Pretty standard plays. It's mostly going to be on the Brando side to see how they play and how the map choice is going to be massive.
I was going to say the map choice I really think is going to affect the loadout as well. I think we're going to see if it is Susabo again or Gallatin, both of those maps are definitely trending to be the choice here. I could definitely see us seeing more of a Ion lock and Ion builds to make sure they're dealing with any defenders that might come up. But I really want to make sure that we're not having any forgetting the bombers here. It seems to be like everyone keeps forgetting about Fankar. They keep forgetting about Alex. I'm just wondering how we're going to adjust to those if they are going to acknowledge them as well. Because like we've seen, Fankar has been unchallenged mostly, and same with Alex. Alex has only been challenged when the frigate's completely down here. So I'm very curious.
See if they can get that OBJ to not exist. Be OB dead.
OB dead. Oh boy. I'm curious which map it is. I'm excited. Looks like we will be there soon. So
yeah, as per usual, getting some obs in to be able to get you guys the second-to-second action here. As we get into game number 2, I'll get you the map once my game loads.
Oh, look at you.
We got ourselves Sisubo.
Nice.
As expected, either Galatan or Sisubo. It's the NR maps, the maps that have debris, that break missile lock. That's huge. Break lasers too, right? Again, because Empire, with their just domination of shunting into their weapons or shunting into their engines, depending on the situation, they can out-chase you and they can out-DPS you. But if you have things to hide behind, places to charge, you'll live. Whew.
All right, we're jumping into some loadouts here. All right, we got dual bomber here. Oh, yeah, there's Scalp with his interceptor. We're seeing Knob come in with their support as always. And, yeah, Fenkar come in bombers. Dreen with the good old defender here. Yeah, we're seeing a lot of Ion builds here as well in Dreen so far. I'm curious what we're going to see from everyone else, though. Rotary Cannon multi-lock. Love to see it.
We see APS and Ion on Jareen rocking that APS. I know people have mixed opinions on APS, so it's good to see it. APS is a strong tool. We will see. That's like the oopsie, I messed up button. So,
all right, what do we got here on Republic? We're seeing, oh yeah, that's a nice solid build. 2 Y-Wings, 2 X-Wings, and U-Wing. Yeah. That's pretty standard, what we've been seeing. That's pretty meta right now. Anyways, love the rotary cannon, Goliath missile, multi-lock missile. That's it's funny, we're talking about how in the early days that was just like the standard build. I'm glad to see it coming back. That's something I like. Surprisingly, not seeing any. There's the Ion missile. There you go. Concussion. Okay, there you go.
Yeah. It's some dedicated Ion fighters. The difference here is you've got SQ and Alex, with Alex running the ICT and then SQ running the standard Gall and multi-lock. Both have rotary. I believe they do both have rotary, and then the U's running supply droid and targeting beacon. Again, we've seen a lot of that. The day of the mask might be past us. The day of the resupply is coming back around, rearing its beautiful head. So, beautiful stuff. As we get into game number 2. The grand finals! Randos! Splinter! Who's going to win? I don't know.
We don't know. This is anyone's game. Just seeing how they both have been playing. They've been playing amazingly. Like I said, Splinter's dealing with a completely new Randalorians here. And I'm excited to see how this goes.
We get into it. Let's see how they use that terrain. Use those breaks in locks. Use those AI packs on opening. And can they get that coin flip again? It's less. It's still important. Coin flip is vital, but it's less of a devastator if you lose the coin flip on Sisubo. But let's see how they play it.
Let's get in there.
Let's check out these teams.
This is going to be a great map here This is going to be a great map for Scalp here. Going through the debris, so much maneuverability here, and he's already going for a PK here on Rando SQ.
Yep, we see Ions immediately bursting into that Onto that Raider, going for a hard Raider push on Avenger 1 to being able to see that Nop, see the support getting some damage down, but the lasers are not hitting target. The shields are still completely full on Nop. Back and forth it goes. This Goliaths are being found on both teams. The 15 points back and forth. The seesaw will take them. Where it will take them, nobody knows. As we go into 1 minute and 10 seconds, it is still anybody's game with a slight advantage on Splinter, finding more AI packs. If those bombers don't get shut down, the TIE bombers, it's going to be brutal. That Corvette down to 88. No shields left. If they get the Corvette, that will be flipped. I'm sure the team knows that as they're all completely dumping into that Corvette. But oh no, Fenkar gets Ion, but not overly punished. Just shut down for a second at 98 hull. Huge survives. 47 seconds to go. Again, if they can burn down this Corvette. Ooh.
Alex and
Player
Scalp going down
kills.
together. Scalp getting Alex as he crashes into debris here in the tunnels. That's one of the many dangers here in the map is environmental, so just watching your corners or watching where you're flying there. But Scalp there for the full engagement in the beginning there was just focused on getting PK. He started with Nob, then he rotated there. Oh, not Nob, Nob's on his team. Focus on Jester, he's focusing on Submo, and then he was focusing on eventually there, Alex there.
As these bombers are waiting for their multi-locks to refresh, trying to chase down single AI, 2 more AI, and the flip will go to Splinter with 8 seconds to go unless some crazy player kills happen out here. The beacons are, however, it's going to be a Splinter first offense, 1 second to go, and in fact, they do take that offense with a lot of the morale left, leaving open a very strong possible first phase for Splinter Squadron on Empire.
Yeah, the Splinter's already on the objective here. They're using the ions here. We're seeing from Jareen here already focusing down on.
Oh yeah,
Beautiful.
immediately there.
Yeah, that's exactly what you want here. Taking off the shields immediately here. Not being challenged at all right now. TIE Defender here just doing the business.
100% with C shields now down to around a third, but the ions from Jareen just coming out, completely draining it entirely. C shield is gone. We're going to see a possible 1 Raider burn into a second. Again, this is not an Adiri, so the phases will not last as long. The teams know this, as a 1 Raider or 1 frigate burn will be more advantageous than going for both shields. We see, again, this is happening with Charlie's hull at around 60-65-ish%. We see the team coming in and just doing damage.
Oh, there.
Fenkar in, getting the rotary damage down on Charlie, dumping into it, shunting those lasers. Not really being contested. Again, it's been beaconed. It's falling. It's at 18.
And rotating.
But we see a little bit of a rotation. The Nebulon still has been beaconed, however, so the more they can get down with that up, the more damage they'll get. We see a player kill does happen as Jareen does fall.
Nop as well. Yeah, Nop's down now too. And then we also lost Submo.
Whew.
Yeah, a lot of PKs
fest
there.
out here.
Fenkar still not being contested at all, just rotating between both these Nebulon cruisers here as he's just waiting for a refresh on the rotary cannon to do damage here. It looks like we're down to 7 damage on the other Nebulon.
Oh yeah,
like this,
saving those 15 points, much like the randos on Nadiri, saving it for when they're on defense to shorten out that defense phase, because why lengthen that offense phase when it's almost over anyway?
100%. That's the play there.
Man, oh man, as they go on their defense, as randos go on their offense, let's see how they play it out. Avenger going back to base to have a resupply Jester out here trying to get a pick on Jareen and that defender, trying to just push him away as far back on the map as he can. Nobody is in yet. We do see Submo on top of that cruiser, but again, he's just sitting back at a cruiser on the friendly. SQ coming in to the Raider, just dumping into it, trying to get those shields down best as possible. That cruiser's now at 98, 95, 94. It has been beacon continual damage coming down from these X-Wings on this cruiser.
Okay. Jester just targeting Submo right now, making sure that we're not seeing any support for the Splinter Squadron here. Nop's really in a tight place here as well, because the shields are just about to go down on them, and they just got an eye on.
They lose
there.
Corvette.
Yep. Scout's getting a bit up here too as well.
In the game now. Splinter on Empire still have both A and B, or C and D, depending on the obs you're watching. And Randalorians now with a morale bar completely against them, only have left B or, again, C, depending on who you're looking at, with no shields and quickly losing hull.
This is very close. This is very tight. And then we have Fenkar. Oh, it's Brutus this time, actually, on the Nebulon B. Nebulon B is going down here very shortly. Only 13 health left on the hull here. Again, uncontested. No one around in the area here coming on them. Actually, I believe we now just have AI X-Wings. We're going to see a multi-kills here just to get that morale back up for them. Engaging, actually, right now in Rando Alex, because Rando Alex was definitely going to be coming in there trying to get some AI kills, but they are down. Another PK there.
As they're holding on to C as long as possible to be able to get their team in there to position them. We see now it has fallen. Look at that mini-map. They're all there. They're going in. They want to get these subs, and they want to get them now. Here comes the team. We do see a PK does happen.
Brunus just went down that right on camera. But we have now Fenkar just parking himself on the shields there, getting ioned as well, and possibly going down here in a second.
Right shield at a third.
3
left
health.
shield at like 10.
There you go.
Yeah. They were able to shut down this offense from Splinter as quickly as possible to be able to deny those shields the pop, which nullifies the Raider somewhat on this first push, as we see the Randalorians getting that Raider immediately dumping into it. But they're still in. They still want to get this, as that left shield gen looking very tasty. 1 health away. 2 health to be precise. We see Scalp Walker coming in wanting to just confirm it. There it goes. Left shield has completely been destroyed. Man. Oh, man. Just 1 sub down on the MC-75. The right shield, again, getting targeted by Scalp. Has to get under those shields to get the damage, though. Do we see a mine sitting on top of that shield?
I can't tell. Possibly. You know what?
We do see a mine. That right shield does fall. That mine was not effective in stopping Scalp Walker from getting those 2 shield gens, knocking both down as the Randalorians now go on offense. They've lost both shields and MC-75, but they've lost no hull on their flagship. They have to now come in, take down Alpha, take down Beta or Charlie Delta, and take down 2 shields and
a lot of work ahead
power and almost get down the ISD to out of phaseable, because when it goes back on defense, that MC-75 is going to be very tasty because power will immediately be tanked as they can just fire their ions from max distance and they can find those subs, and then when the Raider gets in there, the damage will be there. It'll be brutal. But that is then, and this is now. How will they play it out? Morales at half and half. AI packs are being found by Splinter as the morale is slowly being taken away from them. Jester does fall. It's not looking too hot, but again, don't want to call it until it's called. Again, damage is coming down. They're all over this cruiser, all over Charlie, trying to get that 15 points back as quickly as possible.
Seeing a lot of disables as well.
Ooh. But then that Corvette does fall, pushing it back to defense. Can they defend a no-shield MC-75? Again, power is completely full, targeting is completely full, and the hull is completely full. But the hull can quickly vanish as power gets nuked, and then all of a sudden, you have 5 weak points, 7.5 points each. That is huge. That's 35 of its hull. It's over a third of the hull that can just immediately be eviscerated. We see power just getting multi-locked into. Power does, in fact, get knocked to below half. Not fallen yet, though.
Yep, and Scal coming in here looking for some weak points already on the ship. They're uncontested right now. We're seeing as well, I believe that's a meme cannon. Yeah, we're seeing a lot of weak points just popping off here. Like you said, you can just easily cut into that ship there once we get those parts down there.
Oh, yeah, as we see Jareen trying to pick out the support on Randalorian. Fenkar is in the back, rotoring. You know, Scalp is just also doing player aggression and just getting hull damage down. That hull is 2 weak points away from being absolutely zonked. 1 weak point away if they can just get the raw damage down. Scalp out here just dumping in laser shunting of all the damage he can, and they do take that MC-75. Splinter taking game number 2. It is a 1-1 so far in this best of 5.
That was another intense match, and it's just like at the end there too as well. They already had the full health Raider coming on there, so unfortunately there's nothing the Randalorians could have done in that situation. Even if they focused it down, the Splinter Squadron would still do the work there.
Oh yeah,
coming in here as well. Yeah, no.
Yeah, 7-1 on Scalp Walker, 27 AI on Brunus, 31 on Fenkar. Again, 19 on SQ, 21 on Alex. It's a sign of good AI pressure when you see less on the enemy team. Both teams are nothing to joke about, so it comes down to how you're aggroing against these AI farmers on defense.
Yep, this is another intense matchup there. Looking even at the capital ship damage here, you can see the Fenkar and Brutus were mostly uncontested there, but the amount of damage they were doing there. Alex a little less this match because Alex unfortunately went down a few times there, twice. And that was just because scalpels on them. Scalpels making sure they weren't able to do a lot of damage that round. They recognized, they adjusted, and they pivoted to make sure they weren't able to focus down there and unfortunately not be able to help out the Randalorians as much this time.
So, 1-1 in a best-of-5 so far. Empire so far has won both games. The first game being an out-of-phase, very mid into the phase, and the second game being a strong push into the MC-75. We saw some mines on the shield. That was unique.
Yeah, I wasn't
Going into
expecting
game number
that,
3?
actually. I didn't even see that anyone in the loadout, so that must have been a late-game swap.
I wonder how Splinter is going to play NR in game number 3 and what their map pick is going to be. Because now we see Nadiri chosen, we see Sisubo chosen. Will it be Galatan? It might be Galatan.
It might be Galatan. I don't think we're going to see Yavin just yet. That might be game 4, possibly game 5, depending how this series is going. We'll definitely be able to tell a little later what's going to be going down there. But you know what? We might see something we don't expect. So, I'm happy to be wrong here. I just find that Yavin is just so open, and it's really anyone's game out there. There's not really a map advantage. It's just all skill based out there because there's nothing you can hide in. It's just dead on.
We do actually have the production has given us the maps for the rest of the series. I don't want to spoil everything, so I'll say the next
we'll
map,
keep
though.
that. We'll keep that to ourselves, I think, until.
It is what I was thinking, though. I will say that much. I will say the next map. The next map is going to be Essalus.
Which I don't think we've seen at all today.
No, we've seen almost nonstop Nadiri, we've seen Galatan, and we've seen Sisubo almost exclusively. But again, best of 5, you've got to drag out the maps as long as you can.
Yeah, Essalus is another one of my favorite maps here, just because what you can do with the space station, just flying through it, and just all the pathways there. It's mostly an open map as well, but again, you can really do a lot of hide and seek on this map and cause a lot of damage with interceptors here. It's definitely a map you want to make sure you're close to your team and you're not not messing around with.
Essalus is a good map for somewhat of a reset of the coin flip too, because if you get dominated in the coin flip, your frigate cruisers are still too far away, which then forces a bit of either counter PK or it gives the AI farmers on defense on loss of coin flip some space to be able to get back into the swing of it. Conversely, at the end of the game, those flagships just get stupidly close together. So it's a bit of a juxtaposition.
That's what I found very interesting about this map too. Is just like I find that it's just like the ships all come together. It's like, this is interesting. I find as well that the Imperials, like, just from my viewpoint, I'm okay to be wrong here. I find that the Imperials kind of have like a bit of a disadvantage with where their ship layout is, just from what I've seen. But I'm glad to be wrong. So
yeah. Oh, best of 5 today. It is exciting to watch as always.
But you know what? We wouldn't be here without some great event partners. So we want to give some shout outs here. So the fantastic music you guys have been hearing between breaks and matches here is partly due to our friends with Monstercat. So have you heard of Monstercat Gold? If not, well, let me tell you all about it. If you haven't tried it yet, it's a great service for $5 a month where you can download and stream thousands of Monstercat songs from top electronic artists. You can use music in your live streams, videos with no fear of DMCA claims or strikes. They've got a ton of additional perks too, including early listening, access to new music, Monstercat shop discounts, and exclusive community features. Go check it out.
As I've said before, it sucks when you have a VOD and you're like, oh, this is great, and I was lazy and I didn't hit the record button in Streamlabs because, I don't know, I'm dumb. And I go to see what the VOD says, and all of a sudden I can't hear anything because I wasn't paying attention, and then all of a sudden it's just a big blank spot. And also DMCAs, you just don't want them. Yeah. They're not a good look.
No one likes my pal DMCA, the most unlike person.
The person you don't want to see sliding into your DMs, to say the least. Whew. Man, oh man. Well, we have some downtime too. So I'm going to take some initiative, and I want to tell you about Kanto. Kanto! Looking for that final piece for your work at home or gaming station. I mean, I'm a work from homer. I mentioned it before. My workstation is my game station, so I want to make sure that it's the best of the best. So if you need things, find everything you need to build that best workstation or battle station or work battle station at cantoliving.com. You got monitor mounts, you got speakers, you got stands, you got everything you could possibly need. Go check them out.
I'm gonna check them out. It's been interesting working from home, and yeah, I agree. Like having,
I know.
it's fun. So fun is like even local events. Actually, walking by Canton, hearing their music, it's fantastic. The speakers are perfect. So yeah,
I've got these like Walmart speakers, so I might check them out after the event to see if I can up my station just a bit.
Walmart, love it. All right, all right. Looks like we're getting prepared for the next match here, and like you said, we are jumping to Alessis. So it's just some fun fact. Alessis was a planet in the galactic. Alessis was a planet in the galactic galaxy that was contested territories during the Galactic Civil War in a secret Imperial listening post. So maybe I was wrong, and this is an Imperial focused map because it would make sense that the Imperials are kind of positioned and ready to go here. And we are jumping into lobby here shortly here, which is going to be good.
Will say that Esselis is a little Empire favorite only because the distance that has to be crossed on win of coin flip to get those frigates and cruisers is a lot easier when you can shunt boost. So they can take initiative on winning a coin flip and immediately get in a way that the Empire can't.
No.
They just don't have the raw speed and power to travel that distance.
Love that. It's this is going to be an exciting series. The next map here, I hope we see the same tenacity, high speed, violence from the Randalorians here, because when they play Imperials, they really get
momentum.
The momentum there. I'm excited to hopefully see. And this is a wish list. I'd love to see 2 defenders out there. I don't think we're going to see that in the meta anytime soon again, but like to see 2 defenders out there. I think this round, though, we are realistically going to see some interceptors finally, because we have not seen an interceptor on the Randalorians this entire series.
The Randos do like their defenders.
Yeah, they like the defenders. They like their beefy tanks. So
I don't know if we're going to see an interceptor out on Randos. I'd be surprised.
Yeah.
If we do, because from what I can gather, I mean, Avenger 1, the player killer himself, has stuck to the defender almost exclusively. But again, things change. Teams adapt. I might be surprised.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. Hopefully we're going to see pivot here because now they're 1-1. I think both teams have that momentum. They have that energy going. Because the worst thing that anyone can do right now is get tilted or let that get to them.
Oh, yeah. Mind on fire, heart on ice, as the phrase that I used to be told. And I mean, that's very true. Luckily, when I sit in this booth, it's mind on fire, heart on fire. So
both on
I don't
fire.
have to, yeah.
So before we get into it, friends, again, I just want to remind you about what we're doing with Sig Kids today. We've obviously adjusted our fundraising goal from our initial 1,000 because the community
You blow it out of the park.
You guys blew up like a Death Star. It's gone. So we had to rebuild it a few times here. So we are jumping to 4,000. If we can do that today, we are going to see Uplink shave his beard. And if we hit 5,000, I will shave my beard. So, but let's take a
face, Captain Quench.
Yeah, we got a lot of exciting stuff coming up here now. We got some really cool loadouts coming up.
Yeah, 2 defenders, 2 bombers, and a Reaper with the defenders going to the anti-starfighter and the ion missile. And I'm guessing Avengers going to be running almost the exact same, the ion missile and the anti-starfighter with the burst damage. It makes sense.
It's kind of funny how I called that two defenders. That was super funny.
Defender is a good mix of PK and OBJ, but you can out OBJ the defender. That's kind of where like the gap can exist when you're playing as NR. Let's see if they can do it. Again, the map is Esselis. It all depends on how this coin flip goes. It all depends on if they can do really tight defenses as NR on this map.
Ooh, we are going oops all Y-wing here. Look at this.
Scalp in a Y-wing!
This is going to be interesting. I love it.
Interesting stuff. I mean, I've seen him do a stream once or twice. I didn't think I would see it today.
You know what? Desperate times call for desperate measures. This is going to be intense. They're definitely pushing for a win here. So
the packs on Esselis are very easy to find in the opening, very easy to dumbfire, and the respawns of the packs when you kill them are also pretty easy to find. So it makes sense to max out your OBJ. And yeah, we'll see how Sculpt dogfights. But again, ICT, that's your like get away from me defender button. If they all have ICT, it's just gonna shut down anybody. If they fly in a tight back, it's gonna knock out anybody that comes near them. So I don't know. We're gonna find out. And to game number 3 of the Cal Cup Grand Finals, Randalorians and Splinter going 1-1 so far. Oops, all Empire wins, but not tight Empire wins, depending. It's been a close one for both teams. They're both amazing teams going into map Esselus. We'll see how they play. Look at all those Y-Wings. Oh, they're beautiful. Big old bombers.
Things you love to see. Big
The clap
bombers.
of my ICT is too loud. The Empire can hear it.
They know
Oh
they're
my
coming now,
goodness.
so.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go. Beautiful cinematic shot. The Y-Wings coming in for a great attack here. Right away.
Let's see how they play
Avengers
it.
seeing Fenkar going for him, jumping into
Going
like,
for hard dogfighting in these Y-Wings. Looking for some players to kill. Nobody's died yet. ICTs have been activated. Jester does fall. PK has been found. They win that flip with the 4 bombers.
Insane. That was wild. Swipping here. Now we got
I
Fenkar's
died.
3-point here.
Man, I love to see 4 bombers. I love to see 4 Y-Wings as they go on their first offense. But again, the size of this map, the slowness of the Y-Wings. Can they get out to those cruisers in time with the morale being at half and half? Well, I speak too soon because the shields on C have been dropped to half.
This is exactly what we need to see here is, like, are they going to be able to pivot with this? And obviously the Y-Wing play here is working very well for them here. Jumping in here, following Fenkar here, cockpit view. Where are they going? I thought maybe they were going for some PKs here. Yeah, they're focusing some PKs here.
Yeah, we see Nop completely drain the shield with that support on Charlie while doing his resupplies and his marks as best as possible. We see Alex trying to knock down that Corvette. It has been beaconed. They'll get that 20 points, but that's not going to be enough to bring it back on the offense. They're going to be able to find AI and PKs as well, but too little too late. He tries to knock out that Corvette, but he gets down to 34 as he's been ioned himself. But again, Splinter, Bruno's coming out here trying to get some damage down. Jareen out here as well in the rotary. They want to get this down as much as they can in this first offense. Being able to get across this field on SLS and NR was pretty intense. Again, all Y-Wings. Sculp and a Y-Wing. Whoa!
The whole
What?
gang's here. They're all Y-Wings.
Speaking of which, Sculp does fall, though, pushing it back towards the Randalorians for this offense.
See if we're going to see a change in thing, if we're going to come back in an interceptor here as well. Raiders up for the Imperials here, and immediately Jareen's on it.
Oh, yeah. Get that 20 points as quick as possible.
Yeah, knock it down, get it out. That's exactly the way you want it. And Sculp's come back in as a Y-Wing, so no change there.
No, just committing to the Y-Wings on Esselis. Avenger 1 back at base. SQ coming out trying to get a pick on Fenkar. Fenkar has been beaconed at 23 hole. We see the conch go out if it can connect, but Fenkar flying very carefully, able to avoid getting knocked out of the sky. But here comes SQ, dumping into that Nebulon with his team. Shields are up, but the beacon is up as well. Getting down damage as quickly as possible. Shields have fallen on Delta.
Looks like they are there with Alex there, mostly uncontested as well. Alex there really getting there with his rotary cannon, doing some damage here, and looks like as soon as I say uncontested, starting to get hit there as well. But yeah, coming with a nice, beautiful shots here with the Raider here. Raider doing some damage as well.
This defense has been hard for Splinter as Brunus has fallen, Fenkar has fallen, Nop has fallen, and the morale still gets very strongly held by randos as they're able to knock those bombers out of the sky and knock down those AI farmers. Raider is still up. If Raider does fall, then a Raider and a PK will flip it. But I say that, but it's not going to happen because they knocked down Charlie.
That was
man,
huge.
one left to go. I think Raider's still up too.
Raider
Well,
is
I
still
guess-
up here from what I can tell, yeah. And
I
that's
guess,
going to be fantastic for the Randalorians here as they have to take down the next frigate here.
But once Raider does fall, the flip will happen. So I'm assuming that Splinter is on top of that. Raider trying to get it down as quickly as possible. The Raider is at 20, 19, 18. They're trying to get it down before any more damage gets put onto Beta. Or I guess Charlie, depending on the point of view you are watching. But Alex in there just getting damage down on that Nebulon.
This poor
Able to
Raider.
get a solid down.
Raider's down. What a horrible, tragic death. Rest in peace to the crew.
But
yeah,
yeah,
like-
does fall, nullifying some of the points that would be got from
This Nebulon is
that
definitely going down.
Raider.
We got 2 bombers on there, both rotary cannons.
Beacon.
Coming with, multi-lock missile. Yeah, it's going
9,
10,
8,
9.
7, 6. We might see the terrifying push from a 5-stack
Oh.
rando on the MC-75. Here comes in Alex looking at that shield gen flying around as best as possible. Gets a little bit of hull damage though because Splinter will not shut it down, but here comes the Mosquito. The rotary's coming out. He's on site. He's Mosquito. He's parked his car. He knocks out that shield. Maybe, maybe not. He does. The left shield has fallen. Right shield has not fallen, though. He cannot destroy it. It is almost gone at 10 health. just could not get the commit. There's the damage, but the flip goes back. Will he get power before it goes, though? With the resupply dumping into the rotary has been overcharged. The power is at 37, 29, 29, and not falling with the tractor gets Alex, and they're all dead but Jester!
Someone get me the blue milk, because we're going to need it.
Whoa.
That was a solid push by the Randalorians there. That was definitely what they needed there. Take out those shields there and get some damage to it. But we have Brutus swap into a B-Wing here. So we're going to see we are going to see that beautiful wing coming with a bombing run here. This poor frigate.
But aggro being found on Brutus as they don't want those 10 plus 10 bombs coming in. But doing the spinning trick. So,
it's
the
working.
Spinning trick, the hitbox. I'll try spinning. Maybe it'll work. The hitbox constantly changing when spinning around. Will he survive? He survives enough to be able to shake them off, to be able to get into a push. But will he be able to get all the way in? It has been beaconed. He's getting in. He's got a little bit of aggro on him, but he's got enough time to knock down the bombs. The bombs start coming down. Almost all 10 do hit.
Beautiful. Beautiful. Brave sacrifice. Thank you, Brutus.
F's in the chat for Brutus's spinny B-Wing. SQ at 13, but going back to base, not giving the satisfaction to getting those points. A resupply does happen on him. Delta's almost completely gone. They have to knock down Delta as soon as possible, get those 15 points. They get back that 15 points. Only Charlie remains with still above half hull. But again, not a good spot to be in for Splinter, as if it flips back towards defense, their MC-75 with no shields and power almost completely gone is a hard defense to be had. AI packs are being found, however, by the Randalorian, taking those +3s and taking them for the ride. Oh, can they take it down? The light cruisers at 15. Jarene's dumping into it, but it might not be enough. Rotating the continual dump. We see the rotary coming down. The oxygen coming out. It's at 8. It's at 7. But one more AI and it'll flip back at 6. They're probably going to hold on to it to be able to get that 15 points on defense. That cruiser's at 4. At 3. And it will most likely fall here. There's a 15 points on their defense. It is a good 15 points to have on the MC-75 defense. But Randalorians, flagship offense, scary. Let's see how they do.
I like how you said Gary, and I was like, who's Gary? You actually made me stop for a second and think. I was like, wait. All right,
Gary. Such a way with words. Oh, and power has been beaconed. It's at 29. We see SQ and the gang trying to get in to get that power down. We see Alex already on top, finding weak points. That MC-75 is at 73 hull, and it's falling quickly as weak points are being found again. 35 points total for all the weak points, and we see just most of them are on top, and they're just finding them and dumping into them. We see specifically Alex just finding all these weak points as 4 of them were on top.
Alex is a threat. Definitely not being challenged here. Yeah, they're just great. Fantastic. Rotary cannon. Yeah, MC-75 is going down here.
Yep, it's going to be a out of phase as it does in fact fall. We see the VFX from all these explosions. And Randalorian's taking game number 3, making it a 2-1 in a best of 5. One more win. If Randos can pull out an NR win in the next game, they're going to take it in a 4-game series. If they cannot, it's going to be pushed into a game 5 series with another Imperial win. This scoreboard, what's it look like with a 6-1 on Jester, 13k capture damage, 77 on Alex. Again, we saw all those weak points. That was huge. 40 AI on SQ. And on Splinter, 104 on Nop. Again, when support's on the top of the leaderboard, it usually shows it had to be a highly defensive game because they get points from their resupplies. Fenkar with 2-2, 26 AI, 10k. Jareen with 1-2. The surprising here with Sculpt being in a Y-Wing, getting 4-2 in his Y-Wing on dogfighting.
Yeah, I really think the surprising things we saw, the surprising things we saw this past match was the B-Wing here, the B-Wing bombing run, but then also scalping the Y-Wing here. Just before we saw the MC-75 go down, we saw Avenger 1 just hunting him down, and I think that morale being taken from the New Republic there really helped the Imperials get that MC-75.
So to call out that spinning trick,
Yes.
I know that the thing is, I'll try spinning, but on Fenkar's stream, he was talking about it the other day, because I was listening, and I was peeping, and I do that sometimes, and he was talking about how when you spin, your hitbox becomes incredibly erratic. So it's hard to fly it because you're woo. But it helps with the survivability of the B-Wing to be able to start rapidly spinning. You twist. I don't know how you set up your controls. For me, it's my twist on my Gladiator NXT, and I just hold the twist, and it allows you to survive for as long as possible.
You know what? That's what we're seeing with the B-Wing here. I'm excited to see what these players are going to bring to us in the next matches here. We have at least another exciting match for us coming up. But we are going to take a quick break here, friends. So stay tuned. Stay tuned in here, and we will be right back. So may the force be with you.
Yo.
Whew. I just had a refresh on some blue milk there to kind of get me ready to go. That was wild. We were just talking a little bit offline here, friends, about the Y-Wing push and how we really don't see that at like the end of a series like this. We usually see more focused play, but like the strategy there with the all Y-Wings was super interesting to me. I really liked it.
It got them the coin flip. So
yeah, it got them the coin flip. It was a solid push. And I'm just a fan of the Y-Wing, just lore-wise and just the way the ship's designed. Like, oh, wow, we're already jumping into this. We're jumping to Gallatin. We don't have time to hook up with the Y-Wings here. Let's take a look at those loadouts, friends.
Back-to-back action! Getting into game number 4. This is Rando's game to win. If they win it, they take this major. They take the
That's exciting.
Whatever part of the prize pool they get. I'm so bad with this, but it's a number. It's some points.
They get some money. They get some credits. So
we see Scalp and the Interceptor, the Jareen and the Defender, the 2 Bombers and Reaper. That's a pretty standard Empire loadout for Splinter Squadron and on Randalorians.
I just want to call it again. Nop's been doing an incredible job with support here, making sure the team is constantly restocked or when needed, getting healed. So like they've been doing an incredible job just sticking to them. So love it. I love call out supports because I feel like the supports usually don't get like credit or called out. So I want to make sure we see you. I see you.
We stand you, supports.
Stand supports. I love playing support. TIE Reaper is one of my favorite ships.
Submo.
All right, what we got on Mandalorians here? We got Jester coming with his X-Wing there.
Let's find out. Again, this is game number 4. Rando's up 1. Best of 5. If they win this, they win it all.
Like the stack here, 2 X-Wings, 2 Y-Wings, and support here. Rando Alex, of course, coming with their Y-Wing, and it's just when you see that Y-Wing, you just sweat a little. That's a flying tank. You don't want to be on the receiving end of it. Jumping into one of my favorite maps, as we said about earlier, Gallatin, with one of everyone's favorite pilots, Pilot Error.
Poor Jareen running into a rock immediately, then getting punished and dying. That PK not going to help out Splinter as Randalorians come in and get so much damage down. The back and forth does happen, though, as packs were being found, and it gets dragged back to half and a half by the rest of Splinter's squadron coming out here. Scalp and the Interceptor tries to get a pick on Alex. The overcharged Interceptor lasers get down, but they can't break through as the whole team is still alive. And they're getting down damage.
You know what? Just watching Avenger here go after the Raider here and just drifting and flying right through the rocks here really shows you the map mastery and how well they know this space. They know what they're doing here. This is a fantastic map for them to jump in for a 4th round here.
Oh yeah, Scalp getting beacon has a resupply, but it might not be enough if somebody does find him at 50 hull, 60 hull.
Brutus got, did you see that? Brutus got ironed by Avenger then he got smoked right into a rock. I don't know if that was a... Who gets that? But good job. That was sick.
This is definitely the map for that.
Yeah.
Scalp at 7 might not live here on flip. But again, it's Gallatin. The rocks are there to be able to help and protect.
Went down anyways. Oh no, he got out. Good for them.
He got out and he survived and he got a resupply. Able to get some aggro down on the Randalorians as they begin their assault on the cruisers. Let's see how they do.
Yeah, Avenger already going in there with some ion torpedoes to definitely take down those shields nice and early here. Definitely what we want to see. And I believe Alex is uncontested, just parking themselves as usual.
Alex did fall there. That's a PK to make it back to half and half. But see, shields have been drained entirely. Now we're going to see the cruiser getting dumped into at 77. It has been beaconed. The damage is there. It is happening. SQ getting outplayed a little bit defensively, but Avenger in there with a burst, bursting down that cruiser as best as possible. It's now at 60, 59, and falling. A little bit of a rotation does happen. Then a heal happens.
Great heal there. Great restock.
That cruiser's now at 50, but the morale is slowly going back towards Splinter 46. They might not be able to get this before the flip, but never say never as SQ is out there in the rotary, in the Y-Wing, dumping, not getting contested too much as he's got half shields now. And there goes the flip. Cruiser's at 22. It might be out of phase. It all depends on how they want to play it and if they're going to beacon this cruiser or not. SQ, though, at 50 hull does get the resupply and is able to peel out of there without getting too much damage. So I say that, but he's lost all shields and he loses all lasers. Oh, no, SQ is dead. 4v5, but Sculpt falls as well. The map pressure is gone on this assault, but Brunus is out there already. Jareen is out there already, and they're dumping into these frigates. These shields have been trained. Sea shields have had some damage.
Yeah, Brunus just parking themselves right here on the Nebula and Cruiser here, not really being attacked just yet, but the shields are down like you said and doing some damage here. Already down to 70. It looks like Rando Alex is actually swapped to an X-Wing here for defense, and I believe that they are on Brunus here.
Yeah, getting that Nebulon down to 50. It has been beaconed. Brunus constantly charging up those lasers, flying back and forth. Some drift rotary damage. Getting that Nebulon down to now 31, 29, and falling. They will most likely get this in this phase, then immediately rotate over to C and tunnel vision C to death. Bludgeon it, and then will begin their MC-75 push. But again, never say never, as their Raider has fallen 20 points. Go back to the Randalorians. Again, this might be another save, right? They might be saving Delta for the points on defense as why lengthen out this offense. Instead, just go and get some damage down on Charlie as long as they can while the DPS is down. But Brunus getting Ion! Into a rock.
Oh, they just missed it. Yeah, we're about to flip here as well, and it looks like, yeah, prepare to get the bag. Brunus here just getting out by with one sliver of health.
Yeah, one hull. Fun fact, you can go down to 0 hull in this game and still live.
What?
Yeah, I've had it happen to me a few times. I've seen it a few times, but you so much as just bump into something and you're immediately dead.
Interesting.
I think it's fractional, right? Like probably it's like a 0.5%, and it just rounds down. But it's absolutely mental as Randos go back on the offense. Only A remains, but they do knock down the other frigate out of phase. It's a 1-1, but here comes in the Corvette. No shield left on Alpha.
Oops, all X-Wings coming in.
Delta. Here they come with that damage. When we look at... Hold on, I want to be able to pull this up to be able to tell you what's going on those loadouts. The X-Wings got themselves rockets, an ion missile, conch, ion missile, rockets, and conch and ion missile. So much ions coming up because, again, when it comes into the ISD push, everybody has a chance to be able to do the shield disable, which then opens up their options on their offense. It doesn't require for one individual to get in there and not die. They have the flexibility of being able to fly in and adapt on the fly depending on how Splinter has formed themselves in midfield.
This light cruiser is definitely going down. Rando Alex not being contested at all. Just doing the damage here. This will be dropping here as it is down to 10.
SQ'd out there as well, getting the burst down. It does fall. The ISD assault begins now. SQ has a bit of a bonk, but that doesn't matter because they're all going to go in as a team on this ISD. This is the Rando push, the death push. Everybody has ions. Everybody's able to come in and disable those shields. We see Alex coming in, gets a sloop pretty far into the nose, but the flip does happen. It might be too late as they're able to shut this down, able to get some damage down on this shield gen, but it's not enough. Oh, it's at 3! And it does fall. They lose one of their shields on flip. But this gives Splinter the time to knock down B, and B will fall and be able to get down some damage on the MC-75. If they one-phase it, that would be massive. But again, the MC-75, they take down both right and left shield, take down power. The hull shouldn't matter too much as they can defend the ISD once.
That's all they need to do
twice.
Here. That's all they need to do, yeah. Yep. That's what Splinter needs. They need a good pusher. They definitely need to take on this and then take out the shields here. As we see here, the Nebula B cruiser's just getting obliterated. 2 seconds flat. Just
here
gone.
Comes in Brunus, 400 away from the shields. He rotates. He gets the rotary down. He gets eyes on, but he does not. Mosquito. He messes up. The joke from Brunus is not able to get eyes on target. He gets tractor beamed, and that shield is at 80. Has to fly it, has to peel, and has to readjust. But again, they have the morale there to be able to justify it. But Brunus getting ion, not overly punished for the ions though. Now has to fly, rotate, and boom back in. Boom and zoom.
Fenkar getting ion, bumping into the hull here, down to 29 health as well. He's got a tail on him. I wonder if they're going to be able to get the shield down just in time here. But like you said, Brunus is parking himself, mosquitoing outside
but not
the shield
under
bed.
the shields. That's going to be massive. He can't get himself out. He's not having his throttle at 0. He's not able to boost out. And too little too late. His hull's at 40. He's been beaconed. He's at 2012, and he most likely will fall here.
Fenkar's down as well. Both bombers down.
They both die. Sculp is the only one that's left. Sculp's trying to finish the job. He finishes the job. He gets right shield. Can he possibly get something else? But he gets Ioned as well with 40 hull. At 29, he will fall as well. 4 down, only Fed car remains. This is Rando's game to now try to win as they have an ISD push.
This
they
is
can
getting
one pace.
real
This is huge.
tight.
This is half and half. This might be a 4-game series as Rando's going the offense. They were just not able to take down those subs, and that was huge.
That was massive for Randalorians. They're doing that holding the line there. Like, they only lost the right side shields. Like, they are in such a good position right now. And here they come. We're seeing Rando Alex come in, as they usually do, with their X-Wing assault, focusing immediately on the shields there.
Oh, and Splinter knows this as their defense has ramped up. The mask is out. The sloop is coming in. Almost everybody's in the same sloop. SQ is in. Jester's coming in. Alex is coming in.
Oh!
We see Jester on power. SQ on shields. They're all just synchronizing. Power does fall. Shields do fall. All 3 is down. The morale's at half and half. Only targeting remains as weak point being made. They see 2 on top as we see Jester immediately knocking down 1 weak point. Going to rotate the second weak point that he sees while checking the back of the ISD to see if any weak points are there. We see the second weak point being possibly found. Damage is coming out. The ISD is below half. They lose their Corvette. Can they get down the remaining 26 hull before Splinter is able to stop them? Well, we see a Randalorian NR win. 1 more weak point. 9 hull. 8. It has been beaconed. It's at 3. It's now at 2. It does fall.
There we go.
We see an NR win on Randalorians, taking game number 4 and becoming the next major winners.
What a game.
Randalorians coming in and saying, you're not having another major win. We need this win. We want this win, and we're taking it now. With that scoreboard, 55K on SQ, 61K on Alex. Absolute destruction. I mean, 66 on Brunus, but again, they were not able to capitalize their last flagship offense. We're not able to shut it down, and then Randalorians come in and just finish it off.
That was a Star Wars. That was so fun to watch, and just seeing the New Republic win so late in the game like this, because like if this was like the spring minor, it wouldn't have happened like that. But now seeing like the buffs and just like the X-Wings here playing like TIE defenders, so incredible to watch. Super happy for the Randalorians. Congratulations on your win here. That was, blue milks on me.
Yeah, as they get their first major win. Securing, I mean, they've already secured a spot in the grand finals. That already happened. But still, congrats to the Randalorians getting that W in game number 4.
Huge.
NR. Again, It's Galatan, right? I don't know if we said it online. I said it offline. I still strongly hold to the belief that Galatan is the Rando's best NR map. I've seen them play the best on it. I've seen them play the quickest on it. And I think it showed in this game, where they were an unstoppable force once they got the flagship, especially on that second flagship push, because they already knocked out 1 shield on the flip. So it became all 3, the 2 of the X-Wings had hit the 1 shield, while 1 Jester was able to go immediately into power, which was beaconed. So he's able to one-shot power with an Ion Torp. The rest of the team can immediately knock out those shields. Massive.
Huge. All right, guys, let's talk about this here. So the winter spring split top divisions here. So we have our winter major championship with Splinter Squadron. Spring major was the Randalorians, and our current point standings. So Gas is in first with 610, Imperial Guard at 565, Great Cheese at 435, and Remnant Squadron at 380. Like we talked about earlier, Imperial Guard has really been moving up the ladder here, coming in second place here. Incredible to see. But the big thing here that we want to talk about as well is we will be taking May off. We'll be coming back in June with the first minor of the summer-fall split. So this is our current rankings as well, and it's pretty tight actually here. If you look at between 4th and 5th as well, just the overall top teams here, like this is looking really good.
Yeah. You love to see it. Love to see new team able to show up like Fracture and immediately get on that board doing damage and getting points.
Yeah, this has been so exciting to watch, and like it's so happy for the Mandalorians to kind of get that W at the end here, well deserved. And I love seeing the scoreboard as well, just like seeing the rankings. Like I said, Imperial Guard coming up there as well. They've been improving so much over the entire series, so excited. I suspect we'll probably see a series win out of them soon too to get themselves a spot as well. I would love to see that. So. All right, friends. So before we head out, we just want to give one more final thanks to our event partner, the Gaming Stadium. So we could not have done this day without them, as they are running production. So they are one of Canada's leader in esports. So they have one purpose in mind, and that is to provide the best place to play and watch your favorite esports. All events are currently being hosted online and open to all North American residents. So there's no better time to test out your skills than now. So check them out at tgs.gg/, well, the events. Check them out. Hammer, any final remarks before we go?
It has been a blessing to be able to cast with you. I've had a great time. I enjoy these games. I enjoy the NR Empire ratio that we're seeing post-patch. It's a little less Oops All Empire, a little more a healthier mix. I mean, we see it in a 4-game series out here with Rando's Galatan NR victory. As always, it's been an honor to work with you guys. Production, big shout out. Shout out to Area Witch with those third-person cams. Shout out to everybody on cams. Absolutely amazing, as always.
Incredible work, as always. Beautiful art. All right, friends. Until next one, my name is Captain Quench. This is a little Hammer, and that was a Star War.
Till next time.
Goodbye, and good gaming, friends.
Ha! Woo!
Going in till they carry me out.